never see me running, always a step ahead, calculating and cunning, never stopping for nothing, I stay aiming and bucking.
Wait a minute! Oh my God!
Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Another for Brent! Brent! It's three!
Check your neck, 'cause I'ma take the crown.
aBeZy making it look easy.
I was born for this, I'm the greatest of all time.
Scump is just slaying. It is a massacre. Oh my good God, he's gonna eat him alive!
I'm coming for you. Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Who's gonna be the hero? Who's gonna be the king?
Protect your neck, 'cause I'ma take the crown.
This one is done!
What's up, you gorgeous gamers? Welcome back into headquarters. It's Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, your desk crew, getting ready for the final day of online play before we head to Raleigh. aLLeY, I want to start with you, though. As we're getting into this final day, what are you looking forward to? 4 teams are done, but 8 more are still in play.
I'm looking forward to the seeding. I feel like that's what everybody's kind of looking forward to, especially with how many teams we have tied up right now.
That's right. When we get to Raleigh, we're going to have group play. That's going to be 16 teams across 4 groups. Everyone is vying for the top spot in their group. But, Ant, there's really only 4 teams that have a chance to lock up that spot, guaranteed, with their way to play today.
Yeah, you know, the first seed is very important as we're seeing how things shake up. You get the worst challengers team. You get 8 and 9 in your group. And today, Minnesota Røkkr have an opportunity as the undefeated team. It's on a dinner plate for them. They're going up against the Vegas Legion. Big victory.
Let's take a look at those standings. As you mentioned, Røkkr versus Legion. Can Røkkr go 4-0? We will find out. Texas OpTic at 2-1, right there with Toronto Ultra and Boston Breach. They could all finish 3-1 with wins today. Huge grouping of teams at 2-2, though, is where it can get real messy once we do this group draw.
And it can get even bigger. All 3 of those teams sitting at 2-1 today are going to have to play, and should they lose, they're just going to add to the tie-breaking.
Here we go. It's time to talk about our top 4 teams, the teams we think that could lock up the top spot. Starting, though, with the Minnesota Røkkr. They're 3-0. They've got the top spot currently, and they're playing against a team that has the lowest numbers statistically. Let's talk about the Røkkr, though, and what makes this team so strong early on.
Well, it has to be Afro, right? You have to open up with the fact that he's had a really hot start to this season, but also attached, sitting on a 1.17. The meta didn't really affect this team at all, if anything, and made them much better heading into week 2. And me and Ant had a really good video about this earlier in the season, talking about these rosters. Minnesota Røkkr was probably one of my favorites, if not my favorite roster moves, and they've proved it in these opening weeks.
Yeah, what's been so good about Minnesota is their control. 3-0. They played LSCL all 3 times, and Afro has been a menace. To me, he has been the player of the stage. Week 1, before we had the meta shift, he was getting over 70% of his kills with the SMG, and going into week 2, he hasn't let up. The guy has been frying. One concerning thing about this team, though, is they're 0-3 in their game 1 hardpoint, right? And looking at this team, you're losing that hardpoint. If you lose that Search and Destroy, it's gonna get tough. So got to fix a couple of their hardpoint woes. But you can see in this match that they should have the definitive edge.
Going up against Vegas Legion, that's just 3-9 in map count. You got to think Minnesota's the favorite. When it comes to Toronto Ultra, how do you feel about their chances of coming out unscathed against the Seattle Surge?
To be honest, that's a really tough matchup when it comes to Toronto Ultra. I think Seattle match up very, very well with them, and their issue with Toronto Ultra squad right now is just gelling together as a team and being on the same page. This is a franchise that overwent a complete turn of being calm, cool, and collected to having some of the younger players and some of the more aggressive younger players. So they need to get their team chem figured out before Raleigh.
That matchup's coming around 4:30 p.m. Eastern here. We also have a matchup coming up at around 6 o'clock that could be a big decider for a lot of people watching today. OpTic Texas taking on LA Thieves. This was the match of the week. At the start of the week, LA, a bit of a blunder. They're not 2-1, so this is OpTic's chance to guarantee themselves a top 4 spot.
Listen, Chris, with that loss to the Florida Mutineers, the LA Thieves are now in a very precarious spot. This is scary. If OpTic beat LA Thieves potentially get 8th or 9th, and they end up in the first seeds group, so that group is going to be wild. For OpTic Texas, though, still battling for a top 4 spot. They've been looking great in Search and Destroy. Got to clean up some of their hardpoint, though. Some big mistakes. I'm looking at the ARs on the team. iLLeY and Dashy stepping up, get into these positions better on the rotation, and then we'll start to see Shotzzy fry. The community's sort of been on Shotzzy's back saying, did this guy fall off? I've seen that in some Twitch chats. Like, no, the guy's disgusting.
Did Shotzzy fall off?
That's what some people are saying. Yeah, coming into this game, like, no, they'll figure it out. It just starts with the ARs in the hardpoints. The rotation need to be better.
Guess it's 5 o'clock somewhere, chat. All right, let's talk about Boston Breach, though. This was the team that came in 2-0. They had big upsets in week 1, and then after a 2-0 lead to the Subliners, they get reverse swept. They blow a 3-0 record. They come in 2-1 overall. Do they finish 3-1, aLLeY?
They need to. The Boston Breach need to finish 3-1 in this situation. They don't want to go into that big pool of 2-2s, playing out for those tiebreakers. And they're going against an LEG that has been seriously struggling. When it comes to the Boston Breach, it's really just been about breaking those old Vanguard habits. They do not tend to rotate very early, and their breaking is terrible. They're sitting at a 14.3% breakage and one of the lowest rotational percentages in the league. So they got to figure out their respawn and figure it out quick.
I liked what they were doing in the slaying game, especially the early games out of Vivid. He's my player to watch early on when we get to that match number 4. But all of the teams that we talked about, plus the other 8 CDL squads, are all going down to Raleigh. We got to talk about this major and the format that we're going to see. As we mentioned, 16 teams. That's 3 CDL Pro teams and 1 Challenger team split across 4 different groups. The top 2 from each group will go into that bracket, and we'll close out our double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 hand.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting tournament. You know, we got these groups where it's a double elimination bracket within the group. You're not just going around and playing everybody in your group, so that'll definitely be interesting. And when you look at sort of how this breaks down, you have if you have the first seed, you play the worst Challengers team, which should be a victory for you. And then you have the 8th and 9th seed, but with LA Thieves and how they're sitting, that 1 seed can be scary. You might be going up against LA Thieves.
It could be scary if you're the 1 seed, but it's definitely going to get even murkier if you're in something like Group D. If you're coming in with the 4 seed,
aLLeY,
not only do you have the 5th seed also in your group who's probably spouting the same record, you also are going to have to go up against another CDL squad and the toughest of our Challenger squads.
I'd argue this is one of the more like medium danger groups, to be honest, because yes, you're going against the 1st seed Challengers team, but that could be a little bit of a tough first matchup. But then the 5th and the 12th seed team, you either could have an upsetting 12th seed team that makes your second round very, very easy, or a 5th seed team where it should be pretty evenly matched throughout the board.
Did the visuals help, chat? Let us know. That's how the groups could play out. You'll have those all filled out, hopefully, by the end of today's show. Remember, this is all leading up to our Pro-Am. The first major of the Call of Duty League is kicking off next week in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's not just the CDL. We also have COD Mobile. We're going to see the World Championship there and Code Bowl 3.
Yeah, no, COD Mobile, especially if you are not into it, get into it now. It is super exciting. You're going to see a lot of throwback maps that you haven't seen recently in our PC games, and you're going to see specialists and snipers and everything that makes it so exciting.
Everything that was ever in a Call of Duty on your cell phone with the best players in the world playing it. Get your tickets and come check out all of the action. It's going down once again December 15th to the 18th, and we're coming down early on Tuesday. So if you got some restaurant recommendations, hit us up, Raleigh folk. I want to know where to eat. Where do we feast when we get down to North Carolina? Today's schedule, we got to get into it right now because the matches are just minutes away. Minnesota Røkkr versus Vegas Legion, Seattle Surge versus Toronto Ultra, LA Thieves versus Texas OpTic, and we close it out Boston Breach versus LA Guerrillas. aLLeY, as always, what's the toughest match on the docket today?
I have to go Seattle Surge and Toronto Ultra, to be honest. I know a lot of people are probably looking at that LA and OpTic match, but I think LA still has a lot to figure out when it comes to Search and Destroy, and OpTic just look too good right now. However, Seattle and Toronto Ultra, I think, are on the same playing field.
Which team on that right has the best chance of playing spoiler here, Ant? I guess left and right.
I think the best team chance playing a spoiler, it might be LAG versus Boston Breach. I just feel like Boston Breach looked great in all their matches. Honestly, even yesterday looked good at times, but they crumbled at the very end out of some heroic plays. Just wondering if they could bounce back.
4 matches of uninterrupted Call of Duty starts right now. Thank you for tuning in to Headquarters. When we come back, it's the first match of the day, Minnesota Røkkr versus the Vegas Legion. Stay in the chat. I'll be here.
Ready for the show. Now we caught up in the flow. they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down, whatever you get up to, your triumphs and transgressions, nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Time to rock and roll. Minnesota, Vegas, about to go toe-to-toe here in our final day of online action before we head down to Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's start with Minnesota Røkkr, the team that's sporting a 3-0 record. They're coming in here as the favorites, and a lot of their gameplay has had some stellar moments, points where we say, production, grab that. And it's not just one individual, but if you had to name one, it's got to be Afro, right? Is that the star player on this team?
You have to say Afro just because of the amount of numbers that he has been putting up, but overall, I feel like individually, everybody on this squad has been playing well. The only gripe I have right now is I want to see Bance with the Vazna more, especially since we've moved into this meta. We heard Afro say it as well in an interview where he's like, Ben, you got to pull out the sub a little bit more with me. I'd love to see you running beside me, so hoping to see that today in this matchup.
The Afro-Bance duo in Search and Destroy, 12-5 on opening duels. This team is rocking it in Search. Coming into yesterday, we said, is the Røkkr the best Search team? Yesterday, they showed a few holes. They walk away with a 3-1 victory at the end of the day. But how good is this team, and where is their greatest strength?
I think this team is fantastic. So far, Search and Destroy and Control have been great, but there are some things I'm worried about. As we just talked about, this team has not won an opening hardpoint, and in both the Game 4 hardpoints that they won, it was Fortress. Fortress is not Game 4 in this one, and then they've played aLLeY Control in all 3 of their matches. We don't have aLLeY Control in this one as well. So potentially, we don't really know how good Røkkr are. They've just had their best map set so far in each series.
The good news for Røkkr, though, is in CDL's history, you're 7-1 against your opponent. Legion has only beaten Røkkr once of their 8 meetings, and if you're looking at the Legion's record, it's been abysmal. 16-48 map count since their last series, when 8-22 in Cold War, 2-23 in Vanguard, and now 0-3 in Modern Warfare 2. It's time to turn that around before you get into land, before you head down south. What would it mean to the team to walk away with a dub tonight?
I would just formally like to say, my bad, Vegas Legion, and all the numbers that Chris just dropped onto you. But to be honest, for the amount of wins that they have to even have a win against Minnesota Røkkr in their overall standing, I mean, hey, at least there's one there, right? When they go against Atlanta FaZe, they're on like an 11-loss streak. But for the Vegas Legion, to be honest, numbers-wise, it doesn't look that terrible for them in this matchup, especially in that hard point. They really just have to focus their rotations a little bit more, and they may be able to steal the 2 away in maps 1 and 4. But right now, it's about the longevity for them when it comes to Search and Destroy, because Minnesota has a 91% first blood conversion rate when it comes to Search and Destroy. So Vegas Legion cannot get picked early.
I want to see the snipes. Bring them back out, Clayster. Speaking of Clayster, this is an old school duo now in a matchup against each other again. Clayster and Attach playing together 24 events together. They won that championship back in AW for Denial. Talk to me about the old heads that are showing down in this match.
Yeah, you know what's funny about this one now, though, is that Attach is now an AR, right? Attach was the main SMG when he was teaming back with Clayster. They did so much damage together. They know how each other play. But in this matchup, Clay's got his work cut out for him. You know, I'm looking at this team, and I think the biggest issue has been their control. They've been so bad in that game mode. 2-9 round count. The team just can't win a defense. That's unacceptable. Like, that game mode has to be the swing one for them. And when I look at this team, nobody plays like a rat. You have to take your time. They got their work cut out for them up against a guy like Afro, who's been the best at that position so far.
If you're watching the series yesterday, Temp came out swinging for Vegas. We'll see if he can do it once again against Minnesota. Let's take a look at our 5-game series coming your way. It all starts with aBeZy. We go to LSU for Search and Destroy. Fortress 4 Control. That game 3 could be pivotal in this matchup. But if Vegas can steal the hard point, what are the chances on LSU? Is this a good sniper map?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good situation for Legion, right? Like, you go into this, you use your research from the last couple of games, and the trends that Røkkr has come in with, they're no longer here. Like, they've lost all of their opening hard points. What we've seen out of Legion is they are a formidable aBeZy hardpoint team. In scrims in the beginning, they were great at that map. They can come out, they win that. I actually like them on the respawns in this.
That's our maps and modes presented by GMC Hummer EV. Welcome to the Call of Duty League Hummer. It's awesome to have you on board. aLLeY, as we jump into this first series of the day, we've got 4 loaded up before we head down south. Give me the prediction. I need not just the winner, the map count as well.
The map count as well. I'm going to go with Minnesota Røkkr 3-1, but I will say if there's any upsets today, I'd prefer it to be this one for Vegas Legion.
All right. Get weird, Vegas. I'm ready.
Yeah, I actually put Minnesota down earlier, but after seeing the maps and thinking it through, getting ready, I'm going with the Legion. I think the Legion take this in a 3-1 fashion. Just keeping it above.
Fire.
You're switching from your Twitter prediction.
Yeah, I am.
So which one's official, though?
The Las Vegas.
Because he always picks both winners. I like this.
That's
He's
not
going
true.
Vegas.
I've never done that.
He's going Minnesota. I'm calling Minnesota to take the #1 seed with a 4-0 finish. We'll see if they can get it done. We got our casters loading up and getting ready for the day. Welcome to the show, Miles and Chance. How we doing on this beautiful Sunday?
We are doing absolutely fantastic, Chris. Thank you so much, Des. An exciting opener to our show today, mate, and a very cool matchup, Chance.
A very fun one as well, like the last opportunity to actually look at these teams the final day of matches before we actually go into Raleigh. And obviously on the side of the Legion, it would be very nice for them to actually end like this little spree, the 2-week span, on a positive note and have something to like look forward to, because so far they've been a little bit down.
Yesterday was the toughest day we've seen out of Vegas, but today is a new day. Now, can Minnesota Røkkr go perfect in the run-up to Raleigh? That is another big question there. I think the expectations are very, very high for the squad. For Vegas, though, I mean, look, Chance, early expectations for Vegas were good, right? The hardpoint scrims were looking sweet. And yeah, we're talking about practice. Practice, yes, talking about practice. But at the same time, you've got very capable players on this team. And again, it's a matter of time before they click, surely.
Yeah, surely, right? I guess that would be the expectation. Or again, if they're not able to start finding these positive notes, I mean, that's the type of thing that, like, confidence is everything in Call of Duty. That has a massive impact. So it's not easy to be a team that's 0-3, to be winless in a moment like this. So again, if they're looking for some positive signs, like, they had a great series against the Florida Mutineers. Like, they had great opportunities to beat them, especially in the Game 5 S&D. And if you could take down Florida potentially in S&D, that means you have a lot of potential as a squad. I know really Control has been the sore spot for this one, but it's just sort of a dangerous matchup, in my opinion, to have to end it on. I know Nameless does bring up a great point about, like, fresh maps for Minnesota Røkkr. Like, it's a bit of a new look for the squad. So we've seen guys like Afro and Cammy completely popping off for the team, but maybe map specific things. So I do think there's the opportunity for Vegas to try to show them something. But obviously, if you're talking about favoritism, where most people's bets are going to lie, I mean, Røkkr have just looked super clean.
The return of Cammy, I think, has been one of the talking points for Røkkr as well. Obviously, the big change to the weapons we use is helping Afro quite a lot. And when it comes to attach, Chance, it was about halfway through the Vanguard season, we really started to see him pop off and get comfortable in that AR role. But here we're looking at Afro once again, who's been a stunning addition to the Minnesota Røkkr roster, of course, coming in from the London Royal Ravens last season. Overall chance of 1.27, not bad for a couple of weeks of intense play.
No, not at all. And just for the fact, like, obviously it's super early on. They've only played 30 series, and like, until the actual major happens, there's no reason to dish out the actual title of like, yo, this guy's the best player in the game. But certainly Afro has done well enough that the expectation is that he's going to be in that conversation if his gameplay translates to land, because he has been an absolute animal. I still like the comparison, and I don't think this is going to go away from me for a long time, of just because Cammy and Bance are coming from that old Toronto Ultra squad. I mean, they, like, for Bance, he's the type of guy that's the setup man, where the comms are going to be good. Cammy's the guy that's going to be slaying. And they made Insight, or like helped him look like the absolute clutch god. Like that was part of the dynamic that they had. And KleanX was looking like one of the best SMGs in the world. So I think Bance and Cammy are in effect bringing that dynamic to the new organization. And at least this early on, Afro has just looked like that guy. Like I think especially when he jumped on the scene in the Cold War season, like this superstar sort of potential was always evident, but I mean, so far he has shined even brighter. And if he can continue that consistency, again, it's sort of like the transformation and the elevation of a player to that next level.
I'm not sure what we're waiting on. There's been a
attach. I think it's attach. What is going on?
There's a funny little reaction on the bottom side of the screen there for the Røkkr players who are very, you know, there was an Afro. I'm pretty sure he screamed, "Sit down, man." But now we're ready to go. It looks like attach is here now. Hot to trot. Welcome back, mate.
Thank God.
Let's see what happens now. Vegas, though, patiently waiting above. Again, a team that I think is a nervous tension in the air. Obviously, for players like Priestahh, one of the greatest to ever do it. You know, a serious contender for the GOAT status, it has to be said. But for now, I mean, Vegas, a win here would be essential. You don't want to continue to have this form of a squad that can't seem to pick up wins, have to go to these game 5s, still fall out there. Vegas Legion, this is the strongest looking roster they have had since, I mean, 2020. I would like to see a change here for the entire organization and a turnaround for these players indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's now time to get the day started. Embassy Hardpoint will be our first map, and it is bound to be an absolute bloodbath. Let's get it.
And it is incredibly important for Vegas Legion to get off to a hot start right on Embassy. I mean, obviously against FaZe, it did not go particularly well, but you did have like signs of life. Like Temp was absolutely slaying like crazy on this map, and there is the potential for this team. The downside though, if they like continue to lose their map ones, again, Røkkr incredibly dangerous in search and destroy. I think at the moment Vegas have only won 2 rounds of control at all, and not even a single defense. So they're like 2-9 on round count. So if your control is that bad, you got to make sure you come off to a hot start with a dangerous S&D team. So this hard point for Vegas, I mean, you know, kind of close to a must win in my mind.
I like the sound of that one. Close to a must win, and so far so good. Røkkr with the early time as the opening battle now for that mid-map control. ProLoot, a lot of questions yesterday in his gameplay so far. Things looking fine. Siege feeling himself already. It's good kills out of Vegas, finding them all over the shop. Not a huge amount of time garnered for them, but again, P1, not an easy place to get a lot of time here on Embassy Chance.
Not at all. I mean, TJ is doing the right thing, just sort of roaming around looking for the kills, and when the kills come through, then you can actually make the move to jump inside the hard point. But even if you jump inside and get a couple of them, yeah, Afro will take the free 2-piece and turn around. So nothing too crazy for the moment, except actually for the fact that Minnesota Røkkr, I think they just straight up got the back right spawns getting set up over there for P2, so they get handed that gift, and we'll see if they can actually make use of it. Clayster, though, in the back, as long as he's alive, Vegas have potential. He gets dropped. Røkkr's turn.
Big wins out of Bance there. 2-spree for him. That concussion grenade will blow his face clean off, and there's the cleanup from TJ. Now pressure on was the hard point. Afro's up next, 4-spree, looking for a couple more. Eyes on these players from Vegas as they now make their way in. ProLoot managing to hit the back, getting those kills, getting forward. But again, it's a solid lineup there from Minnesota Røkkr. No one getting too close. Able to get in the hard point once again. Bance, even under the cover of fire. So good looks out of Røkkr, not being deterred by the pressure from Vegas.
And again, I mean, they're just making use of the good spawns that they got, playing it fairly well, clearing out the back. But Vegas at least striking back. It took 35 seconds to actually make that happen. But if they can win these gunfights like Temp is doing over towards New, there's potential. Great reads on the ladder as well. And I know Temp is going to fall, but he did his job, got the 2 kills, opened up the map for his SMGs to rotate right into the hard point. Now it's Vegas' turn to try to lock this down.
He's got to hold it. He's got to hold these stairs. His teammates are here. Hard point is up, and this is a good look out of Vegas Legion so far. Not a fantastic P2. Over towards third now we go. We call it servers. Up top here by the AC unit, and so far it's a solid bit of work on the row and on the rotation. In here comes Cammy. Buying forward, looking for these kills. Pressure now getting close to the hard point. Not a lot of trophies in place, if any. So now you're on the point. Vegas about to concede this one, and it's a break. It's a break from Røkkr.
Oh, that is actually tragic. I, funnily enough, see a trophy right there in front of Clayster, a little bit of ways from the hard point. So that is absolutely one of the ways to break server, but Clayster strikes right back down until the trophies turns out to be the bane of their existence. In terms of slaying, though, I mean, already nice little bounce back. I know Prolute and TJ did not have a good run of it. And obviously KiSMET bouncing back as well. 11 kills for the moment, leading the lobby. And now the gunfight's on rotation. The 10 seconds of scrap go to Vegas, trying to hold these back spawns for new as well, but TJ gets caught in La La Land, so Røkkr, they'll take the swing. It's been first hill for Vegas, second hill for Minnesota Røkkr. Nice little back and forth battle we got.
Yeah, good back and forth. This is exactly what you want to be seeing here for the Vegas fans. And on the hard point we now go, there's the contest, and it's furious on the approach.
Okay.
Great work. Fantastic break there from Vegas. Can they hold it on? Yeah, they can. Clean forward down. Look at that setup now. Across the map they go. Good looks, Vegas.
Dude, that was instant as well. Trying to get the setup of like Røkkr starting to get in the hard point. They went all of the initial gunfights and just get broken down instantly. So nice little pacing moment for Vegas Legion. And hey, good trades as well. Prolute and TJ, that little duo showing up and making moves. Now Bance 5 and 11. Well, he's going to fall to 5 and 12. 24 seconds of scrap time by way of Vegas. Now, honest God, they have built themselves a sizable lead.
That was a great hold as well. I mean, they identified where the attack was coming from inside Embassy, not from the outside. A beautiful bit of work there from Afro as well, but nice hold there from Vegas on the inside of Embassy. Now, though, over towards the kitchens, Attach is going to be the man in there. 5 and 11 from him. Slow start for Røkkr here in the hard point. We'll see that likely turn around here. Solid chain from Vegas would have been good here to keep that lead going, but over to Røkkr, into the kitchen. Here comes the time.
And always a fun player to pay attention to. Bance in the feed. He's been bouncing back and forth between attack and the Vastnev, but now you actually see Røkkr have a decent chunk of map control, pushed out a bunch of different cuts, and Bance is at the very least just buying a little bit of time. Now you know you only have to look really 2 directions. It's pretty much just forward. So Afro playing the off angle for the trades, and can't see through the nade smoke, but team kill coming right there through Vegas. Hey, the hold is good. An unfortunate teamwork moment right there for the Legion. Røkkr taking full advantage. It's been a near perfect 60 so far.
It's what you expect here in MW2. A solid setup will get the job done every day of the week. And so far, Afro is making them fans weak at the knees because he's putting on quite the show right now. Force spree. Temp ends it from up top. But again, the damage being dealt there. So a player we've talked about again and we'll continue to talk about until he disappoints us in some way. But Afro looking great so far.
Absolutely. And Temp playing a cheeky little spot, by the way, towards the back of the map. That is slightly new for me. I didn't know about it until like a week ago, but it absolutely pays off if you're playing in the mosh pit. It will always catch players off guard. But back towards that first hill we go. And I'd say overall, Vegas has certainly played better. Just one poor hill where they got full 60 is the only reason this game is so close. But even just in the slang column, they've been on point. That'll be another 3-man wipe, and it'll be Afro, last man standing. Spinning in circles, you're trying to buy time, and certainly the movement looks good. The kills are there. There's a point where Afro just needs a little bit of help.
Clay, not to be fooled by the moves. He's seen it all, done it all. Looking to do it again here now under the Vegas Legion roster. Nice stick there from Attach, keeping the kills going, but you still have a very sizable lead for Vegas Legion here in Embassy. And if they can keep this going, Chance, get these sort of late breaks, get that time towards the end of each hard point, even when the rotations, that is magic for them. Unlucky timing. Temp, dead silence, roaming around top side of the Embassy. That's going to be all good for them now. Hard points up. Vegas looking for the break.
Hey, this is actually kind of hilarious. Temp has gotten 3 kills in the meantime, but Røkkr were just like continuously spawning up over towards P2, but it ends up panning out. Temp is towards the back. He's got a gunfight in the hill though with Cammy, and they just end up winning them all. TJ last man standing. I mean, that's just a moment for Temp where he picks up 3 kills, and just because of where the spawns were coming in, I mean, not properly blocked right there for Vegas Legion, so just completely ineffectual of locking this hill down. So Røkkr taking full advantage of that, and funnily enough, Bance is 9 and 21. I mean, not quite triple negative, but not super far from it. He falls again, and it's only a 14-point game.
Oh no, this is the rise of the Røkkr now. If TJ wins this fight, no, he can't. Cammy holds on. A decent amount of contest time, but that is going to be a big swing. We will eventually see the lead change. Minnesota Røkkr back in this.
Yeah, Vegas and Temp as well doing the exact same thing he was doing last time. The exchange if you don't get P2. Trying to lock down AC, and a couple of the entry kills were nice, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. Good news is you at least have the trophy this time for protection, but Prolute still the pressure on. He's going to get traded. But honestly, it's going to be a bit of a battle back and forth. Honestly, having that trophy advantage for Vegas is going to pay off.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt to Clay there. Easy moves there. Oh no, from the inside from Cammy. Big work. The hold is fantastic. Røkkr, don't let anything get through. A slight lead for Vegas. It is soon to dissipate. Can Clay get there in time? Flying forward. Trophies are going to soon be running out now for Røkkr on the point. A big win from Clayster. Stops the time immediately. Tie game. There's another battle. Attached there too fast.
It's just not enough. I mean, you get double trophies in the setup. You get there early on. You get a couple of those cutoff kills, and eventually you just get overwhelmed. Not nearly enough pressure to keep Vegas away from the point, and now it's a moment back over towards at least bottom PD on this new hill. You see Røkkr desperate for those back spawns. TJ attempting to clear it out, and that's a nice check for the first one. And it looks like those back spawns should be by way of Legion. How long, though, does it take them to break inside?
Yeah, this is one of the great break we saw in the first set of hard points. So I'm looking very solid again. Solid effort out of Vegas Legion. Backline now from Priestahh. Any more out of this one? No. Of course, the backdoor temp caught throwing the nade. That was almost very unfortunate. But his teammates are finding the time and they're finding the kills. Vegas looking to take the lead back 1 second at a time.
Yeah, much better about rotating this hill. They have been 2 for 2. Plenty of time to work with, though. So still need to convert. A lot of fast nems popping up in the feed, but obviously the main ARs trying to lock down the back, and that is beamy from attached to take the next man down. TJ does have a little bit of support in Placer in this moment, but that is a lot of doorways to watch. Double chow comes through. Doesn't matter. TJ there for 2 to take him down, and Bance the next man in line to fall. Røkkr on this hill have just been getting completely outslayed.
Vintage Teej right now. It's been a while since we've been able to call that one out as TJ and Clay now holding down the hard point. Vegas back in the lead, looking to the rotation as well, and they are across map and they are looking for it. Can they win this and start to chain these points together? Røkkr now on the comeback.
Bance maybe thinking about a play with Dead Silence as well. Climbs the ladder. He's definitely the front man up, so the left side of the map is open. He maybe wants to take a moment to flank or just jump in the stairwell, so this is very much readable. Temp is ready in that corner, but if there's no trophies for the moment, maybe enough to do damage, but that's not the case. Got to full send it, and Temp was right there waiting.
Temp wins one, attached with smooth moves with the SMG in hand, like the days of old. Afro's up next, wins against ProLuke. The break is not done yet, though. TJ's still here, fighting fit. Crossfire there from Cammy. Into the hard point go Røkkr.
That's a big win as well. Again, Afro the man that picks up 2 and causes the problems of guys for Vegas having to spin in circles and look both directions. A team kill though there for Cammy. So attach, I guess we get to find out how clutch he is every chow coming through, and the jump is too perfect. Final 10 seconds there should go to Vegas. Again, it is a little bit of a lead they have, but this game is looking like it might just end on P2, and that is where Røkkr have been perfect. That's going to be the situation where Vegas need to try to make up for it. Unfortunately, that is not the good spawn for them. Bance already just going to be gifted behind enemy lines.
Cameron McGilligan has not seen where Placer was. There he is. A typical thing to spot players sometimes here in MW2. An open hard point for now. Players will shuffle. The battle is certainly going to be for P2 here in the final set here on aBeZy. Trophy systems have been the bane of Vegas Legion's hard point so far. Hopefully, the timing is right here and they can get something going. Top aBeZy side now is attached, doing what we can to lock this down. It's done. Vegas with the right side of the map.
And again, they have the right side of the map now, but consistently giving up those P2 spawns that Røkkr have taken full advantage of. So right now, as long as they make up for that, they win the game. How did number 7? Did he spawn there? Did Bance actually just spawn in the back?
I think he did!
Every time.
Benjamin Bance holding the back. Now he's got the top as well. Oh my word. Armed now for every encounter he could possibly ask for. Right hand side of the map now belongs to Røkkr. Spawns are flipped. Good luck, have fun. As the collective Vegas Legion fans around the world are all clenched. Now one decent approach is all they need. Can they get in there? Clay's in trouble. Bance now on the pinch. Nearly gets beamed out. Oh dear. The pinch is done. The hard point is still open and Vegas still have the lead.
Well, and maybe good news for Legion, they have the lead, and you're at least keeping Røkkr out of the hill for the moment, and maybe can rotate over towards AC, because Røkkr can't win it here. And it's a little bit of contest time coming through, so this is good moves. The AR trying to hold it down for Vegas, keep these players pinned back. You get the big 3 out of Temp and Placer, and you dominate this P2 hill. Vegas Legion, they're looking like they're going to get it done.
Not done yet. Not over yet. Røkkr, one more big wind-up punch. Afro with the 2-piece from the front line, trying to get it done himself. TJ on the cross, gets at least one. Pressure now on. Clay with the trays. It once again Afro in the feed. Looking to get that bit closer to the hard point. They've got in for now. Not enough, though. The rotation is on. Vegas could do it here.
And it is still the full setup as well. 2 players over by this actual AC unit. They don't have a trophy in the hill just yet, which is not ideal, but you can snake this all day long. ProLuke just needs to play his life. The ladder side is, well, it's open, but it's more or less covered. Pressure's coming from behind him.
Here we go. Time's ticking. Røkkr got to get moving. Got to get going. TJ buying time. Afro now finds the kill. Com's got to be on point. Oh, my word. Top side. The kills are there. Temp's got to hit the ladder ASAP. Get in this one. It's 2 seconds for the dub, baby. That should be GG. Vegas Legion take map number 1.
That is exactly what they needed, and that is exactly what they got. A map 1 victory, signs of life for Vegas, and in all honesty, played the map pretty well through and through. Certainly the slang much better than it was just yesterday on aBeZy as well. And I mean, TJ having a great one, Claystraw off to a hot start. Him and Temp were consistent the entire time. I mean, I know quite a few times it was just like, you know, gifted spawns for the Røkkr over towards the P2 hill, but outside of that, Vegas were pretty clean the entire time. So I know a tight game, maybe moments of inefficient kills, but hey, they got the job done. Great damage out of TJ as well. Gotta tip it, 33 with 4K damage done. That's the SMGs putting in some serious work for Vegas.
What a bounce back, man. What a turnaround for Vegas. Brilliant work. We saw Teach time again. That's inside aBeZy hardpoint. It was so hard for Røkkr to effectively clear those corners. They didn't really have a, you know, a solid approach to that hardpoint, and Vegas played them every single time there. Brilliant work indeed. The major consideration, I think, for Vegas here was like trophy you. I wish they would get those trophies down. They never quite seemed to be there when they really needed them, especially on the top AC hill here, the servers. Apart from that, though, Chance, I mean, decent work out of Vegas. There was a bit of a lull moment there, you know, earlier on in the hard point, but Røkkr on the back foot seemingly every step of the way. The slaying was there from Afro. Apart from that, though, a great work out of Vegas Legion.
No, you're right. You know, a few hiccups here and there, whether it be just like the trophies, unfortunate spawns, or just not blocking them properly. Like, there's definitely things Vegas can look back on the VOD and improve on this game, but ultimately played it well. I mean, got the job done and took down a solid Røkkr team. And I will say, this makes Nameless's analysis that much more interesting. Of like, he swapped his pick as soon as he saw the maps come through. A couple different variations from Røkkr, a few different brand new looks, and I mean, at least early on, the potential for that call is certainly there. And again, if you just want to stick with the sort of base level, we're looking for signs of life out of Legion, looking for them to get their first win. Job done on map 1, and a decent bit of excitement as well. That's it for the hard point. To LSCO we go. And again, I think the expectation is that Vegas is a dangerous S&D team. Røkkr, possibly even more so.
We'll find out. This we've got an update from stats. Tim says that Røkkr, they've lost all map 1s in every qualifier they've played thus far, which actually I think reminds me of Toronto Ultra from at least the Cold War season, I think, who didn't win a single map 1 in most of their series. But they would end up winning the series, you know?
Well,
you could never
in Vanguard, it happened as well when they lost like 14 straight hard points in a row. So that included a bunch of map 1s as well. So yeah, it's a bit of the old Toronto Ultra special for sure. So
I'm starting to see some recurring themes here, and I'm looking at the bottom side of the screen. It's those lads. Those boys don't enjoy map 1s. That's it. It's got to be it, surely. But as you said, Chance, a must-win there for Vegas, and having that hard point in the bag is going to be a good thing. Control's not going to be easy. The search and destroy, though, we'll see what happens here. Røkkr, a very, very capable search and destroy team. They've proved it time and time again. Even the sort of makeup of the team on paper, they were always going to be a good search team. Is that going to be the case today?
Well, we get to find out. LSCO, obviously a map where you do have quite a few different options. There's a handful of themes, like maybe the fight for tower control on the outside of the map. Always going to be ARs posted up on the top AC, just above where the B bomb side is, and also SMGs just running amok inside the middle of the building now that the Vastnev is back in action over towards the A bomb site. So a lot of different options, a lot of different ways you can play it, an opportunity for your playmakers to shine. And honestly, it is incredible S&D playmakers on both sides of the, I don't know, metaphorical, the pretend stage that we have here at the top side and bottom side of your screen. So it's going to be a fun look. And again, if the control is sort of a poor spot right now for Vegas, I think this map 2 really just sort of sets up the scene. Either if Vegas get the win, you're feeling incredible, because worst case scenario is a map 5. They've obviously already won the hard point, and if that means they won the first search, they can do it again. And for Røkkr, feeling comfortable potentially about that map 3. Obviously, it's not necessarily easy if it's a brand new sort of like map for us to actually see them play, but they win this S&D, obviously they will be the boosted. They'll be back to normal. That's the Røkkr special at this point.
That's the Røkkr special. So if you are following the script thus far, Minnesota Røkkr, the favorites coming into this to take the search and destroy here on aBeZy. Cameron McGilligan wants 1.31 in search and destroy. He's been an absolute demon. He has been just that ever since Cold War. We really turned heads, a little more quiet throughout the Vanguard year, moments of brilliance here or there. Let's see what he can bring here against Vegas Legion. We'll start off with Vegas here on defense.
And it looks like Røkkr have no interest on the outside portions of the map. It might just be right down the pipe, trying to hit the middle of the map. And again, SMGs, but funnily enough, Clayster. Interesting spot to snipe from. Player up top, though, that an interesting angle. Maybe that guy's just a little bit too far back, and they're just not able to spot each other. The first blood, Bance is going to fall, and Vegas clearly have the setup that they want.
Yeah. TJ Haley playing an off angle through at the middle corridor there. Temp. Patience, waiting for the perfect moment. Strikes. Fantastic work. Attach is now coming, some spotted out as well, now fully stunned. Temp will likely push the advantage here or wait for the teammates to show up. It's going to be a crossfire. Not a lot. Attach can do a flawless round from Vegas.
That was super easy reads on that for Temp. I mean, it was perfect. Can't ask for anything more. Perfect patience on Cammy. As soon as he baits out, he just gets caught. So Cammy, I don't know, maybe needs to lean just a little bit closer to his monitor to try to spot these players on the rocks, and just perfect stun as well. So incredibly standard, typical stuff right there from Temp. Got the job done.
Calm focus across the entirety of the Vegas Legion roster, especially TJ.
Especially TJ.
Truly ready to go to war today. Here we go. Minnesota Rocket now. We'll see them on defense. Cammy's up. Snipes in hand. And, oh, wow, the angle there could have been sweet. Not sure what you're going to catch with these players. The stuns check through mid. Nothing found whatsoever.
And Afro is by himself on this side. Obviously, he's got a lot of support of players looking down.
Slight obscured sight there. You can't see the player laying prone. ProLoop plays it brilliantly. Bance, though, a nice bounce back. He didn't spot Temp on the far left side, and it's going to cost him. There he is. He's down and out. Røkkr now down a man. Attach. Dead silence popped. Looking to get Temp. Guns are up. Temp still got stuff to throw at him. This is going to be a problem. TJ might be able to hit the play here. He's got a corner as well. Tough retake situation for Røkkr.
Yeah, and I think Attach may be looking for a pick or try to regroup with your teammate and Cammy finds the first one. You expect the bomb planter just to stay on site, and if the nade connects, that's the move. Make it play, try to kill him, or get gunned by ProLoop, but he is still one-shot. Cammy might just try to pounce on this and try to be a little bit quick, but time is ticking, and Cammy does not have a lot of it.
Oh, that's it. He spotted him out. ProLoop, I think he may have seen the ankles of Cammy there, so now with 15 seconds to go, there's no way he lets this happen. You can see the bomb through these little side check there. 9-8 ticking away. That's the round to Vegas. The kills as well. Viva Las Vegas! At least in the first few rounds anyway.
And that is clean work from ProLoop as well. Gets the first blood with a cheeky little drop shot. I actually don't know how Attach doesn't get that kill, because I guess the Semtex just barely did any damage to him, but delivers on site, clutches towards the end as well. So again, we talked about playmakers on both sides of the screen, I guess. I don't even know. ProLoop, very much that in search and destroy for the side of Vegas.
Cammy's 2 kills were sweet there, but again, just unfortunate not having the full knowledge of where ProLoop went. You can catch him out while he's weak like that. Yeah, I'd love to see it, but 2 magnificent rounds out of Vegas Legion so far. They are enjoying themselves here on aBeZy.
Again with the snipe, switching up the angle as well. So I guess they didn't get enough intel the first go around and mixing up the spots just a little bit. Typical stuff from Røkkr, though. More or less the same. Down towards A. Good luck with that one, and he doesn't need it. No luck, just gunny.
TJ! He's running amok. They can't stop him. He's too fast. Look how focused he is again. 35 on the clock. He's roaming. And there we go. Attach gets him back. Perfect trades though from Temp. 2v1 all down to Bance.
That's how it just ran out. Goes for the check. Beats the first. Didn't take any damage. And it's an AR that he's dealing with.
And Temp's got the high ground now to work with. 15 seconds. Bance is making a lot of noise. Temp absolutely dead silent. Here comes the kill. He's got to do this real quick. Run, Donnie, run. Can he make there in time? I think he may have just done it. Half a second to spare. I do believe the defuse is there. Another sensational round from Vegas Legion.
Man, beautiful stuff right there. I thought Bance had that in the bag because of how little time was on board. I mean, it made the initial play with the dead silence pop to clear the guy on bomb, and Temp was just nowhere to be found to actually help his teammate, but he was absolutely there to be found with the dead silence play in the final second just to have the freedom to go and hunt that man down. So dead silence, again, when it is used effectively, you just get the free flow. You can actually play search once you have it active. Temp delivers 5-1. Strong stuff early on in LCO.
I mean, we're talking immaculate work from Vegas Legion. No first bloods just yet. Slight exchange. Bance there with attack 56 down low. That's a ton of information, Chance, but not a whole lot happening here. Røkkr on defense, the 2-2 split, 2A, 2B. And it's looking a little iron boots before they're trying to make a move here.
Yeah, happy to play retakes, and maybe not a big fan, or maybe you don't even need to play the retake. A bit of Y peek there from ProLoot, and Bance again, the repositioning ends up being perfect, and he'll be repositioning once again. Meanwhile, this door has done great things for TJ. Maybe it'll be Attach's turn. 4v3 retake, at least a man advantage for Røkkr.
A bomb site, tiny little room with paper thin walls. You guess correctly on those corners, you're going to get him. Røkkr with a man advantage now. Play with his peek there, the shoulders out. The stun's going to slow him down, but for how long, we'll find out. 25 on the clock.
And Attach is still up top making plays. They're just waiting for the pinch. They're waiting for the pinch on site. Afro's going to be the first one to hit it. The swarm is in. Afro guns Clayster. Are just able to shoot him in the back. Man advantage used to perfection. And the timing on the swarm was key, right? They'd had a couple tacks and nades. Nobody on Røkkr overcommits. They had Attach in a great position, and maybe even waiting for the timing for a dead silence play as well. But, I mean, just well coordinated. Attach up top. Afro hits that back door from down low. And obviously you had Cammy and Bance right there waiting on the other side. As good as it gets. And that is truly a round where, I mean, the first blood is basically the difference maker that Bance got on ProLoot.
Oh, you called it the reposition. You know, Bance is effectively still watching exactly the same location for his team. He does it from a different spot after letting rip on that fire. The first little firefight he has. Little moves like that. Something that all players can take away. 3-1 still. Vegas Legion with that lead. Okay, Attach. Sweet nade to start things off. Places up top red. And this gunfight. Will he make the read here on Attach? No, he won't. Perfect work out of Røkkr so far. 2 players down for Vegas.
That is beautiful. I think they landed the nade, by the way, on like the catwalk connector in between money and like the top office areas. So very well coordinated. I mean, just a hard read to be able to get that first blood. And I know it's down to a 3 versus 2, so still a slight advantage, but you don't want to get caught. And instead it's Temp trying to get the nade that leaves TJ in the 1 versus 3. He has isolated this player though, so if you win the gunfight, Bance is throwing stuns. Maybe there's an opportunity, but Bance a little bit too quick with it. Gets out of dodge and goes for the reposition. Now he's got the help.
How clutch can TJ be? Bomb's going to be. Dead silence activated. I think the perfect time. He's able to move with total impunity across the map. Oh my god, he might catch Attach. He might be able to get there in time. Will he check this corner? Hello. Brilliant work. Oh no, did I break the back? No! Attach, he was there the whole time. Oh no! The faces of the Vegas players. Temp. I mean, it... Come on! That is so unfortunate, Teach. If he hadn't backed up, he would have smoked him.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's so frustrating. That's so frustrating for TJ.
It's crazy, too. I haven't seen him blink a single time, but he had to have just blinked in that moment or gotten, like, just weird timing on the turnaround. And the first time he closes his eyes in the past hour is exactly when the second man was on his screen. So, I mean, a good attempt, I guess, with the dead silence. Just super unfortunate about whatever happened in his brain for that second shell.
Whoa, back it up. Bance, 2-piece right off the rip. Are we about to see 3 straight here from Røkkr? Mr. Eubanks, a historically brilliant sniper in the Call of Duty world. Let's see if he can get this 1v4.
Yeah, definitely one of the best of all time with the boomstick in hand, but I feel like a 1v4 might be a bit of a tough task, especially in this game where it's kind of hard to really make plays with it.
Yeah.
Watch
Everyone's just
Clayster
lying
give
down.
call shot.
They're all lying down. There it is. Running out of options. It's 3 straight rounds for Minnesota Røkkr. They're starting to heat up. There's Vegas. I mean, an unfortunate start to the previous round. A great nade takes ProLoot out of the equation. This time around it was Bance with attack 56 who just rips 2 players off. Time for an adjustment for Legion.
I think maybe the adjustment is probably for Clayster to put the sniper away as well. Obviously, he knows best and can do what he wants, but 1 and 4 for the moment. Don't believe he's gotten a pick with it just yet. On the flip side, when the other team is getting hot, got to start making adjustments, and they're switching up. This is going to be a quick B hit, but there's the adjustment. Clay puts it away and gets the first blood.
Clay knows the pressure's on its way. Again, reposition, allowing Temp to cover his tactical retreat now. And Clay's going to take a big old lap around Mount Doom on the left-hand side. expecting the pressure towards B, and rightfully so. ProLu on the inside here. You're waiting for the moves, but it's dead silence from Bance with bomb. He might be able to plant this. No. Spotted out by KiSMET. Big work out of Vegas.
And at least that's the call for Vegas to try to swarm on this site. You see a flank coming through. You got Clay potentially dealing damage with the nade on one side. That's a weird bounce for the frag to hit.
Super weird bounce.
You see the idea across the map. Everybody's there, but Afro with the Vaznev at range. Good lord.
He's just that guy. So's ProLu. 3v2. 2v2. Goes the backside. No, it's all down to ProLu now. The 1v1 against the most clutch player in Call of Duty history, and he's got dead silence, and ProLu surely knows that. He's trying to play this aggressively, and I love it. They've just passed each other. Spotted him. Spotted him. ProLu on it. This time not to be fooled, and the time works out as well. Vegas, they will take the lead.
Call of Duty timing at its finest for ProLu to be able to make that move. I'm going to be honest, that almost looked like just a tragedy to see ProLu with the Vaznev throw a trophy in that moment, because I was like, oh, he can't make a Deddy play. Like, this might just be a wrap because Attach has the freedom, but he delivers. I mean, massive plays in that round to be able to pick up the 3 kills that he got and the defuse as well. ProLu has single-handedly won his team a few different rounds.
And that's a little bit of magic, baby, as you roll the dice. You put it all on red. It worked out for Vegas. I'm running out of gambling lines. I'm not that guy. Don't worry. We'll do our homework for Raleigh. Here we go. 4-3. You're on Hellasilo.
No first blood just yet. I mean, Bance has been just jumping back and forth with attack through this middle lane. Those are great nades, though, that don't connect at all. So maybe not great nades. At least the stun is going to hit, but Bance otherwise just able to walk it off. Definitely going to be an A hit for the moment, and it is again Afro effectively by himself, face into a desk.
Here he goes. Noise. Hello. Sneaky Afro. Sneaky Afro. No, it's not so sneaky. Tej right through the door might have terrified him enough to get the 3v3.
Cammy's dead silence just wore off right at the potential worst possible moment. Bance finds a pick. I think it was Cammy versus Clay. Cammy gets back down, but you do have the man advantage and plenty of time. Røkkr have been on point with the retakes. This time they got a triangle around the map. Dead
silence activated for Clay, making as much noise and space as he can across the map. Bance the same thing. He got that kill. He reset his 30 seconds before that bomb goes boom, and Vegas find themselves on map point. You backed up. You clean up this side of the map now for Vegas. It's all on Clay and TJ to hold this one down. Here comes the check. Cammy's going to fly around that corner. Big win from Clay. Should be able to get out with his life. 15 seconds. Onto the bomb set you go. Tej gets 2. Beautiful. It's map point. Vegas Legion.
Absolutely beautiful. Even in the 2 versus 3. I think KiSMET had an engagement with Cammy up top, but KiSMET at least backs him down. Again, Cammy's timing on the dead silence. Super unfortunate that it runs out as soon as you actually get to that door, but then after the fact, KiSMET pops a dead silence of his own, completely disappears, and Røkkr have to spend so much time grouping up together to try and hunt Clay down. And as soon as he picks up that first kill on Cammy and then gets out with his life, I mean, too much pressure. Røkkr, too many different directions to look, and here we are, 1 round away for Vegas going up 2-0 in the series.
Unreal stuff. And this is the way the first round looked. Right back at it. Perfect time to throw Røkkr for a loop. Bance, whoa!
Goodbye.
See ya, brother. What is this from Clay? Magnificent.
Oh, there we go.
That's 2 back-to-back. We asked for the 4 before. We might be getting it here. Afro still has bomb. Cutting through mid. Oh my god, the timing. He doesn't see KiSMET. Oh my god. He does that time, but the shot will give him up. Clay gets another. It's 3 for Clay with the snipe. I don't believe it. Charles, I don't believe it. Is Clay going to do this? The answer is maybe. In the final round, the ace for KiSMET. And the crowd goes wild. Vegas Legion 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, that was waiting for it. I waiting for something there towards the end. Dude, I mean, just straight up, good S&D the entire time out of the Vegas Legion. They have, like, ProLu single-handedly winning them rounds earlier on where he's picking up first bloods, getting 3 kills, like, playing off the diffuses towards the end, or at least, like, around the bomb. Good work there. Røkkr start making the adjustments. It's Bance that starts getting those first bloods. And as soon as we're pointing out, like, all right, Clayster's got the snipe, he's 1-4, maybe try to switch things up, puts it away, immediately gets the first blood. ProLoot again delivers in that round. And obviously Clayster towards the end pulls the snipe back out, ends up working perfectly for him. So great adjustments on that end. TJ again, fantastic map 1, fantastic map 2 as well, had 9 kills, and even big trades as well, like on the A site when you know, Afro's doing those sneaky little plays. TJ's there for the aggressive chows after the fact. So quite literally, as good as it gets for Vegas Legion. You take Røkkr down in the S&D. You've already taken him down in the hard point. 2-0 lead in the series for the team that is 0-3 to take down the team that is currently at the top of the standings. Vegas, so close to having that last like jolt of positivity before round.
The bad news is it is now time to play Control on Fortress. That's the bad news. Everything was looking up. It was going so well. But hey, man, what do they say about gambling? You should quit while you're ahead. Well, we're going to quit while we're ahead as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to now go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, Fortress Control here in the CDL.
Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric supercharger.
Hi, neighborinos, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Vegas Legion, Minnesota Røkkr now going into Game 3 with Vegas up by 2. An exciting turnaround. And for some predictions, we are smiling. However, again, the tough time of the series, Chance, we go to Control, we go to Fortress, and this is where Røkkr truly have the advantage. I think statistically and spiritually.
Yes. Well, it is interesting. Again, Nameless's analysis was just for the fact that it's been nothing but LSCO control for Minnesota Røkkr, so they've looked fantastic. Brand new map we actually don't know what to expect, and obviously a very defense-heavy map. Then on the side of the Vegas Legion, they've only won 2 rounds of control so far, so maybe this would just be a map that, again, because of the way it plays, sets you up for good opportunities long-term. Again, sort of that battle. Potentially, it's not nearly as extreme as Gavutu, like by no stretch of the imagination, but there is very much the element of the we want the defense for the round 5. So it is the segment game that we will be keeping close attention to. But I gotta say, on the side of Vegas Legion for the bounce back, I mean, I don't know if you've seen TJ's face this entire time, but he is clearly a student of Marcus Aurelius, because that stoicism is second to none.
Oh, mate. It never gets old because you catch me out last every time. Ah, here we go. Control. We've seen some unbelievable games of Control thus far on Fortress. This is a clean work out of Cammy and Afro. Woo. An even better work out of Clay and Temp. Cleans the point. You do manage to get a full segment on A, though. That was a fast stack and a lot of work done there. You're going to clean out that second segment for Vegas now. And good luck, Clay. Here they come.
Yeah, the subs to Ray here with the Vastnef, so you can pull something off. That trophy working overtime, and that is a clean 3 down. That is Røkkr now as stuck in your spawn as you're going to get. And I mean, it is a perfect setup right now for Vegas Legion.
I don't think anyone can ever make a case for not running trophy. He's got another one. Look, he's set. Back on up, runner. Let's just stay alive. Nice reposition from Priestahh. He's not moving a lot, but the work being put in from Vegas Legion now, glorious. A 5 there for Priestahh and 2s for Temp and TJ.
Hey, those arrows haven't moved. There is no reason for the arrows on Vegas Legion to move. This is the setup. This is what you want to do. It is nearly impossible to break down, but the start of it is definitely just a gun players to bed. If Afro doesn't get that entry, there is nowhere for Røkkr to go, but at least now they can try to get out towards B.
That's such a nice setup there for Vegas Legion. Again, you fill those holes as soon as any water starts leaking out. Great hold there from Vegas Legion. 10 seconds left, though. You've managed to let Røkkr out. Will they take this opportunity they've got by the scruff of the neck? Uh-oh. Second segment gunshots. We're flying in. Gotta go.
Do not work from that far away. And obviously, if Røkkr, they have Tim and Eric on the point, or at least they had them. And the wallbangs look good. And Clayster stops it in the nick of the time. The instant shall, and he gets it done. 8 seconds left. Legion might have stopped the extra segment. Might have just made him play the winner round. And Clay gets it done.
That was some big time Daddy Clay play. Pixel perfect jump onto the point for the contest there, not to mention the gunny. I mean, that was an outstanding round. How to play Fortress Control. McClace's POV alone. Much to be learnt there. I'll be in the mosh pit the second the matches are done today.
Also, for what it's worth, Miles, Tim and Eric, I think it was Tim and Eric, super deep cut. Also might have gotten the names wrong, so that might have just confused everybody listening to this. But double trophies. Shout out to Nadeshot back in Ghost. Either way, though, the stoicism of TJ leading the way, and by leading the way, I definitely mean Clayster in that round. Not quite able to connect with the actual kill streak, so no precision, but still in a good enough spot, down by 2 ticks, but Slang has been on point.
Outstanding work so far.
Also, they're completely out.
Yep. I mean, you've got a deep defense right here for Minnesota Røkkr, and it's attached. And he's checked the wrong corner. And now he's letting fire. And TJ's going to come around and absolutely slap him. He's done it. Oh, my word. Not quite finishing the capture, though. Here comes the counterattack from Minnesota Røkkr, trying to get TJ off this point. And TJ, he's found his corner. He's pretty comfy, but lovely bait and switch there as Afro and Bance will clean the point.
And I guess that worked out. That is a dangerous setup, I'd say, for Minnesota Røkkr, just to leave a portion of that map open and have attached play on the deep steps. But it pays off. It's been perfect. No actual segment capture, and maybe Cammy potentially able to find his wheelhouse. He's up top, and he's got players down low. And look at those 4 arrows doing the exact same thing.
Well, what do you know? This seems to be the setup. This is the way things go. Now the question is, can you get enough stuff through those 2 doorways to break the trophy system and allow the gunfight to even take place? No, there's another trophy. Good luck. Have fun. There you go. You finally managed managed to get your way forward. You have to clear the stairwell out now. It's not as simple as just blasting forward. Afro's going to get pushed back with a nade. A little bit of damage. He's at the bottom of the stairs. Here comes the hit. 20-something seconds remaining. Vegas, one last attempt.
And I'll be honest with you, Miles, use the word fun, and I have spawned up on offense on this map when I am in the spawn trap. Fun is the last word that is on my mind, but definitely starting with F for sure. But again, there's just nowhere to go. I mean, Vaznev on the steps, the setup can be as predictable as possible. It just doesn't matter. The setup is too good as long as you have the trophies there. I mean, again, Minnesota showed off kind of the only way to get out of something like that is you just have to like open it just by gunning somebody. So you need the perfect shots, and unfortunately for Vegas, as good as round one was, even better for Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota with that 10-second window to make their way out. And they have got some additional segments captured. So again, looking towards the very important and coveted final round defense, Røkkr are currently winning that race. And yeah, I've seen it in the F word, Chance. It's frustrating.
Absolutely frustrating.
Right?
It's a little bit finicky on offense as well, because if you're not doing everything perfectly, it's not going to work out. So we'll see if they can have a non-finicky opening first break at least. And they're able to get out towards A. They got the trophy, and this is all 4 players here. So this could be a fast capture if they win like one or two of these gunfights.
It's a fast and fanciful fare right now for Minnesota Røkkr, and it's only getting more funky as the capture continues. First segment A cleaned up, and now Bance is truly running amok. My good God, this is a perfect time to go for a Minnesota Røkkr. Listen in.
He's one more. One shot to connect their side. Absolutely.
Come on, weak.
He can't push. Close their side. He's one shot.
Come on.
One more. Help me, guys. Help me.
He's top window temp. Trying to get to you.
Okay, yeah.
He could be top window.
Yeah, I'm trying to top bow. Donnie's top bow. Absolutely. Donnie is one shot top bow.
See me, bomb.
Yeah, close left maps as well.
I'm going right. Come right with me. I'll spawn. Come right.
Okay.
I'm fucked. I'll go maps.
Alright, listen. He's top window now.
Okay, I'll jump. I'm stunned.
I've got maps unless he jumps up top.
Got maps.
Yeah, unless he jumps up top. It could be top.
Oh, good.
Ready?
One stop.
Let me need. I'll wait. I'll jump across and get your camera.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he's close forge.
I might split maps to you guys then.
Yeah, he's top. Yeah, you could.
Forge is still pushed out, by the way.
Top dead.
Okay, nice.
I'm waiting for Forge to speak.
He's still almost dead. I think
He's Forge still. On the truck. Play on the truck.
Nice. Please cap A. Just play for A cap. Play for A cap.
Go close push.
We could go.
Close from maps.
Far left.
From maps.
Far left.
Far left A. I'm stunned. Push you. Weak. Him with one.
He's front truck. Get top.
Yeah, he's top. You see me?
You on the right?
That one's already low maps.
Low maps weak.
One's bottom art temp.
He just saw them up on the right.
Oh, it's alright, yeah, right on the stairs.
Come on, take your time again. Come on. Don't play right. Me and Ben are going to top.
Okay. I'm waiting on the right.
Right, Dom.
Stunned on the right.
And that's how difficult it can sound, Chance, to attack here on Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, Bance eventually used the right word that we were thinking of earlier, but it is an interesting conversation. I think it is like, certainly Røkkr are going to be talking about this one. I think of whether or not they should have just stacked a little bit heavier towards A zone right off the opening break, because they had a lot of potential, got a couple of those early kills, but played a bit more scattered. And maybe these guys trying to set themselves up long term, they obviously don't just want to get bombarded with nades, but I think maybe there was an opportunity there to actually get the full capture. But all things considered, still get an extra 2 ticks. They got that 4-segment lead over Vegas. And if that first defensive round they had was any indication, I mean, it was effectively flawless. And if they set something up anywhere near that again for this next one, I mean, hey, good to go for the defense round 5.
We'll see what happens. Again, defense round 5, crucial, especially on Fortress. Defense reigns supreme. Here we go, another. What do we got this time, Vegas? It looks like a 4-man stack through the top, and we're going to fly. Hitting the dolphin dive, maybe not to the top window. We're in. Afro 1v1 against Tej. Big kills out of Afro. A 2-piece is Vegas now. Have been slowed somewhat on the attack. Let's have a quick listen in and see how their attack sounds.
I'm getting out. I'm looking corner.
They're gonna get in the maps.
I'm looking top maps.
A1. I'm stunning over A2.
I'm looking top maps. Looking from maps.
Corner weak.
Corner is not moving.
Corner weak.
Yeah, from maps spots. Crouch on the box.
Maps box and corner.
And on the first truck. One shot on the truck. On our close truck. And A1.
A1.
He's on the truck weak.
A1.
Stay up. We can go
A1's last kid. You can have a trophy. Big kills, huge kills here. Huge kills.
You have a trophy? I'm an edit.
Are we on point? Are we on point? One over boat.
I'm gonna work this, yeah.
I was on A on me.
They won,
on A, one shot. On A, one shot, Bance.
Boat weak.
A1, dead.
Oh, dead.
Bance is one shot. Bance is on A. Bance is on A. Bance is on A.
I'm John A. On the heady. Hey, bottom art.
One shot, bro. Bottom art, Afro.
Bottom art. One top corner. I'm waiting for you guys.
Someone got shot corner, bro. I'm going maps.
I will. Wait, let me set. I'm naded. I'm down corner.
Corner, one shot.
Corner
Dead. I killed him.
Almost bottom art, Afro. Okay, dude, does that.
Starting bottom art.
It ain't easy. Just trying to attack on Fortress. Final 10, and we're going nowhere. Here comes the final round, and here comes Røkkr on defense.
And I'll be honest, man, cruelty in the comms right there from the CDL. I mean, double up on the offensive proud listenings just for a little case study on human suffering and see what it looks like when you are put in an incredibly difficult situation. And obviously, it will be a little bit extra and then some for Vegas Legion, who will once again have to test their mental reserves going into their final round of offense of Fortress Control.
Well, Captain James T. Kirk doesn't believe in unwinnable situations. Look at the Kobayashi Maru. Here we go. The Vegas Legion have got to win themselves an offensive round. Now, it has happened. New York Subliners did it yesterday in what is a very difficult spot to be in. Round 5, offense wins are low, but they're not impossible. Here we go.
And it's all about that opening break. I think Røkkr have played passive over towards B, 1 attempt, and that looks like Vegas are very keenly aware of that. If they get a couple players on these cross, and 2 have made it so far, I mean, Attach is forced to back down. I know Afro's got the cross, but there's potential for these gunfights here. Maybe Vegas? I don't know if I jump up here. I think I might double back and try to go to A, or maybe get picked apart, and it's just so tough, man. There's just no real openings on the map. It was an interesting attempt off the rip, but it just gets chopped down.
But this is the thing. You need literally perfect coordination to make sure that you cover one another, to win those crucial gunfights in the players in the top windows, to win those fights in the guys in the double window side, and then you make the move forward. It just takes the most immaculate timing and violence from your offensive team. And we're trying it here. Afro in the off angle. Here they come. Absolute devour. It's a perfect hold. Røkkr, 30 seconds for the win.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I mean, look, the way we should award the MVP for this map is just look at the scoreboard towards the end. Whoever has the most offensive kills, just hand it to that guy if he gets the ticks. Or maybe Temp can rip 2 heads. And I was going to say get clearance out towards B, but then they get caught off the cross because Bance is posted up with attack. So, all right, map 4 looking likely.
All that for a drop of blood. Yep, it was. Here comes map. Wait!
1.5.
Doth my eyes deceive me? Vegas Legion, they have escaped the trap. They're onto the point. The contest is there. You've got to get on it. No one can die from here on out. Vegas, it's got to be squeaky clean, baby. They're running it. They're still going. Pro Loot on a 3 spree. Here come the reinforcements. Better get there fast.
Okay.
Better get there fast, boys. Another big 1v1 from Pro Loot. If he wins it, his team have got a fighting chance. His boys are there. The stuns are in. The second segment, my God, what a watching.
Look at Temp, by the way. Temp might be trying to make another play over towards B, so they uncommit over towards A and try to make moves to the different zone, trying to do 2 things at once, but Temp has another 1-on-1 gunfight on point, and Afro hunting him down. You have a snake off towards the gallows, but you lose it. You don't get A, and just a little 2 split. A good attempt, but to no avail, unfortunately. They doth protested, but it doesn't make a difference on the offense. Røkkr get it done.
Røkkr get it done on defense. LOLIRL, they came close, but again, you see the moments you need, the true magic to get to these stages. But for Vegas, a 2-1 lead is still good. They're still on match point, another hard point now on its way. I mean, Chance, there's not a whole lot we can do to dissect aBeZy Fortress. It can be a very one-sided affair. It's really the big moments here, the major talking points that we're going to have as commentators and analysts and fans throughout the year is those offensive moments, those little tiny windows and the build-up play to get to that point.
Yeah, just look at the discrepancy in this game alone of like just straight down the line, offensive kills versus defense. On defense, every single player in the lobby got double digits, including Vegas, who only had 2 rounds of defense to actually make that happen. And on offense, not a single player actually able to get to double digits. So, I mean, that is more or less the picturesque example of what offense can be like once you get put in the blender. So anytime you're wondering about why we highlight like the opening break so much, while we're trying to say how difficult it can ever be to get out, this game ends up being the perfect example.
Yeah. aBeZy Fortress will continue to be very defensively heavy until something massive changes. I don't know, maybe some kind of like weapon that can fire through every wall, or I don't know, a kill streak that doesn't require kills to get. But good stuff here from both our teams, doing exactly what they needed to do on defense. But sadly, it does come down to who can steal those segments, forcing those final rounds. But big kills either side, so a lot of sweet sprees, a lot of cool moments. But in the end, Minnesota Røkkr come out on top. They stay alive in this series, and we'll see another hard point at the very least. Can Vegas, with the advantage they have now secured, they have fought so hard for, walk away with the series?
We will absolutely be able to find out. And just to double down and not to deviate too far from the earlier point, just the idea that like when you're talking about stats in Call of Duty, and especially KD, even if you're just looking at like your control KD across the board, I mean, it's a map specific thing. It could be offense and defense specific thing of like how many rounds every single player is playing. So obviously that is on us, the casters and the analysts, to make sure that we approach this properly. But you got to look a little bit deeper into the numbers before making assumptions, because a player that has a 0.6 in control, if he's played 37 rounds of offense on Fortress, it's just going to be like that. So got to be careful with your consideration. But as you pointed out, HyDra hardpoint, we go.
Oh, HyDra. Yesterday's HyDra games were incredibly entertaining. Again, the sort of small sample size we have from Vegas, I wonder how strong HyDra is for them. Minnesota Røkkr as well. Fortress S&D for the final map. We do have to go all the way, and I wouldn't be too surprised, Chance, if that's where we're trending right now. This next map for me is a big test of Vegas Legion's sort of mental resilience. How much resolve do they have to go down in a very awkward and difficult situation, having to put so much into the game to even try to get to the point where they can make a comeback and bounce back in another map? That's my question right now.
And I will say, I think this map actually might be, you know, somewhat playing to the strengths of Vegas Legion. I mean, especially early on, like in the year, Clayster is very much one of the players. Like, I know Cellium and Vanguard certainly built a reputation for being like incredibly nerdy, knows all the wallbang spots, knows the jump spot. Shotzzy has that reputation as well. Clayster is the OG. I mean, this is the guy that's using crossbows to blow up vans in Black Ops 2. This is the guy that knows the game down to the details. And even back in the day when they were like streaming scrims, he is very much hammering into his teammates of like every little jump spot you have to know down to the last detail. And obviously HyDra is a bit of a jungle gym. It is a playground of a map. You have so many options of what you like want to do. So the playmaking potential absolutely gonna be there. It is not just your like hyper aggressive slang. You have to have like your SMGs on point on a map like Fortress, for example. You get a little bit more freedom. You have options in how you want to play. You have a lot of like bailout potential in bad situations. So I think just conceptually, I think this is a map where Vegas can shine. But obviously, you know, if you're talking about playmaking potential, it's not like that is something that Minnesota Røkkr lack.
No, especially a player like Afro. This is his map 1 stats, which despite the fact that it was for the L, a 1.21. His KD, a lot of damage dealt as well. That's another very, very important statistic here. How much output are you getting on the opposing squad? HyDra, not only a jungle gym, Chance, but also what, like a water park, you know?
A little bit. And I would be perfectly honest, I would not want to be swimming around like near a dam. I feel like that would actually be dangerous waters. But I mean, these players are a bit more bold than I am. And I think even for the map that we casted yesterday, Miles, with the Subliners, even like little things, again, like the devils of knowing the devil in the details of knowing the game, things like having pistols off the opening break. So when you're swimming around in the water, your gun can be up a little bit quicker. It's the same kind of thing on like aBeZy. If you know you're in a situation where you might have to take the ladder, like that route to get to top AC, have a pistol class instead of like the knife on it, just to have that little bit of something extra. So that is why I have high expectations for Vegas on a map like this. And again, we'll see what they can sort of create and make happen, because obviously Minnesota would be very happy to see him at 5.
I think there has been maybe not a complaint, more of a criticism that a lot of fans have of pro players. Why do they only use the same guns? Why do they all use knives? Why do they not use this? It is those little moments of, yeah, you are running a pistol to get to a ladder. You are running the pistol and you're taking an underwater route. If that is the way you're playing that particular moment or that particular hard point, we have seen flex players swap weapons, swap loadouts, whether it's, you know, you know, back in the day, whether it was a different kind of nade or a different kind of stun or a flash, depending on where you were on the map or what the context of the situation was, those are the difference maker moments. And that's where the sort of veterans
100%.
really come in. The players who dig a little deeper into the sandbox and see what happens here. As we now take our second go around, we should be diving into HyDra this time round. Map 4 here in this series.
And I mean, I think the classic example from Black Ops 2, and there's like more balance to the build of just the idea of like bouncing back and forth between your EMPs and your stun grenades of like, if they're going to have to put on X perk, well, now we get to make the swap to this, and when they make the adjustment, we adjust. And obviously very different back from the Black Ops 2 days, but a similar kind of thing of Bance is a great player to look at of just, he's bouncing back and forth between the tack, which he gets the first blood with. You're going to see a lot of Vaznev in his hands as well. So trying to do everything, including the pistols. There they are popping up in the feed.
And that just stops the rotation across map. And Afro, a lovely opener there, takes the angle to make sure he can get his teammates trade from down low. An underwater trade didn't need to truly come through. His attachments is fight as well. Bance now once again with attack 56. Already on the row, still going. Still going. This could be even more. Johnny Temp wins it. That was a solid start though out of Røkkr. Not able to flip spawns.
Yeah, not able to flip spawns, but all that does is guarantee all of this actual hard point time. So honestly, probably not as much as you want to get on P1 out of the moment that Bance is just able to create for you. But if you could transition this and a nice little dip in the pool and go for a swim, and if Afro can give you 2, which you can, maybe Røkkr could have tried to make a play. Instead, more routes from Bance, switches over to the Vaznev, and unfortunately for him, just gets chopped down. Røkkr unable to pierce the setup.
Still trying. Last 2 members up now for Vegas Legion, and surely, no, they don't. Well, one of them flips, one of them does not. So Temp's still going to be able to join the fight up close and personal. DJ's on a bit of a slow wrap. Hard point, Røkkr for a second, and this is awkward. You know he's there though, but Throw, he's no joke. Kills are good. Clay from Dome gets the kills, gets out. Oh, and look at the spawns, they're flipped. Røkkr are trapped on the right hand side.
If you're Minnesota Røkkr, how do you even read that? At the exact same time, one player spawns like on the hill, the other guy spawns 50 feet behind you. So you're trying to count players, and then the extra man just turns out to be the guy that gets the big 2. I suppose with the spawn flip coming through though, Røkkr do make good use of it. They don't entirely end up in the trap, or maybe they do. Temp comes flying through. They shut all these players down, so Røkkr again do have to take a hike or maybe a swim to try to rotate, but I almost called them the keyword. Vegas do have the map locked down. The question is, how do they read these routes?
But at the end of the year, we'll see how many times the P word has been said. And so far, it's Bance doing the pumping. In towards the pumps he goes. Trophy's going to keep him safe. PaulEhx going to be on the outside. PaulEhx now dead. So, Bance, methodical approach. Not enough to get TJ though. Good snap. Røkkr still fighting from the back foot here, trying to get themselves in there. Numbers now for Vegas Legion. Oh, Cammy did the best he could there on the back line. Bance now through the front. Beams on the Clay. He's still running silently at this moment in time. So, you know, pick your poison. Which way you want to attack this one, but he needs teammates. That's the most important thing to wait for now.
Yeah, no, absolutely nowhere to go. By the way, that jump spot is actually like a little bit tricky, or it's like slightly awkward on how you actually have to get up, but obviously makes use of it there. And now TJ gets to take his turn in the water. And I gotta say, Miles, this has been the most alliterative cast of all time.
Of all time. Truly of all time. I mean, that's one way of watching that push. The Bance is just sort of ADS all over the water. As long as you're at a certain angle, the way the light refracts, you can basically see those players coming a mile away. An insane amount of detail and love and time clearly spent into the water in this game.
And water, I mean, big fan, you know. Clayster tries to flank, though. The rest of Vegas forced to push it through the front, and now ProLude in the midst of everything. I think the trophy might have technically got that kill, that it just gets handed to Bance, but either way, Vegas, no success actually trying to wrap over towards this point. All the water routes effectively get shut down, and speaking of, attaches turn underwater. He's going all the way around, and TJ trying to keep eyes on one side. The things you have to do to keep this map contained.
Clay's got him.
Placer, it's perfect.
Spear fishing. Spear fishing. Caught himself in a touch. Yum yums. A slight lead for Minnesota Røkkr, soon to have been dissipated by the sweet work out of Vegas Legion on the rotation here. And again, not an easy thing to do, to watch every single lane. All 16 lanes of this map. Or is it 45? I forget. Here comes the hit. And so far, Vegas holding it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Temp in the comms twisted when he's talking, and now it's TJ over on the right side. He's been perfect for the water routes, and another gunfight to win, or maybe another gunfight to swim away from. But hey, TJ gets it done. It's only his teammate there to take him down.
Cammy does manage to get up close and personal, though. He's made it inside the hard point, building up to ProLute now to hold these fights up close and personal. Gets it done. 2-piece for ProLute. 1 HP. Trophies are there. So are his boys. Vegas hold.
I mean, hey, clean look so far. Every single water route gets completely stuffed. And I know if you're not swimming, you ain't winning, but that's a lot of time spent in the water and a lot of time where you end up just drowning towards the end. But this might be a big moment for Vegas to actually flip these spawns early on. TJ's able to get all the way around. Røkkr have actually played this as a tight setup. And hey, if you win the gunfights, that is good news. And so far, they're able to at least get 2. But there you see, long term, those spawns, it might be a big moment for Vegas. Try to keep this lead. You still have to make the break on P1 though, because obviously 50 seconds is a lot of time.
A lot of time. So here comes the hit. Bottom side, top to bottom angles covered. There's the kills. Cammy with a 2-piece, traded out immediately 1v1 on the hard point. A big win. Afro's back at it. Closer-ish spawns for Vegas Legion right now. And this is the exact parallel of how we saw the map start. Vegas still holding the right-hand side. 25-second lead for now. They've got to get in this hard point and not give up those water routes. Don't let anyone from Røkkr through.
And still, though, you also want to get them out of this hill. Like, you don't want them to pass, but you don't want to give up the time. And ProLute trying to make the play, and a lot of progress has been made. So they just stripped away an extra 15 seconds that maybe Vegas need to collect a decent bit of that time from.
Uh-oh.
Little gift there from above. The floating Semtex is going to fall, but I mean, I'd say Vegas has great work. They take away a little bit of that scrap. They keep the rotation on lock. No water routes coming through, and as long as they, you know, respawn up in the back, it was a nice little moment for Vegas to build that lead.
Yeah, lovely work there. TJ Hurley's depth charge slows down the HMAS Bance. Doesn't let him get any closer. Cammy on the point. We've seen this before, the sort of door play here.
What is going
on this hard point? I know, we're waiting for teammates. You've got a player in the back line. That's massive out of touch. Wins another fight. Flip here for Vegas. They're on the left-hand side of the map now. Røkkr should be able to pull this time back, and this could be a lead change.
I mean, I look away from the minimap for a moment. I return my eyes 3 seconds later, and somehow Røkkr have flipped the spawns. Vegas actually back out of the point and let the Minnesota players get up there. So I know 2 of those players originally for Vegas were coming on spawn, so not the easiest of looks, but talk about a moment right there for Røkkr where that game could have spiraled out of control. And they somehow dealt with that bad situation and end up coming out with the lead. And now even Attach heating up. He's on a 5, bringing the slaying to the day. And if he gets one more, he gets the precision. If his teammates win the gunfights on the right side of the map, which they're starting to, might have a break opportunity on this next hill.
Back and forth we go. Good work from Temp. Front door now. That's where the action's coming from. Cammy upstairs. Damage on a Tej. Trophies are all good. Oh, wow. Cammy, big win. 1 HP. Cough on him and he'll die right now. There's an 8 from Clay. Damage dealt. 3 down. Last man alive, Bance. And again, this top spot. Vegas done such a good job watching it. Oh, there we go. Trades are there. And again, Vegas Legion hold it down. 30 seconds remain on the point.
A nice little battle we have in this game, right? I mean, shades of what we saw on aBeZy. Both teams making plays, getting breaks when you need, getting the full 60s when you need them as well. So, I mean, Røkkr do a great thing over on that P2 hill just for Vegas to respond in kind and light up the kill feed. A little bit of scrap time. Maybe Minnesota are going to collect, and honestly, maybe this is a good time to make it happen because Vegas, all 4 of those players spawn deep on the left side of the map, and maybe it's Minnesota Røkkr's turn. I mean, number 5 is taking a deep route to deal with the top side of the map. Bance has a cheeky little angle that Clayster's actually going to read, but Fastnet versus Tack, he gets it done because of the water. And Clayster now tip of the spear over towards the next hill.
Tip of the trident if he goes underwater. No. Slowed down, damage dealt. That trophy's going to possibly help out, but Cammy, yeah, massive 2-piece. 40 seconds on this one. ProLute through the bushes. No. He's been snuffed out. Temp's now the tip of the spear. Cammy's hit the route. He's already gone. He's got the back lines now. All danger for Vegas. This is a difficult moment. It could be a massive turning point.
Oh, that dude, an interesting call though, right? Like Cammy's out making the play to effectively flip those spawns, but you do sort of trade away like 20 seconds of scrap time to make this happen. So we'll see if he had the calculator out for this one of exactly how orchestrated of a play this was. And Clayster, no love just yet. He's doing a little dance with, I think, a former teammate attached in the corner, guns him down, trying to work the top side of the map. And again, Cammy makes that rotation to flip the spawns and get set up, but Vegas right now are pouring the pressure on.
an awkward battle of the audio cues there from Clayster and Tatch. Over the 200-point mark we go, and it's good looks out of Vegas. No, Cammy from upstairs gets another. Clay now having a double back. Make sure that these lines remain safe. Make sure these spawns remain safe. And it's not happened. The flips there. Vegas, they're spawning on the right-hand side of the map. Look for the next one to come up. God knows where that guy's going to go. Yeah, far right. See you, brother. It's a long way from Narnia. Temp trying to find the fights up close and personal. No, we could see a lead change here.
Okay, Matt, this is going to be it. The do or die time. The breaks over towards P1. Maybe even a spawn fight for P2, depending on how this first one plays out. So many fish in the barrel. One gets shot out. I think it's attached, maybe trying to take a deep route potentially. I think Attach is swimming all the way around for this one.
Yeah, Røkkr have made this play before. They've made that water route before, and now Attach is there. His boots are still full of water, but he's in the kill feed already. Massive turnaround from Røkkr. This could be it. This could be game 5.
Yeah, now you got to flood in, maybe through the middle of the map if you're Vegas. Bance is just going to be sitting on the corner of the map collecting the time, and 5 more seconds to go by. Bance is the man to root out, and they get the job done. 2:45. Right now, Vegas have to be near perfect. You can't get gunned by Afro. Not when he's got the vast step, but he takes you down, and maybe just for an extra couple points. Røkkr, they haven't done it just yet.
This is not over yet. Vegas, if they get this time, they can win it as well. Once again, Attach with the water routes. Afro's going down now as well. Anyone hit the break and maybe get these players off the point? That's great. It's 2 seconds for the win. No, okay. Snuffed again. Kills again.
The spawns though.
It's not over yet, and the spawns have flipped.
Yeah, no, the spawns didn't flip. I thought for a moment they left the backside open. Now Røkkr, they just have to flood. They have to flood to try to fight through, and someone for Vegas needs to rotate or help them out as well. They're dive bomb in the final seconds, but you've done enough to survive to get over towards New. And just like that, Vegas Legion. Please tell me they get it done. Please tell me they get it done. What the hell is going on?
No, it's elation! 0 days since the last Las Vegas Legion win. GG's, and it looks like they've just won champs. Look at this. TJ cannot believe it.
Dude, oh my God, those spawns came in the back towards the end, and Røkkr almost got there. That would have been the most Legion thing I've ever seen. That game should have been over like 3 different times, and those spawns, they terrify me. When everybody's standing in the middle of the map, it is just a dice roll of who's going to get gifted. And even though Røkkr do get gifted towards the end in a spot that for me makes absolutely no sense, it does not matter. The 3-0 team have fallen. The 0-3 team get their first dub, and just like EA Sports, that time Clayster was in the game. 3K damage, 28 kills to his name. Racked up a couple headshots towards the end as well, and big plays the whole way through. Legion no longer winless.
History has been made. The first series victory for the Vegas Legion. And honest to God, that last 2 hot points.
That is ridiculous, dude. That was ridiculous.
Now, Clay, the cap is firmly tipped. Clay's final moments there with the Vaznev. Absolutely sensational hardpoint play. Good rotations, difficult reads on all the routes. You have to hand it to Vegas. They took the team with no losses so far in series to get there first. Magnificent.
We also have to take notes on HyDra as well, or at least I do. I like to try to call the game when it's going to be over. Like when you see a clean 4 down in the feed, it's just a guarantee for the rotation. But I got to remember, maybe not on this map. You got to pay a little bit of attention because you never know when a sneaky back spawn is going to come in. So this will be the tried and true. It is never over until it's over.
Well, for us, it's over for now. It's now over to the desk. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and congratulations to the Legion. Vegas, new city, now perfect record against Minnesota, 1-0. Vegas over Minnesota. It's going to be 2-7 career for the franchises. But the Legion came in here at the very bottom of our leaderboard. Røkkr, we're at the very top of it. You called this, though. On the pre-show, you saw it coming as soon as you saw the maps and modes. So why did it play out the way it did, and what a series?
Well, to be honest, Legion just played absolutely incredible. They came out, they take advantage of that map 1. The map 1 woes on the side of Minnesota. Røkkr continue now. That's 0-4 on map 1.
Yep.
And then headed into the search and destroy, what we saw out of Legion was beautiful. Their offensive strats. Each time, Afro was the only player that was sitting down there on that A bomb site. They picked him apart. If they get first blood, it's an easy round. If not, they just trade him out. Minnesota Røkkr did not commit anybody else to help them out there. Some cheeky strats on the side of the Legion. And then in the respawn in that game 4, that was a nail biter. I think we got to run it back, Puckett.
aLLeY, this is so insane because the Legion, they know this is just week 2, right? This was online play. From here, you go into Raleigh, and you just proved you can hang with the big dogs. But where were the Legion their most dangerous tonight? What impressed you from this squad?
The search and destroy, 100% was probably the most impressive thing for me. My stat going into that was Minnesota Røkkr convert 94% of their first bloods, meaning if they have the first blood, has a 94% chance that they're going to win that round. Vegas did not allow them to have those opportunities. The first 3 rounds at S&D, Vegas. Røkkr answered with 3 back, but then Vegas clutch up in a 3-4. They lose the first blood, and they still clutch up to go up 5-3 and then close out the first S&D. So that was definitely the most impressive for me.
You know, Chad, I want to give a shout out to you, especially the man who said, I put 1,000 on Vegas. I'm about to be a millionaire.
Yeah, that guy's
you got
cashing
your
out.
channel points, son. And right now, we have the man who won you those channel points. Clayster, the hero of search and destroy, the man who drops the 3-piece to keep the hill alive at the end. How are we feeling, buddy? Congrats on the big dub for Vegas.
Hey, thanks, y'all. I'm feeling great, honestly. I mean, we needed that win bad. Like, we needed to get the first one out of the way. I think our series have been really, really close. You know, obviously we got 3-0 by FaZe. But the hard points we've kept close in most of our series. Had a chance to win the Florida series. So it's just nice to put one on the board before we go to LAN. And, you know, that 3-piece at the end, I kind of trolled by hitting old time, so I had to make up for it somehow. So I got my team.
Talk to me a little bit about this squad, though, Clayster, because throughout your history as a player, a lot of people look to you as a leader. Emotionally, that's definitely been the case. But in-game, you can take the back seat, let someone else do the comm role. What are you doing right now with Vegas, and who stepped up today to help you guys get this W?
Honestly, I think the team as a whole, but individually, TJ just played out of his mind today. That's what we've been wanting to get out of him all year long, and to see him put that in front of him, I honestly think it just does a lot for his confidence. And really, it's just one of those things where we watched a bunch of VOD, and I was just playing way too fast. Most engagements on the team, I was still playing like I had an M4 in my hand, still had the M4 flow, and you can't really play like that with in this TAC meta. So really last night, I had my team watch over my VOD, and like from each spawn, I would like spawn up, pause it, be like, where do you want me going here? What do you want me doing? And it helped me so much, and I've just slowed my gameplay way down. And honestly, my team helped me get a lot better, and I think I showed that today. And I think now it kind of clicked in my head how I have to play with the Scar. So hopefully we can keep it going moving forward.
Clay, a huge congratulations to you as a player and as a franchise. I mean, I believe this has broken an over 200-day streak of Vegas Legion getting on the board, and against a team that was looking to fight and solidify a first seed heading into Raleigh. So absolutely an incredible feat for the Vegas Legion. I want to ask you about the search and destroy, though. Who is making the play calls in the search? Is it something that just whoever makes the play call first, you guys decide to go with it, or is there somebody calling the strats for you guys in comms?
Yeah, the primary caller in our search and destroy usually is ProLoot, but we kind of noticed yesterday that on some maps he was just kind of uncomfortable because our strats aren't fully fleshed out and fully developed. We need more reps, and so we kind of started playing more by ear, and just like at the start of the round, like, yo, I got Deddy, yo, I'll snipe over you while you push up the mid lane, and it's kind of like we're kind of like in the sandbox drawing it up before every round. And honestly, that's, I think, the best way to play search and destroy, because you're playing like to counter the other team, and you're not just like on the back foot letting them run their strats on you. So normally it's ProLoot, but I think today we all kind of stepped up and called a play when we needed to.
Perfect.
Clay, congratulations on the win, brother. That was nice. I want to ask you about control a little bit. Now, today you guys played Fortress. I thought it was a pretty good performance. Just gave away some segments. But prior to this control match, in the last couple controls, you guys haven't been playing your life enough. You know, dying in chains. It's been unfortunate, not able to get points on offense. So what is the adjustment that you guys are looking to make in control going forward?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but all my teams are always bad at control. Like, since control has became a game mode, I'm the common denominator, so it's got to be me. But honestly, even after that Fortress control, it's like, man, we had opportunities. We were pushed out on the map on offense, and we were getting, like, we weren't staying alive, or we were getting 2-piece. And that's like our biggest thing in our control. Like Hotel, let's just put that to the side and not talk about Hotel control. But iLLeY and Fortress, we just need to stay alive more, prevent the 2-pieces, and really just take the advantages when we have them. Like, you don't get very many opportunities on offense of Fortress on control. so when you have that opportunity, you have to take advantage of it. People have to play their lives. You have to go get one and stay alive, because otherwise you just get put in the demon trap. I mean, you guys even saw me with a sub on the map stairs holding them in the demon trap. Like, it's too easy. We need a new map in here ASAP. Let's get it going.
Clay, everyone's talking about Scump. It's his last dance, his final season. He said he's done at the end of MW2. But man, I remember you back in 2010 at the MLG National Championship. That was the first time I saw your name on a stage. How long can you go, buddy? How long can you be there with Vegas?
I think I got some gas left in the tank. I mean, I love what I do, and I honestly, like, there's not much else I could look to if I wasn't competing, where it's like, man, I could put my energy and passion and 100% into this. And I just love Call of Duty. I love competing in Call of Duty. Like, that feeling when we just won right there. Yeah, I know we're 1-3, but like, still that feeling is unmatched, unparalleled. I think as long as people give me a shot and, you know, I still have a spot here in the CDL, I think I'll keep taking it. So I got a couple more in me, as long as the teams will have me.
Let's get it.
14 seasons, and he's looking better tthan ever with the sniper rifle. Clayster, love having you on the show. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good one.
Let's get it. James Eubanks, baby. He still got it, Ant, but we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game. This is coming from the end of the hard point, and this is crucial because if Minnesota clutches, we go to a game 5. We're seeing another search and destroy. Walk me through these final plays.
I mean, this was just so insane. Like, we were running over to the studio, to the desk, like, hold on, we got to run this one back. It was just kills back and forth. On the rotation here, when they initially got set up, Afro popped a crazy 2-piece, but then Legion were able to get in. Clay pops a 2, laying down with the SMG as he was just talking about, followed up with the 3. Just some excellent teamwork. And honestly, what Legion did so well in this map was prioritizing early rotations, like setting up for the P1. They were getting the P2 spawns to have the favorable side of the map. So love what Legion did. That was a nail biter for sure.
That's our scuff play of the game. Legion get the 250-248 win over Minnesota. And now we have another name that could be nominated for our Scuff Team of the Major. Remember, Allie, when we go to Raleigh, we have our first ever Scuff Team of the Major. The CDL is going to pick 8 players. The fans will vote for the top 4. Who from Vegas would you put in the running alongside Clay, sir, if anyone?
I was about to say, alongside Clay, just simply because of the sniper rifle, but we had to say TJ. I think TJ had an incredible series across the board, and I even have to shout out the heads-up play from TJ and Prolu at the very end of that hard point. Even though they were on P2 and their players were only pushed up P1 side, both of them turned their heads to the back spawns because they knew that was the immediate threat. And it was a very heads-up play out of them to get those initial kills.
I love that call. First match is done. We still have 3 more to go, and no one can finish with a 4-0 record. It's about to get weird when we come back. Toronto Ultra, Seattle Surge. You don't want to miss it.
respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Let's get it going. Toronto Ultra, Seattle Surge, second match of our final day of online matches before we head down to Major #1 in Raleigh, North Carolina. Welcome back, pucking alongside aLLeY and Nameless. And we're going to start the day by talking about Seattle Surge, aLLeY, because this is a squad that kind of shocked us with their 0-2 start, right? No one saw that coming in because it's a top 3 team from the CDL. But now that we switched out the M4, Pred has come to life on the SMG. He dropped some huge numbers for us, and Seattle gets their first win this week.
And I think the biggest surprise when it comes to Seattle Surge, mostly not only their 0-2 start, but their 0-4 search and destroy record right now. This is a team last year where that was their shining light at the end of the season, and to see them struggle this early is very worrisome.
Now, I do want to say this is a lot of pressure on all the teams to perform, but a lot more on Ultra here because they're fighting for that top seed. For Seattle, you're going to have to win out of your group no matter where you're going to land in this one. But there is a player on that on that Seattle squad I want to call out. Lamar's cousin has been in the hospital for the last 48 hours. He has been there with his cousin the entire time except for team practice in the matches. The captain putting a lot on his plate this week, and if he's able to have another big game, he is going to be my stud of the week. For Toronto Ultra, though, I'm going purely by the numbers here. Standy has been my stud of the week. Your name was 1.4 from the young man on the far left.
Yeah, he was nuts. In that game, too, search and destroy, he was like 14-7, just making every play that he could. Having the SMG out more often than not, this guy has been lights out for this team, and that's what they wanted. Looking at Standy last year, he was an incredible search and destroy player, and Toronto looked great in that mode, once again winning 2 of those versus Atlanta FaZe. But on top of that, the hardpoints were extremely close. So this is a formidable respawn team. And it's hard to predict in this one because on one side I look at Seattle and I'm like, Seattle, probably the better hardpoint team. Toronto, the better search team. It's really map specific at this point. We'll learn a lot in this one.
Are we going to a game 5, Nameless?
I think we're going to a game 5.
Let's take a look at the maps and modes, aLLeY. I need to get your prediction. Who comes out on the top? Because we got Embassy, Fortress, Hotel, Mercado. Make it quick.
Honestly, I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge here. I think for me, it's going to be a Civ versus Scrap battle throughout this one.
Nameless?
I'm going Toronto Ultra 3-2.
There we go. Let it be known in chat. Are you going Ultra? Put a 1. Are you going Surge? Put a 2. We got 2 dads on the mic right now. It's Lando and Studdy. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Puckett. Yes, indeed, my friend. I'm excited to get into this series. I tell you what, Jay, I eyed this one up coming into it. We felt like it could have a game 5 written all over it. The desk seems to think the same, and right now both teams trying to end out Major 1 in a hot way, and right now both of them off of some major W's as well.
Yeah, if you're Seattle, you're happy as hell that you were able to get your last win versus London, who were looking really hot, and you did that by winning both of your hard points. On the opposite side, Toronto Ultra coming off of that series versus Atlanta FaZe, everybody was swinging, but nobody could stop Standy. That guy was a 1.4 in that series, over a 1.2 in every single mode. Look at the stats right there. He's insane. So I'm really looking forward to the battle between him and Pred today because we know those are both some stellar SMG players.
Well, here we go into Embassy game number 1, and as you said, man, I mean, it has to feel good if you are Toronto, without a doubt, right? I mean, like I said, this has been a roster that after week 1 people quickly started to critique, right, in terms of like, you know, is this going to be better than the team last season? And we kept bringing up the stat, like last 10 games versus Atlanta FaZe weren't able to take it. This new Toronto team they're able to do it. I mean, with the new roster coming together, that has to infuse them with quite a bit of confidence.
Oh, without question, especially to beat a team like Atlanta FaZe in your third match on the season. You're probably thinking, all right, we're going to have some jitters. Scrap has never been in this position before, especially playing at such a high level versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, but he wasn't afraid of the moment. This entire Toronto roster is not afraid of the moment. They got some vets in Insight and CleanX. These guys will be able to rally the troops when needed. And with that young talent, man, it's very scary because they do have that slaying ability.
Yeah, they do indeed. It was a full-on P1 start from Seattle Surge. A good look at that. And really, off the rip, Toronto Ultra, they play it passive, they hold their lanes, and we'll see if it does end up working out for them. A big investment in P2. As the nades come on through, Insight dodging bullets, dodging nades, firing out some shots, and he takes the head clean off of accuracy.
So far, this has been a great hold from Toronto to have a response on that P1, because giving up 33 seconds on P1 is not ideal, but a great hold on this P2, forcing all of Seattle Surge to continuously spawn at orange. And now you see them trying to flip the map now. They want to make sure they're getting that rotation over towards AC. It's going to be scrapped already there off the rotation. They got themselves right back into this game. Final 20 should be Seattle's, but big picture, Toronto Ultra winning.
Oh, look at the angle that he's coming from, too. Great work from Scrappy. As you said, an investment really in the long term, and it's absolutely going to pay off for them. So last few seconds, they're going to lay vacant. Seattle on the bitter end of that, and now they're going to have to force the uphill battle. Scrappy, the rookie, making the place nice and early. Toronto off to a good start so far throughout this HP. Held down things at P2, and really they played the chess game at the end of the day when it comes down to P3 as well. Current tie game, Hill lays vacant. Here comes Mack, 2 players to challenge. Trades really either which way, but accuracy as the dust settles. He's inside of the hard point now.
Yeah, that was beautiful work right there from Seattle to slowly work on that pinch. It was Simp who works his way in towards top PD. He finds that player lurking, trying to watch that cut. Once that happens, you see the spawns flip as Seattle Surge are putting pressure as well from top AC, so they were able to get this remaining time. Final 25, they are in control of the spawns, but Mack's in a powerful position. A couple players from Toronto Ultra already puts up towards top plat. He has a big kill, unfortunately does not win it. So now Toronto Ultra with the man advantage off the rotation.
And really, Seattle, as we said, buddy, I mean, this has been their game mode, one that they've relied on mightily. The stats enforce it and then some. Number 1 in rotating, number 2 in breaking, and number 3 in holding. They do a great job at really pretty much everything when it came down to that last hill. We'll see if they can put breaking to good use again, as they will be forcing the uphill battle once more. Is a clean 4 down for Toronto, and right now at the office, Jay, how do they look to break this?
Oh, it all starts with that first kill onto Scrap. Now it opens up that back single doorway, so you can potentially push from side street and from this back single. Unfortunately, a team kill is not going to help the situation, especially when you're not winning the trade gunfights. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is Pred towards street. He does find one, but eventually he should get traded. And Toronto Ultra, they hold for the first push. And with it being the final 30 seconds, you have to make sure you're rotated if you're Seattle, especially when you're going over towards that kitchen hill.
Yeah, and that hurts, right, when it comes down to this hard point. As Standy finds himself on 5 in a row for a short term. You can see, like, Pred, right, with the SMG in hand, the current meta, he's trying to go off. Offices just feels like the right hard point for him. That teammate comes through, and it instantly halts. A lot of progress coming through from Surge. Well, speaking of Pred, he very well could find a second one on the flank. An interesting battle, as we mentioned, coming into this hard point is going to be himself versus Standy. One of their first duels of the game. As we head in toward our last hard point of the first set of rotations, Seattle here nice and early. Toronto once again on the break, and here come the kills. A quick 2 for 2 in terms of the trade. Simp tries to arrive, gets here right on cue. Standy having to halt the push.
Yeah, now if you're inside, you just have to take your time, allow your teammates to pinch through the back, and he does that perfectly. As accuracy does take down 2. Accuracy trying to go for all 3 in towards the point. This would be a big kill if he can pick this one up, but Scrap, he's doing everything to hold this down for Toronto. What a great play by him to just lay down stall time, get that 2-piece, allow Standy to get into the play, and they should allow that to be that final 20 seconds to allow Ultra to now grow this lead a little bit more. The only thing now is you do not want to allow Seattle Surge to get another 33 seconds off P1, because that is unacceptable. That's the way that they get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto, in terms of the statistics and whatnot, I mean, the holding has been the problem, and right there, an excellent job coming through from the Ultra. By the way, Standy 16 and 10 through our first side of rotations, picking up from where he left off versus the Atlanta FaZe. Very well could be the thorn in the side for Seattle. We talk about SMG battles. I mean, we come into this talking about how Brett probably the best one in the lobby, but Standy trying to make a case for the opposite. As it is just trade after trade. Both teams trying to vie for P2. Spawns will also trying to leverage a very contest-heavy P1. Seattle currently locking things down. Insight, meanwhile, cutting a few players off the cross, thinking about the future.
Yeah, Insight just trying to be that early player for Toronto to hit that rotation. There is a player in Simp who's at least playing it nice and patient, but great shots from accuracy from the top window. Not really a lot of time going to either squad off of this P1, but right now map control is in favor of Seattle. They're slowly trying to work up towards the street side. KiSMET has to try to go massive in this position. He's going to get a little bit of assistance from Standy, but the gunfights across the map are all going to be won by Seattle, and that's going to be 3 dead. What a hold so far at the start of this hill.
And what a setup this is already turning out to be for Surge as well. Toronto, they've got to make this cross. They've got to be careful. They're trying to dolphin dive, dodge some nades, and watch out again for accuracy, who finds himself in that mid lane. In fact, they've got 2 players in the mid lane, but they do clear out a few from the point, so it will be open for the time. Brad has to go for the rotation, having a phenomenal game up to this point. Seattle nearly are going to grab this advantage, nearly going to grab the lead, but Fred ends up dropping 3. Fall for Surge, and Toronto finally are able to rush on in.
Yeah, Toronto get the break, but now if you are Surge, you got yourself right back into this game. You need a flawless AC hold. You cannot allow a pitch to come into PD, but you also can't lose your gunfights off that rotation. So now one player does drop back. aLLeY accuracy with the shank. Hits him with the Mike Myers in the staircase. He still does not have any bullets. Somebody get him a gun. Unfortunate, he drops right there before picking up that airstrike, but his teammate in Mack is in a great position off this rotation to get this initial time.
My goodness, it just felt like accuracy was going to find 2 there for a moment. Runs out of ammo. That's really been the game so far from Lamar. And great little performance coming through from him. As Simp trying to do some work as well with attack through the mid map, looking to clear out a few of these excess waves from Toronto. I know those arrows are currently pretty dark, but I promise you, Seattle, right now they find themselves inside of the hill. Toronto trying to make the break. Here comes Pred. Too many numbers in Toronto in control of that top lane. That could get very scary when we talk about this P3 to P4 rotation coming up next, Jay.
Yeah, and that was all on Insight right there. Once he gets towards top PD, he's able to get that first gunfight, allow his teammates to eventually hit the trades on the point, and this final 15 should be there. There's a huge gunfight between Scrap, and Scrap is able to win it with that Vaznev in hand, but even with Scrap getting that junk time, Seattle Surge, they're going to win a couple gunfights across the map. They should be set up fully off the rotation for this P4. The only player that can possibly break their setup is going to be Standy. He finds that first.
Not only does he find that first, but he's also able to give a bit of information over to his teammates, but Mack cuts them all down. Info or not, we call it currency, but Mack is the one at the top of it. Great work coming through from McKenzie. A few of his teammates begin to fall, and it's the Surge on the other side. This time for Toronto. Standy with 4, Kleenex and Scrap combined with 4. Ultra, an excellent break. 200-point mark reached, and it is starting to be panic time for Surge.
And right there, it was all communication for Toronto. You saw how slow Scrappy was playing towards that back single door. He was waiting for the pistol coming from side. But enough of that. Standy is not messing around. Already finds himself in a 7-3. He does drop 30 and 17 with an airstrike to work with. Oh man, Toronto Ultra looking to run away with this game. You cannot invest this streak going into this kitchen hill. It's not going to be that impactful, but it's all about this rotation. Can Insight pick up this kill and accuracy playing this tight corner?
See if he can do it. Watches the shots come in. Great patience there from Jamie Craven. As he'll look to try to join himself alongside a Scrap. Hand in hand go the ARs. Pred causing some problems, however, inside of the kitchen. We'll try to time this one up nicely. Toronto just really one break away potentially from calling this one curtains, and it's really gonna be the pinch. Kleenex and Scrap from one side. Accuracy at least able to find 2. Insight doing everything he can to try to crawl inside of the hill, at least contest a little bit. Back and forth we go. Seattle still locking things down for the moment. Toronto not giving this one up just yet.
They're holding strong. They're holding strong on the back of accuracy's massive 3-piece to get this remaining 25 seconds. Should only put the game at about a 15 to 20 point lead for Toronto Ultra. Going to our 3rd rotation of hardpoint. Standy trying to be a little round. Unfortunately, gets snipped out right there by Pred. Both of the SMGs for both squads are having a stellar game number 1. But here we go. 3rd rotation. Either squad can walk away with this. It's going to be Seattle with the early time.
Yeah, man. Seattle have brought this one back. Toronto with a major advantage, but that's how it works in Modern Warfare 2. You hold down a hill, and you can quickly be right back in the game. Both teams, as we said, got a balance, right? You want to have some time at P1, but you also want to prefer those spawns for next. Scrappy, the rookie, just trying to gain some information, work with the squad mates on where Seattle could be. More specifically, where is players like aCBeZy hiding? Same thing can be said for Mack. Both of those players have been on streaks lately. The nice beams
shots
come through from Scrap. He'll wipe away a few off of the point. Seattle toward the bottom side of the map, Toronto from the top. And I think it's been a total of 2 seconds so far grabbed at P1.
Yeah, right now, Scrap is just a safety net for Toronto. He's allowing all of his teammates to try to fight for that spawn. Gunfights are trading back and forth. Even when his team goes 3 dead, Scrap with that massive 2-piece keeps Seattle off of the point. Now off the rotation, Seattle will be set up early. Once again, Toronto find themselves in a situation where they got to push out towards back kitchen. But this is where you can potentially use that streak. The airstrike is going to come in. No hit detections or any hit markers, as Seattle are going to do a great job of just hopping off of that point. So the streak is going to be useless, and they get right back on it. Toronto have to get some pressure through the middle of the map.
They do indeed. Fred trying to cut him down, but KiSMET is there for the cross. Mack, meanwhile, has to be the sole man inside of the objective, trying to lock things down. But here comes Simp. Here comes Simp.
Oh!
He's able to find 2. And what a big moment that is for Surge as they continue to feel life. Toronto, do they go for the break or do they go for the rotation? It feels like they have 2 players trying to go for the late hit. However, they can't make the cross. Mack is here, able to wipe away 1. And here we go, off to the rotation.
Here we go. aCBeZy does find the first, able to take down Insight. He was going to be the only player here. Mack finds a second. Simp with the third. It's looking like Seattle are going to put themselves in a position to close out this game. One more hold.
Oh, but PaulEhx is only able to find 1. Mack, he knows where they got to be coming from. Watch the ladder, and there it is. Seattle Surge are able to bring it back after a hotly contested aBeZy all the way through. My goodness, what a start to this series.
What a start.
That was chaos,
my friend. That was nuts. That was nuts, man. The way that Seattle were able to clutch up towards the very end. It all started at that kitchen hill. We thought Toronto put themselves in a great position when Insight won that gunfight towards back alley. They had the numbers in the trade advantage. But then aCBeZy goes massive with a 3-piece, pulls out that final couple of seconds, and then keeps the game really close. Both teams keep it scrapping for P1, but Seattle, they won a majority of the gunfights off that rotation to P2 to put Toronto Ultra in that trap, to force them to continuously spawn towards back kitchen. That's exactly how you want to set up. You get a guy mid hedges, he has the cross. It makes it so difficult for any player on the Ultra to cross over to that point. And then Toronto do a great job of just contesting that point, not allowing Seattle to win that battle or win that game off of that hill. And then off the rotation, I thought it was going to be Insight. When he climbs up that ladder, he would have had a great timing. But Seattle Surge, they can take him down. Mack finds a second on the point, and then Simp with the third. At that point, it's very difficult. 3 men down, 1 player off, trying to hit that hill. Very difficult to do. Seattle Surge hold strong when they need to in those final moments. Beautiful rotation to close out map number 1. A much needed one at that, because we know their struggles in Search and Destroy so far in the season.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely meant a lot more for Seattle than it did for Toronto. There is no doubt about that. But I mean, we'll kind of look throughout the highlights, man. I want you to have a chance to break down the end of that little rotation. We'll see how many clips we have of it, but it just felt like little by little, Toronto, despite the nice little knives at times coming in from aCBeZy and Seattle Surge, they really started to pull away, right? The nice little break over at the office really put them in the driver's seat. You see it there, 186 to about 140. And then from there, man, it was just all about the comms. It was all about trying to stay composed. I mean, Standing was going on sprees. KiSMET was having moments. And then from here on out, Jay, walk me through it, man.
Yeah, so this comes down to the final hill. Obviously, we're at P1, so Scrap is able to find that 2-piece, keep him off for that time. But when we get to the end of this hill, this is when you see Seattle start to win a majority of these gunfights. Big 2-piece comes in from Simp to save that time, but then off the rotation, just more bodies at that next hill for Seattle than it was Toronto. It's because they had a 2-2 split. They knew that they could potentially win off that old time at P2, and then they only sent 2 players off the rotation. Seattle did a great job of just taking them down at that old point and still having the numbers off the rotation. Very, very well played hard point between both of these 2 teams, but Seattle, they are the one that take it.
Yeah, man. I tell you what, it just feels like shades of Toronto are everywhere. When we talk about that old roster, I know Minnesota has struggled to win opening hard points, and then obviously we have the other two members from that old Toronto team still here with the Ultra, and now that is going to be, I believe, 3 straight opening hard point losses. So a big one for Ultra to lose, but again, as we said, considering how both of these teams sit when it comes into search and destroy, definitely means a lot more for Seattle, all things considered. Sweat off the brow for sure. If you are a fan of this team, the way they're able to bring that one back, hopefully, Jay, is a sign of things to come. I'd love to have a few more like that one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm expecting it. So far, Modern Warfare 2 has treated us to some really, really good hardpoint matchups. Even that last series versus Vegas, like, they clutched up in that map number 4 at the very end. So far, the game has been great, but now you see the faces of the Toronto Ultra players. They need a bounce back. And if you're them, I'm not really too worried, because now you're going into a Fortress Search and Destroy. They got a couple reps on it, and they're also playing against Seattle, who haven't really found success in S&D in general. They are 25% round win percentage on the defensive side. That's terrible. And then even on their retakes, if you are Toronto in this situation, just get the bomb down. Seattle are 0-12 on their retakes when it gets that bomb down in a certain situation. That's the worst in the league. You cannot have that. So if you are Seattle, there's a lot of things that you can interest or at least adapt to in this game, because we know how they play. It's going to be accuracy watching the cross, and if they do not push out towards the bomb site, they're trying to hit that flank. Hopefully today they come with some new strats.
Yeah, without a doubt. Scrap. Rookie making some great plays in Search Destroy so far throughout the season for Toronto. They've won 3 S&Ds in a row. We'll see if they can make it 4. And as you said, Jay, it just feels like for Toronto, hey, man, get the bomb down, right? It's a little easier said than done. However, versus the Seattle team, it's been one of the easier strats without question versus a bunch of teams in the CDL. Get the bomb down. Could be your key to success. However, Surge will start things off on attack. As here we go, quickly into the Fortress Search and Destroy. And really, Jay, it is all about this A site when we talk about Fortress. Still yet to see a plant over at that B site.
Oh, and accuracy finds a good first blood onto Standia. Kind of a delusional chop from Simp. I don't know what the hell that was, but he just jumps out, gives up his life for free. Pred immediately there for the trade. 3v2.
Seattle with numbers. Accuracy, however, he falls toward P1. Now on to Mack and Pred. As KiSMET will look to make the long rotation. Maybe join his good old buddy in sight. Prior chemistry, without a question, has got to be there, but the Aussie still remains. Bomb has fallen at that A objective, but 40 seconds still to work with. And I guess you could say maybe the right weapon, considering his current place on the map right now.
Yeah, he finds himself in a good position, but he's just waiting for that dead silence to come in. Now the pop is going to be on. Got to pick up this bomb, but the information comes in from KiSMET as he calls out the cross. Inside turns his head, and Inside lines up the shot. Great first round right there from Ultra, even after getting first blooded. Because, you know, usually in the first couple of rounds in Search and Destroy, especially in round number 1, there's no trophy systems. That means it's all about the attacks. You can't play super aggressive towards that A site. That's why you see accuracy playing nice and slow towards the back truck. Hetty gets that first blood, but still, I felt like Sid just gave up his life for free. Even though they do win the trade advantage, you just can't be jumping out of top windows like that, man.
I mean, I'll say this, though. If he finds the kill, I think we kind of give him a little
different.
We give him a little bit of a salute, but I don't know, man. You got to give the guy definitely not props. As strictly as a commentator, I give him props, but from an overall play perspective, you know, maybe should have stayed alive. Regardless, here we go. In round number 2, as we set the strat for Toronto, plant the bomb. That's all you got to do. And well, they are starting things off quite nicely. The new additions showing up in spades. It is 2, either 3 in total already. And yeah, Scrap will walk them down the aisle. A great and clean round there for Ultra. Didn't have to plant the bomb there, Jay.
Yeah, right there, Seattle just looked like they wanted to come out with some different strategy. You have accuracy this time around, not playing that cross from bottom maps. He pushes up to the staircase while both of his SMGs tried to be aggressive in through hard, but they all just got picked apart. A very, very easy round right there for Toronto to now go up 2-0.
And as we said, a great little moment there for Scrap and for Standy. These two guys have been elite so far in Search and Destroy, both top 10 in KD right now. So far at Major I, Standy with a 1.28. We saw earlier Scrappy a 1.35. Just a number of different things for Seattle that you have to think about coming into this search. We got to make improvements. We also have to be aware of those two players. But thankfully, accuracy, able to put a first blood on the board. And the sniper is out for Scrappy. Can he find the pick? Yes, he does. Also stays alive.
Wow.
Great work for Toronto.
That was good work, especially from Toronto, because once Scrappy finds that kill, Pred put himself in a great position to get that trade, but Insight was there for the cover fire. So what could have been a 3v2 for Seattle was now a 3v2 in favor of Toronto. Standy finds himself in a great position in towards top art. Bomb's still going to be down at the back of stage. Sib is just going to take his time. You have Scrap watching the crossover towards B. And Zach is just trying to line him up by laying down prone right behind those steps, but the timing might be in.
Oh, Scrappy. Not able to hit the shot. Sib ends up grabbing the bomb in the meantime. However, Insight's going to be there to drop him. A great cover fire situation again for Toronto, as it's all on the Iceman. One of the more difficult clutches that he'd have to make in his illustrious and long career. At least dodges a sniper bullet for the first, but yeah, that is not going to happen. Clean S&D from start to finish for Toronto. And Jay, as you said, man, once Scrappy finds that pick and then Pred comes around the corner, you could tell these guys are just aware of each other's positions.
Yep.
Great teamwork all the way around.
Yeah, communication is definitely on point for the Toronto boys, as Insight not only saved Scrap's life once, but twice on that round. Textbook search and destroy so far from Toronto Ultra. Now they're going into another attacking round where they're going up against the worst defensive team in the search and destroy. They made that first round look pretty damn easy. Now that they have some trophy system to see how they play it now.
Utility tossed early. You're going to try to grab any advantage that you can. Make that soon to be. You'd expect bomb plant that much easier. Insight off to a lovely 5-0 start. And Pred, first blood found again. Right little bit of success for Toronto. And they're just going to continue to clean house. Sib gets found out toward top maps. And from there, it is easy pickings for the Ultra. They are making their way through this S&D awful quickly. We are already 4-0.
Yeah, Seattle, I'm not gonna lie. You guys might have to just chalk this map up. It's not looking good. Defensive holds are not there. You're trying to consistently flank, and they're just picking you apart by changing up their positionings. Just great work from Ultra to know the game plan in Seattle while trying to execute and read it beautifully. This is textbook search and destroy. Seattle, Fortress S&D might have to get banned permanently for the rest of the year. This is not good.
Yeah, it's not looking great, my friend. Insight. Okay, well, at least you got a first pick, so that is a nice start and a nade. Okay. Seattle Surge, your first round of search destroy looks to be going, well, a little bit nicely. Kleenex, is he feeling it? And he tosses out the stun. I guarantee if he was still looking that way, Jay, he goes for the challenge. However, maybe the wiser of the two is he and Tobias will look to try to retake this current 2 versus 3. The Sib lays down a few shots, pops Deddy. It looks like an A-bomb plant could be in their future.
Yeah, A-bomb plant is going to be in the works. Keep in mind the positioning right now of Scrappy. Just working his way through bottom art with that sniper pistol in hand. It's going to be both of the players from Toronto. Accuracy player watching that late flank is able to take down the first. Scrappy now in a 1v3 hits the shot. And unfortunately, there was not a gun to be picked up. So now he has a little bit more sniping to do.
Hold on a moment. He at least is able to single out Mack. Goes from a new POV. Shuts him down. One more to go. Scrap versus Sib. Goes right toward the bomb, but Sib is able to check it. Oh my goodness, it felt like Scrappy. He's been getting confident. He's been getting loud. Nearly clutches out the 1v3, but it's Sib to put the first round on the board there for Surge.
And that's probably a totally different round right there. If Scrappy's able to, after he gets that first kill onto Accuracy, pick up an SMG. Like, instead of having that knife, once he hits that stun, he could potentially just go for the ego chow and possibly close it out. But when you have a sniper pistol in hand, those 1v3s get a little difficult. Great attempt, though. So now Seattle finally get their first round on the board. They just have to have an answer for defense. Scrap also earns himself that airstrike.
Yeah, they've got a few streaks to work with. This is not going to be easy for Surge, but see what they can do. See if they can find a nice little pick. Set themselves up quite nicely for what could be a second round. Toronto, as we said, the strategy, plant down the bomb. Yet to see them do so. The Surge get themselves all kinds of cozy over toward P1. Pred admiring the paintings. Lovely artwork here on Fortress as he's forced to back on up. That could be Standy. Put in a position. Able to grab it.
Great repositioning right there from Standy to pick up that late flank. Finds that opening first kill. He still knows that Pred is on the attack, and he reads it beautifully. Now a 4v2. Mack does find the trade, but now it's all left up to Mack in the 1v3. He picks up that kill. His position is going to be known. Bomb is going to be getting planted. Insight throwing massive shoulders right there to just stay alive. Don't want to give up any 1v1 gunfights. Now it's 40 seconds for Mack to work with.
Mack just trying to find the timing.
Oh,
great work for the first 30 seconds on the clock, and he knows exactly where Insight's playing at. There's no doubt about it, and really just a matter of timings, just a matter of trying to know when they're going to peak, when they're going to chow. But I'll tell you what, man, that round, to me at least, just comes down to Stanley, dude. He has just been on one so far to start off this season. Finds those 2 picks over near the stairs, and I mean, what, man? He finds a 1-for-2 trade and just instantly puts his teammates in a position to succeed. And it just feels like consistently Seattle in 1v2, 1v3 situations. And it does not help, again, as we said, if you're just not finding those first bloods.
Yeah, Standy, he actually did a lot more because he got that information of Pred being that aggressor in towards bottom art. He backs him down on him with the repositioning, finds that 2-piece. So that's massive plays from him to now put Toronto Ultra at game point. Gonna play it nice and slow. Seattle slowly trying to work up towards this A-bomb. Pred's gonna make sure no one's trying to hop up towards the corner window. As now the airstrike is gonna get invested. Accuracy has to hit the repositioning, and this potentially can open it up for Toronto. Once this streak gets done, you can push up and get a little bit more control of that A site.
Great pick from Accuracy. He's going to find KiSMET for the first. Try to hold that long cross as well. Make those doors a little bit easier for his teammates to run through. Toronto aware of the Dolphin dive, aware of the push that Surge are most likely going to make. Insight tosses one out, does great amount of damage there to Mack. Brought down to 20 HP. Good teamwork for Toronto to find the pick, but Seattle still with the numbers. A great one comes in from Sib, and it's all on to Scrappy. But look at the angle. Look at the positioning that he finds himself in. Back-to-back situations for him to clutch. He's at least able to find one there. But Seattle stay alive. They avoid the streak. And there's their second round.
Yeah, that's good work from Accuracy to find that first blood, especially onto the player who's watching the overextension towards that B site, even though they're probably not going to hit it. Once you take that player down, now it forces Toronto to completely change their setup. A lane is going to be open. Someone has to pick it up. So then eventually they find that opening, pushing up towards that A-bomb. Even though Mack does get taken down, they win the trade battle. And Seattle Surge to stay alive just a little longer. Now down 5-2.
A lot's going to have to be adjusted as well, Jay. Like I said, another streak to avoid. Mack does find himself quickly in a corner, though. Scrap's going to be aware of it, but it's not just Mack, it's also Pred. They've adjusted. They go for an aggressive play here off the start. Are they going to find Scrappy? It looks like Standy. He's watching out for his teammates. Both rosters really putting themselves in a position, sacrificing their lives for the betterment of the team. Mack nearly gets singled out, but it's team shots again. As we find ourselves in a very chaotic current 2v1. Scrappy, he's been waiting, holding the angle. Accuracy's able to drop him. The aggression pays off for Surge. They're able to drop for the first, and they ride that momentum all the way home.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about if you're Seattle. Let's switch it up. Let's use our talent to the best of our ability. Let's allow our aggressive players to be aggressive on that A-bomb, even though Pred was a little bit too aggressive right there. He does take that first blood and takes full control of that A site. Beautiful crossfire setup from Mack and Accuracy as well, as they win their very first defensive round of the map.
How about it?
Great work from them.
Got to see more of it. That's the end of the discussion right there. Losing is learning. Oh, and Scrap nearly makes him pay. Snipe. The bullet just whistles past the Surge's ears as they try to get that bomb down nice and early. And it's the crossfire again. Added Toronto. They find the first blood. And what do? They back up. Why? Because we got a streak in play. Everybody duck and cover. Seattle stays alive for the moment.
So down to 4v3. Toronto are not going to give up anything easy. You have to force this play to come to them. Insight still the player watching off this cross. He's able to spot Accuracy. Does anyone have any tax?
Oh, wow.
Nope, we're just going to decide to go for the wall bang. Accuracy had 10 health. Has to try to stay alive, but KiSMET finds one.
Ooh.
Accuracy with the trade, 3v2.
He's able to reply. Oh, it's Tobias doing some great work toward bottom art. Oh, but he's able to put in some bullets toward the back, and there you have it. Toronto Ultra looking clean. throughout this search and destroy, and that is the reason, Jay, while we said Surge had to win the opening hard point, they're able to put the pieces together. They won 3 in a row toward the stretch, but it just felt like clean, comfortable, confident S&D out of the boys in purple as Toronto get on the board, now making a 1-1 series.
Yeah, Seattle just had to come out a little bit more fired up, because when you get that momentum from map 1, you got to come out in that very first round with the aggressor. You have to be the aggressor, because once you set the tone that on our defensive setup, we're going to try to work the flank multiple times. Like the first couple of defensive rounds, they were always trying to work that flank, but you see, as soon as they turned up the notch, once they got a little bit aggressive towards A, it was success for them. Just a slow start to this search and destroy. Toronto Ultra simply didn't make any mistakes. Great buddy system from Insight and Scrap in those early couple of rounds to save each other's lives a couple of times, but just such a slow start from Seattle Surge. Toronto Ultra had that early momentum. They needed a couple rounds to close it out, and they do just that to now tie the series up at 1.
Indeed, indeed. Here are a look at our maps and modes. aBeZy Hardpoint with the way of Seattle, but Toronto turn it up in the Fortress Search and Destroy, giving well, Seattle another loss in this very map, or rather this very mode, now 0-5, as we've got control coming up soon. And I guess the pressure now instantly rises for Seattle. It's not been easy for Surge fans so far throughout the MW2 season. It's like, hey, we can win hard points. Everything else, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but control at least does favor them a little bit easier. Current 1-1 score line, ladies and gentlemen. We come back after the break. We are headed to hotel for a lovely little 2-night stay. Stay with us.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. By the way, it is our last day of the Major I Qualifiers. As we said, the Pro-Am is just next week. I keep getting caught off guard, but I'll tell you what, Jay, we are in the middle of a fantastic series going down between Toronto and Seattle Surge. We have leveled the score at 1-1, and now we head in to a pretty interesting hotel control. Walk me through it. How do both teams look so far when it comes down to this one?
Obviously, Seattle, they're looking a little bit better because they're 2-1. On the opposite side for Toronto, they have yet to play this control. So a lot of bot sessions that you can have on Seattle of how they like to play it. And it's usually on their defensive sides, all about that bedroom control. There's a bunch of demons that like to be in the bedroom. Can't allow that to happen if you are Toronto. But when you're talking about the Toronto Ultra roster, obviously they get the momentum off of that last search and destroy. If you are Seattle, you just have to make sure you're maintaining that pressure. Both of these squads are fairly good on the attacking rounds. They both average about 5.5 ticks each. Seattle being number 1, Toronto being number 2. So it's all going to just be about the defensive setups. Who can hold down bedroom the best?
Indeed it will be. I'm just excited.
Oh,
Kobe, catch. Tell you what, man, Stanley has been on point. I don't care what he's doing. He's got the AR in his hands, now with the Vazdev in his hands. If he's got a grenade, the guy can do it all. We'll see exactly what Surge elect to do, as they'll be the ones on attack to kick off this round number 1. And really, that is great success on both sides of the map. It looks to be a collapse, however, on that B zone. Technically the more difficult of the two. A lot of teams preferring to go for that one off the rip. Seattle doing the same. First tick already done at B.
And that was all on the slow play right there from Mack to slowly work his way through bottom bedroom. Once he finds that 2-piece, Pred finds that opening kill through mid connector. So, now it's going to force Toronto Ultra to basically give up that B point. It's not easy to hold down this A point for 2 minutes, but some teams have had success doing it. Standy finds himself in a great position in towards carpets, finds the first, finds the second. Great 2-piece. That's going to be 3 down. Now they're in control of the map. They just have to hold strong towards this kitchen side.
And I guess the value if you're Toronto is like, yeah, you know, we did throw away the B point. However, we've got some absolute crack players on the SMGs, especially inside of the restaurant or inside of the kitchen. These boys can absolutely cook it up. Seattle, I mean, kind of forming a box on the map. You can see they're definitely trying to work out a few strats. How do we want to attack this? And I'll throw that question to you, Jay. What do you want to see Seattle do here?
It's slowly trying to work around the back. You see how they have 3 players committing towards the backside. If they take down inside, he will spawn all the way across the map. So you already put yourself in the trade advantage. But inside is able to find both players from that middle double arches area. And now it makes the slow play come in from accuracy. You have to take your time because you're the only player on this pinch. But still, that first kill has to start with insight.
Well, job done for the first. Pred off that invoke, looks to make his way through. He will fall too. Seattle Surge, they know that somebody's gonna be coming off spawn. They gotta make a move quick. Scrap with one, Sib with the other. Seattle Surge finally able to take a look at this A objective. Maybe stop the time for the moment. Mack looks to set up shop while Sib continues to find some great kills toward the outside. Mack, he's got to check his left. Oh, he nearly snaps onto Standy. Pred is there for the ultimate trade. Surge with 2 members inside of the point, and really, it's about trying to get your other players out of spawn to join you there.
Yep, KiSMET is just playing like a rat. He finds a kill. Now Pred has to go back for the attack. He does find a trade with a little bit of assistance coming in from Sib. But so far, Toronto are holding strong. 30 final seconds. Seattle have like 1 or 2 more good pushes. What can Accuracy do on this pinch? Unfortunately, his teammates are dropping. So Accuracy has to make a big play on the flank.
We'll see if it actually ends up paying off. Like, you just kind of wonder as well. Like, he has not been involved in the fight from the front. He does not find a kill from the back. It's almost all for naught. Could it be a solid 2-minute hold over at the A zone for Toronto? We're about to find out. Here comes the collapse, and there they go. Patience does not end up paying out for Seattle, as Toronto will hold. And how about it? Oftentimes, Jay, it feels like A is pretty much chalked for the defense if they lose that other point pretty early. But Ultra showing us what they can do on it.
It was just a beautiful setup from Ultra, consistently putting pressure on towards kitchen. You're watching a middle arch, you're watching carpets, you're watching double arch, and then insight. It all starts when he finds that 2-piece initially off the rip, because I thought that was the best opportunity Seattle had at winning the round. You had 3 players committing towards the flank, but once that doesn't happen, just time is starting to dwindle. Accuracy slowly working around that pitch, doesn't find another kill again, and Toronto Ultra, perfect setup around that 8 point to take round 1.
Looks like Ultra at least favoring A off the start. He's Pred looks to be a bit of a problem over toward the carpets. Sandy goes hunting for information, and at the end of the day, he will pay. A bit of a different look, right? Seattle Surge basically sent players toward both sides, quickly pounced on B. This time, inside allows for his teammates to go hunting, find some info. Meanwhile, he has stopped that clock the entire time. Good work ultimately at the end of the day coming through from Toronto, as they've got this one locked down. 2 ticks through and about to be the third one. Seattle made sure to break this leg.
Pred is playing this super slow from carpets, and unfortunately you take too long that you allow Toronto Ultra to close out this 8 point. Now 2 minutes to work with. Toronto Ultra hitting that rotation over. This is beautiful out of them because now they have somewhat of that bedroom control. Do they know the player in the back of their spawn, though, is going to be accuracy? He does take a couple shots, so his position is going to be known. But Seattle winning the trade battle. Scrap, you just have to play your life in towards top bed. This is a powerful position.
Big win from Scrappy. Trying to clear the board. Trying to make things a little bit easier for the teammates. Can he find 3? Goes for the drop shot. And it's not going to happen. And a very annoying accuracy toward the top left side of the map. Eventually falls. And now it's really both of Toronto's ARs putting in some decent damage as they look to make their way through the bedroom. Thankfully, the demon is not there just yet. Pred coming off the spawn. Toronto look to clear the waves, make their way through. Minute 15 on the clock, and they've got a few picks to work with. See as they make their first look officially as a squad into the B zone. Simp and Pred quickly to find a few. And there goes Scrappy as well. A great little style play coming through from Pred.
Toronto just needed to get a couple kills towards that bedroom position. Well, at least stay alive in that situation. Now with them all dropping on that side, Seattle take full control of the bedroom. You're forcing now Toronto to hit that overextension all the way around. Kleenex, unfortunately, you didn't check your corners. Simp, great positioning right there to open up with that first kill. But inside does take down accuracy. Now you can slow play to try to work towards your bedroom. But keep in mind where the positioning of Sandy is. He's the cutoff man.
There he is. The demon indeed. Well, he eventually does fall, so job well done if you're Ultra. And there is 3, and here comes the stack quickly. If all 4 players are on the point, you can cap it in 11 seconds. Watch that objective begin to fly. Seattle, they're trying to pull in all kinds of strats. They're trying to hit a bunch of different angles, but they've got to be careful. Now only 2 members inside of the point. Can they hold them off? Yes, they will. Toronto does a decent amount of damage, but they've not fully captured that final segment at B. As here comes the final push now for Toronto. Can they seal the deal, or can Seattle put a round up on the board themselves?
Yeah, it's going to be on Kleenex, the guy that's working towards his flank. You do not have any bedroom control, but it's all about this first kill. If you can get it, unfortunately, Mack starts off the trade fights. The great pick on the scrap. Pred finds a second, and then the last 2 unfortunately drop right in the pre-aim of Simp. Seattle with a great break. Great break. Usually like to see a bunch of teams try to hit that through the backside of spawn, but this time they said, hey, we're all spawning towards Jules. We're going to attack this through the middle of the map. Accuracy, the last player up. You slowly try to work back towards our checkout desk. And they use their attacks beautifully to take down those trophies, find a couple kills, get the break at the right time. Seattle respond with a defensive round of their own. Now they're just down 2 segments. You have to keep that in the back of your mind just in case you go into that round 5.
Yeah, it just feels like, toward the end, like you said, you do give away 5 segments overall, but it just felt like Seattle remained pretty composed, right? In that moment, you know that, hey, they've got 4 players alive. They're all around the objective. We got to rush. We got to rush. We got to rush. And it just felt like they didn't really do that. They know that they were going to have to give away a few ticks regardless, remain composed, and at least they're able to secure a round victory. But like you said, big job to do now coming into this next offense. They have to grab a decent amount of segments, and so far, it is Simp basically by himself in the middle side of the map. Feels like he's been seeing quite a bit of success on 4 in a row. See if his teammates can start to break their way through the top side of the map, looking to get from kitchen into the diner, as his life will go bye-bye. Toronto continue to win these favorable fights.
This is tough, man, because inside he was the only player left at that 8 point. There were a couple players there from Seattle. They were trying to take him down, but he shuts down that push. Now Seattle are forced to try to break through the B. They do win the trade gunfights. No one in a position to at least take them off for now. Great shots coming in from Simp to take down that player towards mid-arch. Kleenex does find 2, and the pinch is going to be in from Standy. He does get red, but it's only 30 seconds left. Seattle have to get on a point, and fortunately for them, a couple players spawn over towards A. They should be able to stop that clock.
Yeah, they're just going to go back to Old Faithful, right? That's what it's like when it comes in a hotel. Feels like A is the zone that you can pretty much rely on a decent amount of the time. However, we couldn't say that for Seattle really in that first round. Considering they were able to grab B early, never were able to break into A. And that is the reason why Toronto has that one next to their name. As Mack looks to clean house. A objective captured, another minute added on to the clock. And really, it's a matter of if they can get Standy out of this position. They've got 4 members strong, now headed to the base of Ultra.
Oh, that's a big kill if KiSMET to pick it up. Reads it beautifully. Oh, get some COD timing right there. Not able to spot it. Sib with the great shots, able to rip him off with that heady. Standy fills that gap. So far, Toronto Ultra doing what they need to do. Watching that overextension, but the player that can break it all is going to be Pred. He finds himself towards checkout desk. The nade is going to give up his positioning. Oh. And KiSMET finds that kill. Big kill.
Big one indeed. Just trying to wipe out the Aussie from your base. Gotta really look both ways before crossing, it feels like, when it comes out of his positioning. And currently for Seattle, bit of the slow game, right? We start to slow things down for a moment, trying to find those picks, and Standy could be the one, the thorn in their side. You know somebody's going to be on the objective, takes him down, and goes right back into bottom bedroom. The perfect type of play, really, for Ultra right now. Need him to continue to be a menace. He eventually gets found out. Next line of defense is going to be Scrappy. He wins his one. 25 seconds left. Something has to be done for Seattle Surge, as they've yet to get a full-on segment over at B. As we said, that's going to come in big for the future of this game. Every segment meaning that much more.
I'm pretty sure they're at least able to complete one, so that's job well done by them. We still have one player on the point, which is going to be aCBeZy. He gets taken down, and now 11-2 in lives remaining. Scrap finds another one through the middle of the map, all left up to Pred. I know he's a great player, but 11 guys that you got to try to take down if you want to win this round. It's not going to do it. So Seattle Surge, even though they did not win the round, they put themselves up by 2 segments. And I know that's not easy, especially when you have to give up one of these points if they do take full control. So Seattle just have to try to hold strong. Probably a 2-2 split. Obviously, you don't want to give it that B push right off the rip, but it's all about these initial gunfights if you want to try to secure that defense going into round number 5.
Yeah, I'm always kind of curious, too, when we have a map like Hotel, right? A control map where it feels like, you know, one zone's going to be more favored than the other. Like, do you try, knowing that you have the advantage, to still go for the risky strats? Or, as I said, you just go back to Old Faithful. It feels like for Toronto, they're going to go for that standard push, right? Because if they're able to get those 3 ticks, the advantage that only continues to give them playing the long game, up 2-1, but aware of the fact that this very well could be a round 5 on our hands. As we head into A, nice and quick, a lovely little Sunday stroll as Toronto go back to business. Current nice little streak as well, being granted from the ARs, as they're trying to set up a decent sized pinch. Seattle swarmed right now inside of that B zone, trying to clear their way on out of it. This could get dirty. This could get very scary quickly.
This is a beautiful play from Toronto. They only had one player on that A point the entire time. You had Scrap trying to slowly work his way through bedroom, and everyone else is just trying to set up this pinch towards B. So now the sole focus for Seattle has to be slowing down this B pressure. You still have somewhat better control as Pred finds himself towards top plat, but he's going to get taken down. Now, it all falls into the hands of aCBeZy. 2 players are going to be towards top desk. They're all going to be spawning out towards back spa, but no players from Toronto Ultra in a position to at least get towards Standy in quickness. Unfortunately, that push gets shut down, but they do close out A, so they guarantee themselves defense in round number 5, just in case we get there, but they're still up by 3 lives.
It's just beautiful play, man. Oh, God, insight. Okay, just shuts down Pred.
Got an airstrike, too.
He's going to have that streak, but like I said, he's just hanging out over at that A objective, and it felt like Seattle were having headaches just trying to deal with 3 players. An excellent start to this round for Toronto. And really, as we talk about on Hotel, it is all about bedroom when it comes down to B. Standy, there's no way, right? Okay, no way to say. There's no way he's able to style and find that kill. Inside eventually called the move from really his statued placement as he drops. Seattle do wipe the board for the moment. Minute 15 on the clock. We'll see what Toronto look to do. Fred all out aggressive. He drops. Now it's called upon to Sib to make the plays.
A minute and 10 on the clock. Sib watching overextended through kitchen. Puts Standy in a tight corner. Takes him down with the Semtex, but the trade does come in from KiSMET. So now he's going to potentially spawn Sib all the way across the map. The flank is now going to be open, so KiSMET, he might have just made that impactful play. He's going to cut right back to the middle of the map. I would have liked to see him hit the long route, but he also does find that kill onto Pred. So now your sole focus is taking out aCBeZy from bedroom because he's the guy that can cause you problems.
Accuracy as well, trying to be a thorn in the side. Mack makes things a little bit easier with that pick. Calm, cool, collected from the Iceman. And Pred is going to handle business at the end of the day. 30 seconds left. Toronto, again, have that defense secured for round 5, but can they get it done here? Sib pulling out the Vaznev, just trying to pepper up Toronto, make their life that much more difficult as they begin to rush, begin to run on in toward that B objective. Few players trying to make a play toward the back. It's going to be called on to Pred. Can he find one? No, he does not. That's going to be one. Make it 2 for Scrappy. Rushing on in, Accuracy and Sib, the last few players alive toward the objective. Sib able to find one, puts in the other. 0.8 on the clock. Inside is alive, but only for a second. Toronto, a very, very close call toward the end of that round as Seattle survive and send us to a round 5.
Just great holds, especially from the SMG players on the side of Seattle. Accuracy just stayed in towards bottom lights for like a minute, uncontested. It's just so difficult when you're Toronto Ultra, consistently spawning over at Kitchen to hit that rotation back, check every single corner. And unfortunately, the corner you don't check, that's where Accuracy was sitting. Plays his life beautifully towards that bedroom side, allows for his teammates, even if they're dropping, to trade efficiently. No need to panic. We still have great map control as they clutch up on that defensive round number 5. Now Seattle need to respond on the attack.
See what they can do. Make it pretty standard stuff when it comes down to A. And it appears that they will. Want to get this one off the board? Really just give yourself as much time as possible, right? When it comes down to that B zone. Try to get 2 minutes on the clock. Work with what you can. Sib is sit forward. Just trying to clear the lanes. Anything that you can get. Any little advantage for Surge. They're going to do their best to try to find it. That's going to be another one coming in for the sophomore. All calm, cool, collected so far for Seattle. The time has paused. And right now they're making this look easy, Jay.
Yeah, Seattle, they're doing the same exact strategy that Toronto were trying to do in that previous attack round. Have one person on this point. Everybody else play your kills. Try to play for a little bit more map control as Toronto fully going to give this one up. You have Scrap watching that overextension. But this is where Seattle have to calm down. They know they do not have bedroom control. They cannot push around the back. And Scrap's going to sneak his way up, find that 2-piece, and now this is going to slow down that pressure just a little bit.
Now it kind of becomes the waiting game. Really becomes the waiting game. Standing, he's been here all game long, and really his long-range shots with the Vaznev have been excellent. It's the SMGs trying to clear things out. As Mack is at least able to find one. Again, it is Standy. Nearly finds the third, but it's the trades that Toronto were looking for. First wave down.
First wave down. Hold strong at bedroom. Minute and 45 to work with, so there's a lot of time. Big opening kill from Pred to take control of top. It's just 2 more players. That's now you have to focus. You see Sib hitting that rotation back. He does pop that dead silence. So inside, he's not going to get any information, but across the map, Standy is just shutting down that pressure from the back, and it's just difficult. It's difficult if you're not able to find a 2 or 3 down in favor of your squad. It's very difficult to try to attack any of these points.
You got one SMG watching the back. You got another SMG clearing out top. Ben! Oh, I thought that was surely going to go the way of Cleanex. But both of them fall in a matter of moments in Seattle with the sense of urgency. Realize this could be their opening at that B objective. However, one player still remains in the back. That's going to be Insight. Pred trying to do some work from the front. Same thing for Sib. There are a few players out from this desk. A few members down. And like we said, one more in the back. And that's really what's been causing problems for them. Knowing that Insight's back here, they could just try to avoid him or wait for him to strike. Here comes the streak. Insight at least able to clear one off of the point, so the time will kick away. The objective, maybe even the gunfight beginning to come into play. 35 seconds left. Toronto looking to try to make this a solid hold as here comes Toronto again.
And Insight did die. Insight did not die. He calls in that airstrike. He finds a kill. So now it's final 25 seconds. Seattle have to make their last hurrah. Insight still causing problems from top plat, so the pressure's going to be on the flank and through the middle of the map. Standing in a great position, at least takes down the second. You see the spawns for the Seattle Surge all the way across at Kitchen. They need a miracle.
They do indeed. My feet just disappeared, but it's back. Oh, it's back. We're good. Scrap, trying to stay alive. Final few seconds. Can they get onto the objective? And no, they will not. Toronto come up with another clutch hold. Excellent work from the team in the end. And a big W in the books, their first time on Hotel. And it looks strong, Jay. It looks strong indeed. A great performance from a multitude of players. It felt like everybody had their moment. Scrappy puts up the numbers. Same thing for Standy. But I'll tell you what, man, Insight was a thorn in the side of Seattle for those last minute and a half. But they could not get rid of him in order to make the full push at the B zone.
Brother, the guy only died 16 times. Look at everyone else's deaths in the kill death department. Everyone's around 28 or 20 more. It's insane stuff from Insight to just value his life the way that he did. He caused so many problems. He found his way into his bottom bedroom with about 1:45. He didn't die for the rest of that round. Great plays from Insight. Even when 3 of his teammates dropped, Seattle were able to get on the point. He invests his streak instead of shooting his gun. Still don't know where Insight is. He finds at least 1 kill. Now you allow your teammates to get back into the play. Then Seattle, they check the corner, but unfortunately he's sitting really deep in that corner. He finds another kill onto accuracy and then just continues to push out. Made the game so damn difficult for any Seattle Surge players to try to fight for bedroom control as they're consistently spawning at kitchen. Toronto Ultra, their setups was just a little too strong on that defensive end. Now take a 2-1 commanding lead in the series.
And that's impressive, right? I mean, we know Seattle Surge, especially last year, Jay, this team, how great they were on attacks, how great they were and on Tuscan, for example, back in Vanguard, right? When you had more of a difficult zone to capture in comparison for A and B, like this team just feels like they hit a new gear when they're at the more disadvantageous side in the swing mode of game number 3. But Toronto, they remain composed. And it's just another layer, man. It really is. It's just another layer that impresses you from this new Toronto roster. It feels like they're making strides every single series, right? They cut down Atlanta FaZe yesterday, and right now they're handling business currently versus the Seattle Surge in a spot where this team often does see success. They hold it down in a multitude of ways, up 2-1 in the series, and now back-to-back victories. As we head back to Hotel, brother, we're not leaving this one.
Yeah, we're not leaving. We're going into a Hotel hardpoint, and just to touch a little bit more on Toronto Ultra, their teamwork right now is really good. You saw it in that search and destroy. We had the buddy system. Hey, I'm gonna have your back just in case we don't get traded. And even in that control, remember that play where Standy goes out when they were capturing that B point? He just gets 1 kill and then dives right back into bottom bedroom. He knows the big picture. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Get that 1 kill, and just staying alive on that side of the map is what's gonna win you that map. Great plays from Toronto Ultra to know exactly what was needed to close out that map number 3. Now it goes into this hard point. We had a banger of a hard point in the map number 1, and I'm expecting nonetheless in map number 4.
I am too, buddy. I am too. You look for Seattle to play better when it comes down to the hard points. Again, I mean, it's a worrisome sight. You're going to have to rely, possibly, if you win this hard point, on that Game 5 search destroy. I don't want to get too ahead by any stretch of the imagination, but who do you look out for, I guess, when it comes down to Seattle Surge? We know the players. We know the big heavy hitters in hardpoint. Are you looking at those 2 guys in Pred and Sib, or are you looking at the other 2 to go big here?
No, I'm not even looking at the other 2. I'm looking at one player specifically, and that's going to be accuracy. This is a guy who can change the game. If accuracy is playing his life, hitting that early rotation, winning massive gunfights off the rotation, the game is going to be a lot easier because you know what Sib, you know what Mack, and you know what Pred are going to do. They're going to go out there and get theirs. But the one thing you need to focus on is making sure you're allowing your team to have the favorable side for a majority of these hills. Same way you did it on that map number 1 at a kitchen when you got that 3-piece, you need to do it again, especially on a map like Hotel where you can get punished really quickly.
Yeah, and it feels like for Toronto, man, like, well, I forget how many hard points that they've lost, but like 3 of them have been 4 and 5 in total, whoever knows, but like 3 of them have been really in situations where they probably should have won. Like those 2 versus Atlanta, the last one here versus Seattle for game number 1 on aBeZy. I think that you don't necessarily get terrified, when it comes down to Hotel necessarily, but you really do want to see Toronto come out swinging, not be in these late game type of situations. But into the game 4 we go. Really has not been the series that you'd like to see so far from Sib. He's a little bit slow out of the gates of the map 1 and really turned things up a bit in that control, but it really was the Scrappy show. And I believe Scrappy, by the way, like tied the overall
record.
Kill record for a single map at 39. We've got multiple players on it. I think it's HyDra, Brack, and now Scrappy tied for it. We'll see if somebody can hit that illustrious 40 bomb as we jump into our 4th map here of the series. And Seattle send it to 5, or is this what we call curtains here for Toronto?
And Toronto Ultra already starting off on the better foot because this P1 hill is the only hill that they are negative on this map. Negative by 33 points. They're basically giving up a lot of time off of P1, but to start off on the better side. Now Seattle Surge are just going to think big picture. They know how impactful that P2 rotation can be. But Toronto do a great job of just winning these trade gunfights. Now that's going to be 3 dead. Now you need to step up on the aggression. Unfortunately, Standing turns at the wrong time. And Seattle Surge still trying to hold on to those back spawns.
Insight goes for the dolphin dive, like we said. Aware of the value when it comes down to those spawns for P2. It has been 30 so far uncontested for Toronto. A Surge finally able to dip a toe in, and right now Pred is gonna have to put on his best anchored AR. Does a great job to clear out the backside. So finally Seattle able to put a few on the board. We'll see how Toronto elect to break this. They actually did a great job on this particular hill versus Atlanta just days ago. We'll see how Seattle handle it now.
Oh, nice trades going back and forth, but still going to be Seattle with the favorable spawns. Standing does take down accuracy off point, but when you're spawning in towards the back, it's a lot quicker to get towards that point. Neither one of these squads are getting any time. Mack is going to potentially take down Insight, but KiSMET is able to find that kill. So Toronto Ultra, they get the break. Now it's all about the rotation. It's going to be on Insight versus Sib. Whoever can win this one-on-one can change the game right now.
See how it eventually goes. Brad doing a great job. It does get cleared out. As you said, one of the more influential fights. Sib is able to take it. Seattle do have to be careful though with pushing up as far as they are for spawns. Pred continues bottom right side of your screen. A field day. Like you said, he is just walking everywhere around the hotel. Not a problem at all right now for last year's Rookie of the Year. Mack in the back. They do give that one up. This is the easier side to break it from when it comes down to kitchen. Toronto are here. They're knocking on the door. Accuracy eventually arrives. We'll see what he can do with it. A few stragglers from Toronto still looming. And yeah, Pred, that streak is alive and well, Jay.
Yep, earns that airstrike. Already 11-3. He knows the layout of the hotel, exactly where the vending machines are, where he wants to get a soda. The guy has it basically tattooed on his body. It's now Seattle have held this kitchen hill down to the T. A full 60 hold is now going to force Toronto Ultra off that rotation. They have a couple bodies here as well. So Toronto Ultra, you need to win these gunfights. These are massive, and they come out on top in the trades. 2 down. Sib last player up.
Thankfully able to do so. Toronto Ultra fans, I'm sure, try to be cautious as we get toward the later stages of this game. As we mentioned, they had that very, very close series versus Atlanta FaZe. As they look to lock things down here over at the bar. Currently a vacant hill, and that's because the streak happens to be inbounds. I'll tell you what, Jay, that precision just sounds absolutely terrifying. I don't know where that sound comes from, but it is scary. And Seattle do a great job to try to rush in from the front. Scrap the soul man in the back line. C is receiving tactical after tactical. Simp stuns everything in the kitchen sink, tossed at his feet. Seattle rushed in through the front, and now they've got the time.
And that's a beautiful break right there, especially for Mack to just slowly find that kill through middle arch. He sets up the pinch, and now Seattle Surge are doing a great job of just trapping him in the back. Look at the spawns for Toronto Ultra. They will not have their rotation towards next. In fact, if she can get this remaining time, that's even better. But Toronto Ultra is right now playing from the back foot. Seattle Surge not making any mistakes off rotation. They break in when they need to. And they also got a guy named Pred, who's almost at 20 kills already. He's going nuts.
And we said that somebody's going to go for the illustrious 40 bomb. KiSMET, by the way, is just having a great time making his way throughout the restaurant, sliding between the pews. They look to lock things down. Great job up to this point, trying to limit Pred the best way that they can. Sweat off the brow. Toronto, they've gotten rid of the Aussie. And Seattle Surge still knocking at the door. Spawns will flip for the moment. And Scrap lying in waiting. Trade after trade. In Toronto, they've got him.
This is a beautiful break at the start of this hill. I thought Seattle, they put themselves in a great position, but when you lose a couple gunfights off rotation, Ultra are going to take it. They were able to hold down this Dyna Hill, get themselves right back into this game. Now off the rotation towards P6, towards back plat. Insight does take down the first. Challenges the second onto Mack. Great shots. He's going to be one shot. So Scrap should be in a position to at least find that trade. But right now, Toronto Ultra have flipped this game on its head by taking control of the lead and taking control of the spawns. Should get some initial time here.
Look good to do so. Toronto able to clear out a few, get rid of that trophy. You never want to see those, especially we've seen a few players die so far at MW2 from those trophies. You got to be careful. You got to check your corners, make sure those things are out of the way. The Scrap continues to go on a nice little spree. That's 5 in a row for him. Great work coming in from the rookie as he and Standy currently on 10 in a row. Trying to only add toward this spree right now, make it 6. Toronto comes screaming back in this game and look to have a hefty lead as Parking Lot is 25 away.
Parking Lot is 25 away. Toronto Ultra, they have blown this game wide open. Let's step aside real quick. Let's check in with the listening with the Toronto boys.
I think it's couches. I think it's
I'm looking at my phone. Couches weak. One might be cute for connector. Let's take our time. Work fucking kills. You were connector, guys.
He's double pillars.
Pillars, absolute pillars, sir.
I see Røkkr side.
What's it? Oh, nice.
That's two on the
Go
left.
P5 with me, Jimmy, okay?
He's on the P5.
Let's triple B5. Let's triple B5. I'll dive out and sign out.
I'm dead! Nice. Let's go.
Ready, Jimmy?
I'm heading up.
No pillars, Scrap. No pillars.
No pillars. Our side connector.
Our side connector. I don't see him.
Come. Let's go connector. One of the week.
I have you.
And double pillars. Connector dead. No one-shot connector. Double pillars. Standing double pillars. Keep finessing, Toby. Literally clear your life.
You have to run me. Dead.
Two pillars, one lamps, one pillars.
I'm waiting.
Lamps and pillars.
Lamps, I can't wallbang him.
I'm in the lobby.
Left side in the corner.
Double pillars, one lamps. Lamps dead. Nice, double pillars.
Carry him.
I have D1, D2. I'm playing D1, D2.
I don't see lamps. I don't see
lamps. Soak this time. Just
Right.
soak this fucking time.
He's double pillars going engine.
Connector dead.
Engine, sip. Engine.
One cat now, dead.
Try and go deep, maybe. I spawn P5, bro. They're gonna spawn
D1. There's one nuke. Go help him, Scrap, right?
I'm just holding D1, D2.
Soak that.
One guy's tops on me.
I got it.
One guy's tops for sure.
These Toronto boys are firing. You're starting to hear Scrappy get loud in the comms. Let's check in with the other side. Seattle down, but not out. Check in now with Seattle.
I have one shot. I got time. One's one on me, okay? Yeah.
I'm holding hard.
I got first kill left. I got one right.
Nice. I'm holding hard.
Blue, cloak and fucking, I'm still Dior. I'm gonna, right. Can they cross out?
Yeah,
Art to the cross to the right.
Art inside stun.
Can you guys get my One's in blue and pond.
Blue and left.
Blue and pond.
Blue got me. I'm wrapping pond.
Blue on the stairs.
We're pitching. Give me 2 seconds.
Find the stairs dead.
That's one shot.
Blue
Four dead. Four.
I'm getting out.
Yeah, we can change the share.
I'm going mid alley. They're gonna spawn couches now.
I'm pushing back. Yeah, they spawn on you. They spawn on you in the back. I'll see him back here.
Back pond.
They spawned there, huh?
Yeah, there's 2 old.
Yeah, they're on the road.
Alright, nothing here. You should push out.
I got one pond.
I'm holding bread, Dante.
Alright, I'm pushing on the right, but one more on the right, that's dead.
Nice, I'm holding bread. I have all the mid. They can't go mid. Yeah. I have time.
They can't go pond. They can't go middle. God Heady Standy. Okay, it's the first guy. One's on ult.
I'm not playing the back. I'm playing the back. I'm sitting in the corner here. I just
spawned mid-map.
Yeah, I'm playing.
And the communication right there from Seattle was on point. They got it clean for dead, but then they were a little bit too aggressive and allowed all of Toronto Ultra to basically spawn in the back for free, get that remaining 20 to 25 seconds, and getting closer and closer to the 250-point mark. So now if you are Seattle, you have to hold strong. You got a full 60 on Kitchen the first time around. You got to do it again.
Use everything in your power. Use everything that you can. Pots, pans, whatever it is. Use everything to your advantage possible. As Pred sprints on forward, it's now on to accuracy, and he's able to take down another. Seattle Surge, we said it had to be a full 60, and right now it's looking like it. Slowly but surely, inching their way back into this game. Scrap trying to fire through the kitchen walls. They know where accuracy's hiding. Can they drop them? That's going to be 2. They break on in, and there you have it for Toronto, getting closer and closer to that 250-second mark. Surge, it has got to be perfect, clean, confident hard point from this point out. 8 seconds away.
8 seconds away. Toronto just needs one break. A lot of pressure coming in through mid-arch. Simp does find the first. As that's going to be 3 down. Seattle doing a great job. The last player is going to be Standy. You got to know where he is. You cannot allow this guy to break your setup. As with him just playing his life the way that he is, he's stalling time for his teammates to get back into the play. Simp's not worried about it, though. Great shots to take down the first accuracy with the crossfire. Wow. Another 3 down. Seattle are doing everything they can to fight back into this game. Final 35.
All the Kleenex. They still have to drop the first. Toronto trying to wipe out a few players as they make their way into the objective. As we said, 7 seconds. That's all it takes. But Seattle continuing to build a bit of momentum. However, one more player left inside of the objective. It's going to have to be Pred. We saw some magic in moments like this last season. Can he give us another? Not going to happen here. Toronto, they can win it on this hard point. Trying to contest for as long as possible. They've got the tick. They've got the tick, Seattle. They've got to jump in. Pred is here. He'll contest. Now we head toward the restaurant. Another hold that's going to have to be immaculate. As here comes Kleenex. He will fall. Simp holding the line, waiting for his teammates to come off and spawn.
Simp just got to stay alive. Keep in mind that Scrap does have that airstrike to work with. This is a perfect time to call it in. Standy is going to be able to find 2 through carpet.
Oh!
That's going to be 2 and a team kill.
That should be it. That should be it. They break it and they win it. Toronto Ultra giving some words to Scrappy. Hype to close out this game. Toronto Ultra, just days ago, this hill was the bane of their existence. It caused headaches, nightmares even. But they make good on it this time. It is a break versus Seattle toward the stretch. And my goodness, were these respawns close. Toronto come back with some fury. And my goodness, what a performance it was all series long, Jay. As well for the new additions, Scrappy and Standy. 28 for either side. Damage, hill time, whatever you'd like. A great performance from those two as Toronto Ultra close out our Major I qualifiers 3-1.
That is a scary duo of Scrappy and Standy. Both put it up 28 kills. A lot of damage coming in from Scrap. He went on like a 9 spree in the middle of that hard point. I think that's when the game started to turn on its head. Seattle did a great job the second rotation at that P4. But once they got broken at Diner Hill, that is unacceptable. That is where Ultra were able to hold that down and then chain it all the way towards back plat, grow the lead by almost 100. And then when you got closer and closer towards the ending of this game, Seattle, they had a great hold on P2. But then they get 4 dead and they were a little bit too aggressive, give the free spawns to Ultra in the back, so they were able to get that final 20. Then you rotate over towards Kitchen. You hold the initial push, you hold it down for about 30 seconds, but Ultra, they knew that they had to at least force a couple players off that early rotation. Only 2 players left from Seattle in towards Kitchen. They take them 2 down. They get another 15 to 20 seconds. If Seattle would have potentially hold down some of those money hills to the full time, I know it's very difficult at the very end of these crucial games because you have to send players off the rotation. You don't want to bite yourself in the back end, especially when you're not fully set up for the next one. But Toronto Ultra, they made the adjustments. They knew exactly what they needed to do, got the remaining junk time on a bunch of these money hills, and were able to close out a very, very close series. Congratulations to them, and they avoid that 2-2 gauntlet. No 2-2 gauntlet for Toronto Ultra.
They're able to survive what is going to be, I'm sure, a very intriguing conversation for the rest of the day. But New York down, Atlanta down, and the same thing for Seattle as Toronto go on a nice little winning spree to close out their qualifier campaign. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as we headed on over to the desk. Pocket team, what'd you make of that one?
Thank you, you handsome gentlemen. It's time to break this one down, starting with that game number 4. And I have to say, I could watch Hardpoint between Toronto and Seattle all year long and be a happy man with Call of Duty this year. A great series between these two teams, but it's Toronto who comes out with the 3-1. And aLLeY, this is our first team other than the Røkkr that is looking like they're guaranteed that number 1 spot. They locked it in with this Game 4 victory.
They really did, and honestly, they did it in such a way that they look incredible as a team heading into Raleigh in these 2 hard points, especially. Like, the ending of that Seattle surge started to play perfect COD, and Toronto snatched it right back out from them. They said, we're not allowing this comeback to happen. And I have to say, especially that scrappy 9 spree to break that plat hill into the P1, you could hear it in the comms. He was like, Toby, stay down, play your life, just stay alive, stay where I need you while I get these clears over your head, and that's what got them the win in the end.
Scrappy caught fire throughout this, but Nameless, you were walking me through some of the big mini-map plays that Standy was making throughout this series. What is it about the new face on Toronto that has given them a lot of confidence?
Man, I can't say enough good things about Standy. This guy, if you're paying attention to the minimap, the routes and plays that he is making are game-changing plays. This guy is on the early rotation every single time. He's being a nuisance in their base, and even on that map 1, the guy was making moves, staying alive for about a minute and a half. I love what I'm seeing from this Toronto Ultra team, Puckett. I think they're the most complete, most sound team headed into the major, and after this match, they're my favorite to take it all. They look absurd.
Most complete, most sound team
Absolutely.
in the CDL right now?
Everybody is doing what they need to do on the map. The players are popping off when they need to. Insight in the control. We're seeing Standy and Scrappy in the hard points. The search and destroy is chef's kiss. This team looks great.
All right, well, right now we have Insight on the phone. Let's bring him in live to headquarters. Insight, congratulations. You guys just locked up the top spot in your pool. And I have to ask, how close was this series? Because statistically, it looked like a nail-biter. Did it feel that way being in-game?
Yeah, you know, Seattle is such a good team. You know, they've got that chem. Obviously, we're a team that's still building chem, and like every map there just felt like a battle. Nothing was like free. So you know, it just feels great to get that win.
Congratulations, a huge win indeed to end this split going 3-1. So now you are possibly in contention for that top seed, and I'm sure you guys knew that heading in as well. Did that add a little bit of pressure or fire into this series? And is there any teams you want to have in your pool?
Honestly, with the seeding thing, we went into the series just like any other, where it was like, you know, we just gotta focus up and play our game and come out strong, and you know, we did that. For the team that we want to play, I mean, just give us anyone. We'll play anyone. We're not scared of anyone, you know.
I love that, Jamie. You guys are looking great out there in that control. I seen you bottom bedroom popping off. I want to ask you, you know, this is a new squad. You've been on the Toronto Ultra that's been cool, calm, and collected, but has struggled at hardpoint over the years. Now, with this team, there's a lot more energy. The respawn looks so much better. Do you think you can attribute that to the energy of the new players?
Yeah, you know, I always say to Scrap, he's got that puppy energy, but he, you know, in game he brings that that fire. You know, he just wants to win, he wants to prove himself. And then you've got Toby and iLLeY, who just, I mean, man, they just run around and slay. And I'm just stood there with my feet up most of the time, just like, all right, yeah, just pick up this, pick up that, go run at that. So, I mean, yeah, it's just great. Youngsters just running around doing their thing, and they just want to prove themselves.
Insight, you guys are now 3-1, but there is a huge pack on our leaderboard that's stuck at 2-2. Why do you think the teams are all so tight here in our first 2 weeks of the game?
I honestly put it down to, like, obviously the league started a little bit early. Teams still figuring stuff out, and I feel like the best way to learn stuff is through matches. You know, you'd like to see how people are playing in matches, and you know, sometimes losing can be beneficial and learning from it. So, but also this league's just so competitive. Like, all the teams are just so good right now.
Best of the best from around the world, all playing here in the Call of Duty League. You are amongst them, but I have to ask you used to have the best mustache in the CDL. Now Scump is coming in for the title. How do you feel about this challenger?
Oh, I mean, it's the king, you know. I guess I have to step to him and have a word with him at the major, but, you know, been growing out for November. I don't know if I should keep it or not.
It looks good, brother. Doing it for a great cause. Let's get it at least to Christmas. I'm here for it. Insight, thank you for joining us, and stay on the stream because you're going to like this next segment. It's time for our Scuff play of the game, and it's going to feature that young man. Insight was making the big brain play. Study called it out. Just 16 deaths when they went to control because this man was playing his life at the most crucial times, Ant.
Oh, so yeah, we got his perspective here. You know, I was actually kind of criticizing him for a second when we were watching it because his team started to fall, and he was just sitting bottom bedroom the entire time. But the man was popping off, dude. Like, he was doing exactly what he needed to do. On the defense for Toronto Ultra, it wasn't just him, though. It was him and Standy both getting into the bedroom, finessing, playing their lives. They had a pretty good stand when Seattle was triple stacked onto the point where Standy flew out, got a kill. Insight comes in for the immediate trade. Just good communication overall from everyone.
aBeZy, final thoughts here on the Seattle Surge. It's Toronto who is walking away with the W. We know they're going to be at the top of their group, whichever one it is. However, Seattle Surge still up in the air now with a 1-3 record.
0-5 in Search and Destroy. That's really all I have to say when it comes to the Seattle Surge. They need to hit the lab and hit the lab fast, especially with playing Fortress S&D as many times as they had and have lost it as many times as they have. It seems like maybe when they were down, it seemed, I think, 4-2, and they had finally pushed up stage. I mean, and we're like, yes, finally, they're trying to change their strat, but I mean, to test that in your last match heading into Raleigh and still lose it 6-3.
Let's ban it. Let's start banning it.
3 days to clean up your game, and we'll see you in North Carolina. Both of those teams are done, but when we come back, we've got the biggest game of the day. And while you're in that commercial break, make sure you're getting your CDL gear. Shopped at CallOfDutyLeague.com. We've got the best gear in Call of Duty. You can be rocking it in person in Raleigh next week. When we return, though, it's the returning champions from last season, the LA Thieves, taking on OpTic Texas. Can OpTic lock up their spot at the top of the pool? We find out after this.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
You'll never see me coming, you'll never see me running. Always a step ahead, calculating and cunning. Never stopping for nothing, I stay aiming and bucking.
Wait a minute! Oh my God! Another for Brent! Brent! It's three! aBeZy, making it look easy. Scump is just slaying. It is a massacre. Oh my good God, he's going to eat him alive. Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the king? This one is done.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
And Dylan Adam has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 6. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
These team videos get me so hype, and there's no bigger match on the day than OpTic Texas versus LA Thieves. Why? Well, you got the returning champs in LA Thieves going up against, well, definitely the most popular team in the chat right now. You guys are going crazy, by the way. We got to talk about this matchup, though, because the seeds are what's on the line in this battle. And LA Thieves, you're not playing for a top spot. You're just trying to avoid that bottom seed in your group. While if you're OpTic Texas, you're looking to complete your 3-1. Can they get it done today? It's not going to be an easy fight, and we have a feeling this one could go the distance. Let's start with the LA Thieves, though. They're currently sitting in that number 9 spot, looking to finish 2-2. aLLeY, how did they get it done? How does this Thieves team get back to that championship form?
Well, that's the biggest worry for me right now, is that it looks like they can't get it done right now. Their search and destroy looks just like last year. They're having a repeat of those struggles, and the biggest woe, though, is that their respawn isn't on par either. At least last year, they could get through the respawns to pull them through a series and maybe steal away search and destroy, but up against the OpTic Texas right now, none of the numbers fall in the LA Thieves' favor.
We have the Prince in Envoy going up against the King in Scump. Let's talk a little bit about the OpTic squad on the other side here, Nameless, because they won a 2-3-5 yesterday. No hard points in their wins.
Yeah, I think that OpTic Texas, while they look really ahead when it comes to search and destroy, they're a little bit behind in the hard points. And I think it's Dashy and iLLeY not prioritizing rotation enough, getting to these power positions. We've seen Shotzzy trying to hit the routes, but he doesn't have enough help in these situations. When we're looking at that aBeZy from their match yesterday, that is some of the things that they need to fix on the rotations to AC. These money hills, these 60-point hills, OpTic has to be better at.
And to bounce off what Ant just said, that is true. OpTic is actually the 12th team right now when it comes to rotations, so they do need to pick up on that against a team like LA Thieves, especially when they are second overall in hold percentage. So when they do hit that rotation and have that early setup, it is incredibly difficult to break them, but they are going against the number 2 break-in team in LA Thieves.
You played 3 matches on both sides. You know what you want to ban. You know what you want to play. Here's what the teams decided are in the cards for us tonight. And we have the LA Thieves coming to the table with a stacked lineup ready to pull out some dubs on Hotel. Hotel in game 1. Hotel in game 3. Hotel comes again in game number 5. We need to get quick predictions here. aLLeY, where are we starting off here? Are you feeling the Thieves? Are you feeling OpTic in this game 1?
Like I said, the numbers don't lie. I'm feeling OpTic Texas in this one.
OpTic Texas. And what about you, Mr. Nero?
I think they fixed some of their mistakes here. They look so good in search. OpTic Texas take it 3-2.
Prince versus the King. I know a bunch of Brits who love the monarchy. Fellas, how do you guys feel about this one? We got Brycey, we got Ton, and a good old-fashioned OpTic LA battle.
Thank you. It's going to be an incredible game. I'm very much looking forward to it. These two teams certainly something to prove facing each other before we go into the Pro-Am. And some interesting maps coming forward, of course. We will have the 3 hotels, but tell the difference. We'll just call them Hotel, Motel, Holiday Inn, Ton.
Are we allowed to say that on broadcast? I'm not too sure. Look, I'm really interested to see what goes down in this series. Of course, the defeat for LAT yesterday came as a bit of a surprise to absolutely everybody. It has to be said, but what better way to bounce back than with a win against OpTic, of course. And yeah, we talk about seeding, etc., but it would be nice for both these two teams to get a win over each other. Absolutely no doubt about that. Not necessarily a rivalry brewing just yet, but it is very much ready and waiting to be ignited. And will it be here on Hotel? Absolutely agree with what the desk are saying, though. OpTic do look the stronger. Search and Destroy yesterday was almost flawless. Hard point, need to tighten it up, though. Has to see what's going to go down here on Hotel.
Yeah, definitely going to be a trying test for both teams, but we will start off going into P1. At the moment, we're on board with Scump, looking for the first player in the sofa. It's going to see Envoy, and a great way to start.
Yeah, just want to try and flip this, and well, 3 kills falling there. Yes, it is. 4 kills flying on through. Lovely stuff coming in from the side of OpTic Texas. Flip now, halfway done, on his way forward. Let's see if we can get anything done over this side.
They're looking for this Scump with a dead silence. Looking already to play a little bit masterful here. The LA Thieves just trying to make sure they can get this scrap time off at the moment. They don't want to give it all away to OpTic. So they will grab on their own little slice of the pie. But OpTic have got bigger fish to fry, and you can see they are rotated and ready.
Good position to be in. Wonderful start for the side of OpTic. iLLeY has to lock this one down. Some good early time on the doors here for the side of OpTic Texas. Envoy trying to fight back over towards the back. He's going to fall as well as Drazah, as well as Kenny. They line up for eLLeY. Nicely done. Now ball with Scump, yet to die. 3-0 out of him. A really, really good start from OpTic Texas. Still 45 seconds remaining here on P2.
Yeah, looking very much in control of this game.
Oh my
Scump likes the kill feed as well.
Rotation.
Getting in Scump with the duo, and Scump's on a 5 streak again. He really has been standout for this OpTic team so far in this season. I know it's early days yet, but the king never sleeps.
Yeah, well, we've been talking about it. Can't retire. Can't retire on this one. Absolutely not. Here we go. The big fight about come through.
Oh, that timing.
No, that Scump is there. He's going to be able to find at least something, you would think here. Now, Drazah, waiting for a little bit of backup from his teammates. Drazah has played that so well just to survive. And all of a sudden, this rotation was looking good for the side of OpTic Texas. It is, well, still a nice little spot for them to be in. The kills coming in towards the back. And still wet for LAT. Come through. Shots are in.
At the moment, but Envoy's going to get 3. Scump will eventually come in and clean it up. A little bit of a silver lining there for OpTic as Drazah tried to take down the players pushing in, and they're doing incredible well. OpTic filling that kill feed again. Now going to try and push them out. Dashy gets another kill. No blue dot today. Hack working fine.
Yeah, bad start from Kenny and Drazah. 2 and 14 combined. Rotation from now around towards the back. Push going to start coming in here for the side of LAT. Stop the bleeding if you potentially can. You had a good spawn to be able to do so. Shotzzy finding 2 inside the kitchen, and the 3rd as well. Had a pretty slow series, has to be said, yesterday. The rest of the team getting the job done. Needs to be good here today. It's a good start at 8 and 4.
Oh, Dashy! Dashy gets 3 as well. They're slaying so heavily on the side. Texas at the moment. Know how to react. They cannot get any sort of thing going on this game.
Texas is just such a good spot. I mean, I think you're right in terms of, you know, the rotations, etc. They've kind of mostly been there for the side of OpTic. We said that had been an issue, but the slaying ability is, they are being blown off the map right now. It's absolutely wild how fast OpTic came out of the gates here, but LA Thieves now just trying to get themselves back into this game. Managed to get a couple of kills. 40 seconds could be on the cards. Envoy finding those 2 kills over towards the lobby side is going to help things out. Now iLLeY momentarily the only one left for OpTic Texas to do something here. He gets taken down as well. This is a good time for LAT.
Yeah, they're getting right back into this one, and this is the difference. They may be behind in the slaying from the last few hills, but that scrap time brings them screaming back into this game. You can see the rotation again from OpTic Texas. They're going to try and get that lead back right here into the diner.
And that's what it is when it does come down to Modern Warfare 2. You can have a hellish start. First 3 hills looking good, picking up the majority of the time. Bang, 60 on your forehead, and all of a sudden, LAT are well and truly back into this game.
Just trying to be careful now. They know a pinch is coming through as well. Envoy's going to be there, but it's going to be Scump who takes him down. Kenny trying to do the work as well, but it's no good. OpTic have the guns up, and Drazah trying to spin around, and somehow they get it. Octane and Drazah combine, only Scump left, and Drazah guns. And they've just snatched that hill from the jaws of defeat.
Got to potentially go into the lead here, and after the start that they had, they'd have snapped your hand off it for a couple of hills later to be in a good spot. So LAT eventually coming to the party here on Hotel. Kills falling their way as well. Well played. Drazah slow start, but 6 spray for him. Streaks now available, getting aggressive. The confidence is flowing. We know how important it is for him. He doesn't lack any of that confidence, it has to be said. iLLeY spawning up shots coming in through. Looking for the fight towards the back. It's a big gunfight win now for the side of OpTic Texas. They get the kitchen spawn. Rotation coming in. Drazah the only one here for the side of the LA Thieves.
Needs to play a little bit careful. He knows he may be a key man in this engagement. Waiting for it as well. Going to see that first one, and that's going to give them an opportunity. He knows someone's up above him as well. iLLeY is looking for that player. Finds Envoy anyway. Drazah will take him down. And now it looks like Thieves are trying to get back control, but they just don't have the position to make this push. I say that as Octane and Kenny manage to find 2 regardless, and Kenny will find a 3rd. And that's all locked up for them. Not a lot of time there for OpTic. It will be LA Thieves now in control.
Fast and furious start to this game. Drazah calls the streak to find the kill to open things up, kills himself, and then the rest of the team just get the job done. Kenny 2, 3 kills coming up. There you go. Scump and iLLeY will fall. That's going to be another 25 seconds going over towards the side of LA Thieves. And honestly, it's felt like when Thieves have had some decent amount of control, OpTic have really struggled. They're one of the worst teams in terms of scoring 0 points. 22% of the time they are not. That is the worst record in the league. We've seen a couple of examples of that so far here on Hotel.
Now, both teams are going to have to reassess. We set the rotations off again. OpTic come out of the gates with a huge lead. But since then, it has not been pretty. They have not had the opportunity to get back into this game. It looks like Thieves found a different gear. They are in the lead, and they are continuing to put a little bit of pain down.
Drazah was the only one who could find the kill there, though. So OpTic starting to work on these spawns over towards P2. You can already see Shotzzy, the ever-present flank, is always on the cards, but he has been spotted. Rest LAT now gathering around him, get rid of him, and this is a rotation that's looking like it's going to belong to the side of Thieves now. They could possibly hit the 200-point mark with some scrap time off P1 here. Envoy will find the kill on the Scump. Rotation and spawn still in favor of LAT. This dynasty, but they're the ones in prime position. They will get one, but they have that rotation locked in.
And this is what they'll be waiting for. Technically lethal range. But OpTic are going to have something to say about it. You can already see. Here comes the push. Here comes the green wall. Make this one quickly and not give LA Thieves any chance to get it. There's already a streak come in. Shotzy's managed to get a second one as well. The try just break. So it's just iLLeY gets Shotzzy, but everybody goes down from Thieves, and OpTic break in. They've done a fantastic job to rebuff any sort of hold.
Really well played. Using the streak. Using it effectively, it has to be said. LAT having a little look at this though. 37 seconds remaining. Don't want to allow OpTic Texas back into this game. For those first couple of kills may well just slow down the Thieves, and they may walk away here with their tail between their legs, but may have one more spit out of here. Kenny will find one on the Scump. Dashy momentarily the only one left remaining, but we're going to keep an eye on this rotation coming on through. Oh, the scrap was there for the taking. It's a big gunfight win for Kenny. 15 seconds over towards Thieves, but fighting over towards Kitchen is important. Envoy, how has he found the second?
Scump must have just lined up for him as well. Dashy will clean it up as well. Tries to find a second fight, and he does. That's a quick snap from attack. That's what happens when you don't have a blue dot on it. He is certainly putting in the work today. Shotzzy comes in for the trade, and OpTic Gaming, they're in control, they're in the kitchen, and they're about to be in the lead.
This could be a really huge hill. They could find so much time, but look at the pinch being set up here. LAT are dotting their I's, crossing their T's before they make this push on through. Envoy is the great equalizer here, but Scump at the front will find 2, and Envoy, without a hope or a prayer here, he can find 1. Scump finds a 3rd, locking it down. Envoy stays alive, though. The rest of the team can still continue this pinch. He eventually goes down. Rest LA Thieves not here. OpTic Texas cannot win it on this hill, Bryce. They could be very close to doing so, though.
They have turned this around. Thieves were leading at P1 by a significant margin, but OpTic found form.
Didn't see him.
He did. He hasn't. Shotzzy has slipped the net and will be looking to put the final nail in the coffin. Scump's going to be seen as he dives across. Shotzzy's going to try and challenge this. Is he going to find the rest of the players coming through? LA Thieves will have control, but OpTic have managed to get through, but he's going to be found. Shotzzy goes down. Scump wants to trade. Players are firing as well. iLLeY's trying to get it. It's going to be Scump goes for the trade. Team one there from OpTic have got them through as Scump gets a second. And now OpTic are in control. Thieves had the rotation, but they didn't have the gunny. And this game is over in seconds, and it's done. OpTic will win the hard point. They fought their way back. They found the better gameplay. And what a hard point.
Back and forth we went. And honestly, it comes down to the break coming in over towards P2 on that final rotation. OpTic get a lot of time over towards that. And then we're on about the rotation over towards Kitchen. Envoy finds 2, and I'm thinking, well, that's surely it. But Scump finds 2, and Dashy is there as well. They lock it in. It's a huge hold towards Kitchen, which just puts them firmly in the driving seat. And the rotation round was well worked. It was patient. Back over towards Plat. Well played. OpTic Texas. And that has got to now be a huge worry for the side of the LA Thieves. That is their most played hard point. We hadn't seen it from OpTic Texas so far this season in competitive settings. They are 1-0 on it now.
And to be honest with you, I just don't know, because that map was so back and forward. OpTic started off incredibly hot, actually pulling off 3 pieces everywhere. Envoy answering it back the call at the same time. Going in the second set of rotations, it looked like Thieves had found everything they were looking for. But
Drazah really
OpTic's teamwork is what I have to highlight. I think that's what we got to talk about here, especially as we go into that last rotation. They were calm, they were collected, they baited and switched with each other, and it made the difference. It allowed players to shine like Scump. He was patient.
This was huge. Look at this. Oh my god, Envoy, that was crazy good. And then Shotzzy kind of does the same back to them with the help of Dashy, and then it's the pinch being set up. And they just about hold though, OpTic Texas. We thought that the gunfights were not going to go their way, but here we go. Scump, this was the patient play that we talked about. He waited for so long. Shotzzy was there as well, and as soon as he finds that push, that player dead towards the stairs, his team then starts spawning Spark, and that is game over. OpTic Texas are really impressive. Map #1 win, and they are looking like one of the hot teams heading into the major. And has to be said, Scump is having a hell of a time on this game. It has to be said. I mean, he is looking scary.
Every time he has a positive KD, that mustache gets a little bit bigger. Every time. That wasn't even a mustache at the start of the CDL. Now it's blooming.
It really annoys me how well he carries it. What can this man not do?
He is having an incredible start to the season. Everywhere they need him to be, the meta shift still great. And it's easy to talk about Scump, considering the news he dropped just a little while ago about his potential retirement. I say potential because none of us want him to retire, especially not when he's looking like one of the MVPs of the league. But they are locked in. There are things to take away from the OpTic gameplay, and it's got to be the teamwork for me. When they looked polished, they look amazing, and it's something that I think may have been lacking for this team in the past. But when it clicks and they do things like you just saw in that last rotation, that's when they're truly dangerous.
Yeah. We had the Des mention that they wanted to see more from iLLeY and Dashy. Well, we got a good amount of that there. I still think there's some things that they absolutely need to work on, though. That we've seen the point of the start of 0 points on 22% of their hills. There was a couple of those occasions where if there was a lockdown by LA Thieves in terms of getting a hold of a hill, they really do sometimes struggle to break, which is a crazy thing considering you have a Shotzzy. But nonetheless, that's something they maybe need to work on. The LA Thieves strung a couple of hills together to make things really interesting after a very, very average start. But heading into Search and Destroy now, this is where things get even more difficult for the Thieves, for our current world champions. We head over towards Fortress, and how good did OpTic look on this map yesterday?
Yeah, they do look very, very good, and it plays out very well for them. Here's some stats from iLLeY, by the way. 1.32 on S&D, and a lot of that's going to be down with the sniper. He has been lethal with it. They do play around it, OpTic, and Thieves will know this. They will be trying to figure out their own way around it as well. We'll see what counterplay and what positions they take, as everybody's seen just about enough gameplay now to formulate and watch the VOD.
Add 1 collat to those stats, boys. My goodness. Hey, we'll get another one. I wonder. Oh, the sniper coming out, just about whiffing that one. And the second. All right. Not like him, but there you go. That is like Shotzzy. Gets aggressive. The push over towards the outside road. Coming in for the LA Thieves is immediately shut down. And this is now a nearly impossible attacking round to win.
Well, opening it up like they finished the hard point. Octane left for a 1 versus 4, but no time. No teammates. Oh, found 1 kill onto eLLeY, but instantly traded back out as well. OpTic Texas open up with a pretty clinical first round.
Nicely done from the side of OpTic. If they find the first blood on defensive rounds, which is what they were on that time, they've won 6 out of 6. Make that 7 out of 7. They know how to play the picks. They know how to play their lives. If they can find that first blood, call it curtains in the round. And they really struggled, actually, in terms of opening duels last week when it does come down to search and destroy. 1 in 14. They were down in first bloods. Yesterday against London, 11-4. So making the difference. Changes are being made, and changes are working for the better here for this team so far.
They have going for this A control again, and if you haven't seen this map before, by the way, there is a B bomb site, but much like the number 7 on your microwave, nobody's really going to use it.
I'll figure that out at a later date. Dashy now left in a 1 versus 3. So LA Thieves on course to answer this one back. Dashy not in the best position, has to be said. Does have a head glitch though, and well, he can reload his gun. He might have had a chance, but on the fourth time of asking was not quick enough. LA Thieves clean up very, very nicely. First blood comes on through. They managed to work it. Good defensive round coming in from the side of Thieves, and I think that's an important round for them to get. Stop the bleeding. You know, OpTic are coming screaming into map number 2 with a lot of confidence, getting the round back straight away. It's a nice way to start off your run here in map number 2. They know they need to win this map. I think it's pretty essential for that LA Thieves here. Heading into control next, which OpTic have looked good in as well. They need to have themselves a good search and destroy here. Oh, what's this?
Well, here comes LA Thieves, and oh my goodness!
Oh, the stun.
Just a little wobble. The stun takes him down. Octane and Envoy have managed to get just enough kills. Dashy trying to see if he can get a trade out the back of this one. Open it back up, but Drazah guns him before he can, and Scump left in a 1 versus 4.
That stun on eLLeY works wonderfully. You've seen the strat coming in from LA Thieves from the rip. Kenny ready to throw it through as soon as that door was open. That just slowed everybody from OpTic Texas down over towards that side. LA Thieves take complete control, find the gunfights, and Scump is all of a sudden left in a 1 versus 3. Not very plausible that this one works this way. Run away.
Just don't think it's possible. Might try and take out Drazah. Players coming through and eventually will go down. Difficult spot for them, but LA Thieves will go 2-1 up now in this S&D.
There you go. Nicely done. Honestly, I really like the strat with the stuns, just to open things up a little bit, just to slow things down. It's one of those where you maybe have to try not to waste so many, because the player opens that initial door for you. You can then throw that through the double doors. You don't have to use the stun to open the one of the double doors. You save your stun. Then on another player that goes in towards iLLeY, you can't snipe anybody if he's being hit by a stun. So, beautiful work by the side of LA Thieves. Nice to see those kind of players coming out. Not nice to see Envoy getting caught with his pants down in the middle of the map, though.
And this is all for OpTic now. They already have this advantage. They can slow this down, figure out what they want to do next. A bomb site, always a tempting option, but at the moment, they're just playing it slow and short. They don't want to give away this advantage they currently have.
Something to happen here. Drazah may be the one to make it happen. But Dashy, resolute in his defense. Kenny's going to say, well, didn't work out for him. Let's see if I can have a go. Dashy once again, ready and waiting. He's going to see Kenny, isn't he? Yeah, he is. He has another one for Dashy.
Absolute snap.
3 for him in that round. Finds the first into Envoy. And locks down the side of the map himself. Really well played. And it's a good position to be in. You know, you expect pushes to come through that side. Finds 1, finds 2. Bruce shall not be moved. 5 and 2 out of him. OpTic Texas answering back.
They are having a good time, but it is back and forth. And that's kind of what we expect between these two teams. Make no mistake, these are some of the top teams in the CDL this season. A lot of expectations weighs on both shoulders. So they are going to go back and forth and have these close games as we jump aboard with iLLeY once again, trying to thread the needle, get that information, see if he can pick out an eyebrow or two.
Plenty of info. Oh my god, Drazah! His head gets taken up by a bullet and a couple of splinters out of that big old gate. The bomb's now going down. LA Thieves have to just force OpTic Texas into action here and just hope they can hold it down. That sniper, for all it's an advantage now, it's in a disadvantage for a retake. Well, can iLLeY make it count? The rest of OpTic Texas may play around this. 35 seconds.
Well, he's trying to get something. There's a little bit of information there, and that's worrying him. He knows he's got the hit marker. He's going to run with a pistol, and he's going to get hit with a pistol as well. Doesn't even need the sniper. Jumps into the site. Octane back gets two, though. Dashy now left alone. Has got it. It's a 1 versus 2 for Dashy, but the time is against him. He has to find Kenny. He has to find this kill and defuse the bomb. Checks closed. He's not there. Goes to check open. Oh, Kenny wins the gunfight. What a close, ridiculous game.
Got a little view of us there. Wait, not Dashy and Kenny. There they are. And that is a big 1v1. That's a couple of rounds in a row for OpTic Texas if Dashy can find that one. And honestly, it's the play from Octane towards the back. I called it out as soon as that rotation was starting to come in towards that site after that bomb was down. But that's a first blood that does not get converted from the side of OpTic. On a defensive round as well. Called that stat out at the beginning of the game. Sorry about that. That's now gone.
Here we go. Octane this time with the sniper. Oh, the nades are raining in. He's had to completely back off. There's a quick plant. OpTic are going for it. Even with it, Shotzzy's going to stick it, and that's going down. That movement, by the way, did he just fly off of there?
Oh my days. Right, here we go then. How do you retake this here if you're the LA Thieves? Shotzzy locking this one down. Drazah thinks he'll have the better of him here with the attack, and he will do so. Matchup multiplier working out quite nicely there. Octane now retaking the site. Got some help as well. Dashy, big win. Big wins.
Octane's alone, and he's holding the pre-aim. He's hoping Dashy comes back out, but too many places to look. OpTic Texas with a fantastic early plant. Shotzzy gets out, gets first blood as well. And like I said before, expect this. Expect back and forth. Expect it to be tense.
Honestly, I thought OpTic would look almost a little bit more comfortable here on the search and destroy. But LA Thieves definitely having a better time with things here than maybe expected. Callouts coming through from Scump, though. Making sure his team are locked in. 3-3 back and forth. You're so right. 7-3 out of Dashy. Can he continue this one? No aggressive pushes down this side from LA Thieves. Allow OpTic Texas to maybe take liberties down that side of the map, but of course it is an air hit coming in on the side of the Thieves.
Shotzy's found one. Maybe calling to get a second nade in there, but not at the moment. And all right, iLLeY has got a nade down as well. Takes out Drazah. Envoy almost out at the same time. Shotzy's going to catch him. Perfect timing. Now they have to try and hold. This bomb is down. iLLeY with a sniper will go down to Kenny. Brings it back to a 2 versus 3. Never mind.
Shots.
Never mind.
Really good shots there from Dashy. Shotzzy just causing havoc. I honestly thought that Shotzzy was going to trade it on the bomb site. 25 seconds remaining. We'll wait on those dead silence timers coming up for the side of OpTic Texas. Shotzy's running out. Wouldn't mind a little more to help him out, though. We'll get the defuse in. And honestly, it was just a shame that we jumped off iLLeY there for a second. I wasn't too sure if that grenade... The grenade probably didn't full kill. I want to say that he maybe got a hit marker with the sniper to help that grenade just do its job. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't on the bomb carrier, but in the end, it did not matter. OpTic Texas now in the lead. A couple of good retakes there, Bryce.
There are. These two clinical every single step of the way. And I don't know who's going to win it. That is the truth. We've seen so much from both these two teams. If OpTic can take this round, it'll be a major boon to them. 5-3. Put them in a much appreciated position.
Now,
just playing it slow ton.
Yeah, the position from Shotzzy is one that's a precarious one. And I know he'll always be tempted burst open that door, and as soon as he has any single shot, and try and find the kill. But now he has the bomb, and he definitely can't do that now. iLLeY, my goodness, the shots are starting to fly on through. Has to back on down. The Thieves do not take advantage of that. I thought they might have pushed up through open, get a little bit more presence. They step back, very patient, 5 seconds.
It is, at the moment, it will be OpTic who have to make a move. They will have to get onto this bomb site at some point. Drazah's trying to hold them off as long as possible. There goes the stun check. There goes the nade. iLLeY trying to stop anybody coming through closed. Firing these bullets, but it looks like iLLeY thinks they're going to commit. There's no bodies in it. iLLeY fires one, Shotzzy fires a second. The commit has not worked. Octane managed to get one back into it, but Shotzzy is here trying to get the trade. It's a 2 versus 3 as they just throw everybody through the door. Oh my God. But OpTic walk away with it. The play call for Thieves came in. Let's commit, open and closed, a double stack. But they just lost everything, and no amount of fighting back in the end would work. And that door has stood up to an awful lot of punishment.
There's a couple of iLLeY sniper bullets flew through that. And at that stage, because it's such a narrow position, and you know they're going to hold that right-hand side from iLLeY's POV, of course, so they can get the angle towards the bomb site and towards the right-hand side so nobody pushes through to open. He knows they're going to be there. Fire a couple of shots through, all of a sudden you're 1 round away from making it 2-0. Look at this commitment. iLLeY will find one. Scump will get traded. 1v1 comes on through. Octane will find it. It's a 3v2 for the side of LA Thieves.
Okay, he's stunned towards the back. Just trying to slow it down just a second as well. Now Shotzzy in a 1 versus 3. Not going to work out. Envoy shuts it down completely. 1 back on the board for LA Thieves.
Well, you all know the famous Drazah saying that felt like that was the mentality heading into this round, because we are 1 round away from going 2-0 down. Let's just send it towards the bomb site. And it works out. iLLeY was the only one able to find anything, but because he has a sniper, he can only find the 1. Although, if anything, yesterday is to go by. And sometimes it's the case that you can find a couple with that. But nonetheless, the trades come through. The SMGs in that gunfight always going to be a little bit better as soon as that first shot is fired. LA Thieves still need 2 more.
You can see all on iLLeY again, playing around this sniper. It is a scalpel. It is the catalyst for OpTic Gaming.
Look at Drazah. Drazah's on the site here, so that's a very, very advanced position. Oh, yeah, and he's in trouble. There you go. I think they maybe get a bit of info on him there. With the stun or something, they knew he was there. A few bullets flying through, and all of a sudden it's a 4v3.
Octane trying to get this information, see if anybody peeks. And what he's waiting for is he's now going to call the player's going to cross. I don't know if he saw Shotzzy go back, though. And LA Thieves have moved up on the map for this. Envoy has found Shotzzy somehow.
That was bomb as well. Will be very quickly recovered by Scump, though. And Octane is the one that will slow things down here for what will be a brave flank coming in here for the side of the LA Thieves. Octane surviving is just about a good enough job. 25 seconds to go. Kenny will find one. Envoy will find another. Scump here left now in a 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds to go. He's going to hightail it over towards B. It's got to be the play. The Thieves will know that. Yep, they'll know that any second now. Nothing heading on over towards A. Bomb is down. It's Scump for the 1v3.
Well, here we go. B defense, and this doesn't happen very often. Or at all. And they're looking for it, and Scump runs straight into Envoy. He was probably going to try and wrap around for that one, but hasn't managed to do it. And that will mean we go 5-5 in this S&D.
Surprised to find us now in around 11, to be honest with you. It felt like OpTic Texas were really starting to stretch their legs there. But I love the call from LA Thieves. Octane just holding down towards open. And it's a big flank coming in. Kenny and Envoy, the last 2 remaining, they're the ones who made that push and who completely shut down the A plant. That was inevitably going to come on through. Put that pressure on. Scump only has 1 option. But we have a round 11 on the cards now. Here we go.
They full lock in. This time, OpTic on the defense. Are they going for it? Envoy looking to see if there are any players. Shotzzy hanging off the window. And both teams now trying to get into this. It looks like LA Thieves are trying to come in, and iLLeY gets a hit marker.
Grenades incoming.
Another hit marker with a grenade, and Octane finds him. They have found him on the search and finds out LA Thieves. It's a 2 versus 4. It's all falling apart for OpTic. Dashy left alone. Envoy calling in the cruise missile. And know where he is, nowhere to catch him. Trying to throw it in the window, not going to work, but Dashy's alone and Octane guns him. And OpTic were in such a good position, 5-3, but LA Thieves ice it out and tie the series up.
Really, really good game out of the side of LA Thieves. I'm not sure what the impression from Octane is, nonetheless. They'll be happy with that one. A lot better in the search and destroy than we necessarily expected heading in against OpTic Texas, but nonetheless, it's a win. A very, very close one. First bloods as well for the side of OpTic Texas. We said that they were struggling to find them last week. They started to find them now. They didn't convert them this time. That is 8-3. And they lose 6-5 when it does come down to Fortress as well. They're so influential. OpTic Texas will be kicking themselves for that one.
They certainly will. I mean, 8 out of 11 first bloods for OpTics, right?
It's big.
And iLLeY had 4 first bloods with the sniper. I said during that game, they are playing around that sniper strategy, and iLLeY, fortunately, being as good as he is hitting them. But they just couldn't get that series over the finish line. And that has tied them up to Hotel.
And we've got a very interesting map now. Both these two teams undefeated on this map and mode combination. It's going to be a funny one. I'm really excited to see how the rest of the series plays out. I'm feeling map 5 already. I'm feeling it. Both maps went the complete opposite direction to what potentially expected. It's going to be a banger.
It certainly will. Well, join us for map 3 here at the Call of Duty League. All that and more to come up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have an incredible game ready for you now. At the moment, OpTic Texas and LA Thieves are tied up 1-1. The hard point was back and forth. The S&D was the same. The difference being is that in the hard point, OpTic regained and fought their way back. In the S&D, it was LA Thieves. We've had a little break. We've had a little rest. We're about to go into the control. Who is feeling it, Ton?
Oh, I'm feeling it, mate. That's what I'm thinking. I'm feeling it. I'm excited about this series. And yeah, I mean, look, let's talk about the control. As mentioned, the team yet to drop a map when it has come down to hotel control specifically, which is now obviously going to have to go from one of these two teams. But I'm curious because, you know, the LA Thieves were in a good position. It took OpTic Texas, if anything, to clutch up a little bit, heading over towards P3, towards the latter stages of map number 1 to find map number 1 win. Map number 2 was pretty much all OpTic Texas, and it's LA Thieves that then clutch up when needed. So now we're heading into control, both two teams. Where is the momentum heading? Where is it right now? Both of them really going toe-to-toe here. When we talk about hotel control, we talk about bedroom control. It is so important. And somebody like Envoy is going to be a player who is there and being a menace as per usual. But we've seen OpTic do this to a different degree yesterday. They're so hard to get rid of in that area of the map on the defensive side of things. And let's keep an eye if that's something that Thieves can deal with, because it is something that is very, very difficult to do. As we head into map number 3. I'm already calling map number 5. I'm ready for it.
We will find out. At the moment, we will have LA Thieves on the attack, and oh boy, just gonna have a little peek in the carpet. Don't know if that was his own stun or whether he got stun checked. I think he got stun checked. And a big fight already. Kenny tries to push in for doubles, but hasn't managed to get that way either. OpTic trying to figure out exactly what the disposition of LA Thieves is.
Shotzzy's gonna get caught. And all of a sudden, there should be a pressure coming in. Scump is just ready for Octane to overextend, and that is now going to negate any pressure that LA Thieves had over towards this side. But the spawns over towards Kitchen will help things out. Both teams just kind of playing for a little bit of map presence right now. No team really able to find it. Getting in a good position to do something about this. So Scump will be dealt with. Shotzzy will be very, very weak, and all of a sudden, this should be a push over towards Egg now coming up through. OpTic Texas may well just give this side of the map up, but they do have a Shotzzy in Kitchen.
Just trying to stay alive, dives across as well. Just always a nuisance because Octane can't take his eye off. And Octane's probably called him out. Eventually it will be cleaned up. LA Thieves opening this one up on a kill feed. OpTic choosing to go all the way towards B and lock it down. Dashy with 2 again. That's Envoy staying alive. He's always a problem. But right now, you can see there's just trades going down, waiting for that A-tick to finish.
Oh, just looking for a little bit of control. That's a gunfight that Dashy probably shouldn't lose there. That's Veznev up against the tack. Drazah with bedroom control. Nothing here on the defensive side. So OpTic Texas in a bad spot. It's a big gunfight win from Drazah. Shotzzy had to be weak from a grenade. And all of a sudden, LA Thieves can stack this, Bryce.
They're going for it. They're putting the pressure on as well. Can anyone get 2? They're trying to get this one. Scump already deflecting a little bit of that pressure. Comes through.
This is bad.
Pushes the tempo. And that second tick is almost in. It's now in as well. OpTic has to go. The green wall needs to move. They are looking to get for this is a 3-stack. Shotzzy with 2 though. They're dropping the conveyor into it. Shotzzy's coming and Kenny is going to go down. Shotzzy the madman hits the flank, hits the 2, hits the knife, and hits that one out of the park. OpTic regain.
Still a lot for OpTic Texas to do here. That's 2 ticks already in. It's 1, 2, 3 dead maybe. And LA Thieves can just about get a hold of it, but nonetheless, 12 lives remaining on either side. Shotzzy, the hero where he needs to be. And now it's bedroom control for OpTic Texas. They haven't really had this locked in whatsoever. Shotzzy's already going to be playing that flank. Dashy, that's an important win. Drazah nearly snaps onto him. But now we slow everything down just that little bit, 1:10. And with those lives remaining, don't expect too many gunfights coming up just yet.
It's all about control here for OpTic. No pun intended, as they try to just lock this down. They've done it before, and it's incredibly hard to dig them out. Already points going on to iLLeY. He has to have a big gunfight. He needs to try and make something happen. It's already almost done. He has to jump on the point. He wins the cover. No, it's Scump who gets it. Scump gets 2. And they keep getting away, but there's still another player left under it. They've got a Chow. Dashy's there in the end. This is a game of fingernails, holding on to nothing. Dashy makes another one. And oh my goodness, if you're OpTic fan, you can breathe.
8v6. You can breathe, but not for long. And that's the problem when you all start to push up to mid and control bedroom. If you're not really there to defend the site, then they can just dive onto it. But Shotzzy causing issue in the middle of the map. It's a big kill. LA Thieves now, with no lives remaining, make that 3 as Shotzzy once again just knows where you are. Octane will find him. The only ace in the hole that they have or had was Drazah behind them, and now all of a sudden it would take something special from Envoy. No lives remaining. What a round between these two teams.
Outrageous every step of the way. Thieves put everything they had into those pushes. And there we go. There's Shotzzy again. The hero he needed decides to commit so they couldn't get it. Goes in for the stab, and it brought them just enough room. Look how close that point is. Production, we can see that again 1,000 times. Look at it. Look how close it came down to. Shotzzy gave up top bedroom and made the hero play. Not just the 2-piece, the contest, the knife, everything.
It's a common Hot Hands Lounge win there with the observant. Shout out to those guys. Scump and Co now with a round to their advantage. And well, nobody left alive on the map momentarily, but nonetheless, a push over towards A seems imminent. Thieves ready for this one though, because the commitment over to B that hasn't really found anything for the side of OpTic Texas, so the inevitable is going to happen. A is on the cards.
Well, they're just trying to find a way through, but haven't found anything so far on this one. Drazah continuing to put in work. OpTic still committing to this one, and Drazah gets another kill.
These are big kills. These are big kills, because this is allowing LA Thieves to set up now, although Dashy will find 2 of his own, which will probably slow down this defensive hold, has to be said. Shotzzy will find another. Drazah finds him. And Dashy heading over towards B. I mean, this is a hell of a commitment, because now look at LA Thieves. And for the side of OpTic Texas, this is bold. This is bold, but it might work out.
Octane needs to be a little bit of a plug. They have to try and stop this. Scump ends up taking it down. They get onto this point. Scump looking for a second one and almost gets it, but Drazah has to back off. OpTic are on point.
This from Kenny. Oh, he doesn't find anything, and now the rest of the team need to go. Can't find it. Scump will find one, and it's only Octane in a position to do anything to stop this right now. Just trying to stay alive. The rest of the team coming in off spawn over towards the Spar side, but Shotzzy pressing the issue. There's a second, and this should be big for OpTic.
They have it. That second one is racing forward. They're stacking the point. The third one's going to go in. It's going to be a diner push. OpTic have found it. And they have brought the kills right back into this game as well.
And I mean, I was about to criticize the streak coming in, but I honestly don't think that is... it's not necessarily too effective when it does come down to this map on either point. Drazah maybe just trying to slow something down, whatever it can do. But nonetheless, LA Thieves, we have seen a couple of teams start to be able to defend over towards A that little bit better. And it's all about the kitchen control. LA Thieves, this is not done and dusted. Yes, this is the harder one to defend. And Octane not able to find the shots there, but keeping Envoy or anybody alive in kitchen here for the side of Thieves is crucial.
To make it difficult for LA Thieves, but Envoy and Kenny hold firm. Scump has found one into kitchen. Trying to get a little bit of control, but he has been shot from so many different directions. Trying to stay alive. Octane's going to challenge him, and does get that challenge quickly. They're just trying to find a gap in the armor.
LA Thieves now. Because you have nobody on the pinch, you just have to set up, get the guns up, and hopefully win the fights. Kenny coming in from the med bar, but it's all about the iron sights. Can you hold it? Kenny, Octane working together, and all of a sudden Dashy's left on his own. It would take something quite miraculous. Not going to happen. Even though they lose B, it is a big hold by the LA Thieves.
Yeah, at the moment, Thieves will be 2 ticks ahead. It was a big hold from the Thieves. They just managed to bottleneck them. They did stop the pinches turn. That's probably the most important thing you pointed out. They stopped the pinches. Players like Shotzzy, you know he's going to be trying to work it. They couldn't get through. The trades were not there when they needed it. No hero plays.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, when I talk about the defensive side having to have somebody in kitchen to then develop that pinch if you lose the gunfights in mid. Same breadth with the side of the attacking team there. You get somebody behind towards Jewel, then you can start working on both ends. But LA Thieves didn't let it happen. Didn't let Shotzzy find those positions. That does make all of the difference when you're finding the holes over towards A. Dashy now in a bit of a precarious spot. As initial pressure from Thieves coming on over towards B.
They're looking for this one. Octane not having the most fun on this control map so far in the second. Envoy will get it though. And he might try and stop this clock for just a few seconds. Going to jump on. Be very careful. There's not really a lot of reinforcements for him here, so he's going to have to play it a little bit careful. Eventually, players coming through. They know there's an option, but Scump is going to shut it down. LA Thieves thought they might have an opportunity.
If I'm Envoy there, I'm begging for a trophy system to help him out. You can then push up towards the desk. It's a little bit of a more precarious situation for the side of OpTic, because then you have to push through the gunfight by a desk, and it's a little bit more difficult. But now, LA Thieves having to default as a push over towards A. OpTic Texas ready and waiting.
They're reading this very, very well, and they are making themselves hard kills. Dashy finds a second. Drazah is trying to get into a position. He does eventually. Stops the clock with 19 seconds. Has been challenged by iLLeY. More trades coming through. The Envoy has managed to get back onto it. The problem now for LA Thieves is they cannot take a step wrong.
You know where they're going to be. Defending from the front. Yeah. He's the
flank Reaper.
Stop it here. iLLeY's on the other side. Yeah, Octane. Yeah, we're playing OpTic. You know where Shotzzy is. A is gone. Now up to B. But it's now an opportunity for OpTic Texas to dig those trenches over towards the bedroom. Dashy, iLLeY played an absolute crucial role for them in their game yesterday up against London, and they're doing the same thing here.
LA Thieves committing to this right now. Scump is the only player on this side of the map that will see this call come in. This is OpTic standard tactic. Hold bedroom. Hold that position. Make them dig you out over and over again. At the moment, they can't get past the first hurdle. Scump isn't even letting them get close.
Oh, he is going to go down. Still two players over towards plat side. iLLeY, yeah, doing the same thing as he did last time. Backs on down. Loads of good cover here. Kenny's going to go with the challenge, though, so there's one. But they expect Dashy here as well, though.
They do. They've called him out. They've said, hey, we haven't found Dashy yet. Where is he? Envoy's now found him. It has given OpTic some time to get back into it, but players are now watching this door. Dashy will have to commit to a gunfight, but iLLeY's going to get two around the back as well. Dashy playing his life has done just enough. LA Thieves couldn't get the kills they wanted to do, and he comes in eventually. And the OpTic patience and teamwork has shut this down. They cannot dig the players of OpTic out of that area ever.
One more push here for the side of LA Thieves. That bedroom control is now gone. Scump in middle, though. They'll be able to slow something, but speaking of slow, that timer has now been stopped. LA Thieves, 5 lives remaining. This Scump just trying to cut the head of the snake off. Octane finding Drazah is not going to help LA Thieves' case in this round. Team kill comes on through. I don't think it really would have mattered in the grand scheme of things, but honestly, what they do so well, and what you've seen from Dashy there, was even the fact that LA Thieves know exactly where he is. They know he's in and around that area, and because of that, they have to turn around, they have to watch it, they have to have somebody watching bedroom, they have to watch somebody watching lights. And as soon as that happens, if you lose one gunfight towards OpTic spawn, it is 3 kills for a player like iLLeY. He finds 2, breaks that attack completely wide open, and Dashy just being there, even if he's not firing shots or showing himself, is just as paramount as him finding kills.
Well, here we go, OpTic. Can they end this here and get an offensive win? Looking a little bit cagey at the moment, not really committing A or B. They're just trying to feel this out, trying to find the kills, see if there's a gap that opens.
Putting the feelers out, Bryce. Putting them out. Let's go put a couple of shots in. It might be to his demise. Gets behind the desk here as well. That's an ego charge over. See one, but nonetheless, Octane will take him down. Shotzzy now. Leading the charge at the front. That's always a hard gunfight for him to win. Taking control of bedroom. They want B first.
Actually just waiting now. If they can make one more kill or get somebody on this cross. OpTic will commit, but it's going to be Drazah and Envoy. They throw up a wall of tracers. OpTic have got a player through, though. They're going to have to continue trying to cut this down. There are players now getting past them. And these are really in a great position to deflect this. That first tick is already in.
Oh, Octane pushes forward, and there you go. Shotzzy covering that side. Kenny, though, in bedroom, needs to do something to help his teammates out here. Big gunfight coming in. Scump's going to win it. All of a sudden, it's only Envoy in a position to do anything about it. Scump from the top rope is only minor distraction. Shotzzy and iLLeY and OpTic Texas are so good at getting a hold of that B point. Last time around, they couldn't get a hold of it, though. LA Thieves, they dug in deep. Can they manage to hold this once again?
Maybe not. They need the reinforcements to come through. This is opportunity for OpTic. iLLeY going to be aggressive. Going to see if he can find a kill here. And he goes in.
Oh my God.
Scump's got another one. Only one player left forward. It's going to be Envoy. He will be the only player to slow OpTic down. He wins a huge gunfight there in the end against Scump. Stop OpTic in the track. Shotzzy's going to be in the flank again. Everybody split all over the map.
Kenny as well. He got Kenny as well. Envoy's the only one that can survive here for the side of Thieves. He's eventually taken down. Now OpTic Texas are in the point and only have to look one direction.
They're in. They're in. It's a stack as well. 3 players from OpTic on the point. It's rocketing forward. LA Thieves have to commit. They know they're going across here. Looking for the first and second shots. Coming through. And they find 3. Scump is the only one left alive. That second tick was in. It was all or nothing.
That may well have guaranteed OpTic defense. Don't quote me on it, but I think it might have. Either way, they'll still want to close it out here if they possibly can do. Scump was trying to watch mid, but with a Vaznev, it's not necessarily the best thing to be able to do. He couldn't hold it down, and that's where the leak came, if anything. But the lives remain for the side of OpTic Texas. Time is not necessarily on there. 35 seconds to go. You have 1, maybe 2 pushes yet. Oh, it's a big win.
Kenny wins a huge 2. Last chance. Last chance. OpTic is going to try and make a push here, but they're too far away. And LA Thieves know it. They're just trying to cut them off before they get anywhere close. Kenny in kitchen will find 1. Doesn't even need to get the second, but does regardless. And unless Dashy can pull off one of the plays of the century, it isn't going to happen. We are going to a round 5.
LA Thieves, I mean, as the game has developed and as we have got into it a little bit more, teams are becoming a lot more proficient at defending over towards A. And it was just a really nice break, if anything. You know, OpTic did everything right. They got everybody inside the point. It's then a 4v4. LA Thieves have to retake in that situation, and they win nearly every single gunfight. So it's very typical, very well played from the side of Thieves. Brute force finds themselves back into the game, and all of a sudden we are heading into a round number 5. I believe that OpTic Texas should have the defensive side. We're yet to see 1 be dropped. Is it going to be now in round number 5, though? Can Thieves clutch up, or can OpTic hold it down?
Here we go. Defense for OpTic. We'll be happy considering how this has gone so far. A big push from LA Thieves, and Scump and Dashy will get that first kill up top. And Dashy will get a second. Scump is shooting these as Dashy is taking his kills.
Can't believe he would do that in his retirement, yeah? Let his stats be padded.
Scump eventually getting a kill there, and you know exactly where Shotzzy's going to be as well. LA Thieves just slowing this map down. They're trying to figure out where these players could be. Can they get away? Kenny's already looking for Shotzzy. He knows exactly what's going to be. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Shotzzy's going to get that kill regardless. LA Thieves are now swarming forward. Scump's going to try and deflect it as well. He's got 1 and backs off, waiting for teammate reinforcements.
Yeah, they like to not give this away for complete free. They already have a 4 life advantage. Is that something that they maybe think of? I'm not too sure. We haven't really seen a round of control come down the lives, or at least not very often. Scump just playing with them here. I think that is a, as they say, chalked uphill. That one's done.
Yeah.
Now Shotzzy has to lock down the desk here. He really does have to lock down desk here.
Well, this is a play by OpTic, the same one we've seen a million times. Try to hold this off as much as possible.
That's big.
But this is the same scenario. So far, LA Thieves haven't managed to break this. They haven't managed to stop Dashy and iLLeY, stopping them dead. However, already 1 goes down. iLLeY has to be the man, has to try and do something, and he will get Envoy straight away again. They've got it. iLLeY eventually goes down. Drazah trying to take matters into his own hands, and both teams just throwing bodies at it now, but OpTic deflecting, and Octane with the last shot, maybe.
Octane?
Oh, goodness.
He was popping off. Envoy's here to keep the pressure up. There's nobody in bedroom from the side of OpTic Texas. So good players out of Envoy and Octane. Even though they don't really find any points, they keep that pressure on. OpTic Texas need to find their way out now.
It's brutal. LA Thieves smell a little bit of blood in the water. They're trying to push forward. Can they win enough gunfights for it as well? They are dug in OpTic. They are putting everything they can into it as well. They've got it. Octane gets 2. Drazah's going to push forward. He's going to find Dashy. No! Dashy wins that gunfight, and now Envoy is fighting. That is rocketing up. It's the last chance for OpTic. They have to fly. They have to fly. They're looking for it everywhere, but it's going to be LA Thieves with a gunny in the kill feed. They take it. The first offense will be the final map. Oh my goodness. We're going to the hard point, and Thieves are in the front.
Oh, I'm just cheesing here. What a series this has been so far. LA Thieves, we didn't see one attacking round even look remotely close from them. Well, outside of when Shotzzy went crazy, yeah, well, that was really close, has to be said. But nonetheless, they get the job done when it matters. And honestly, that round, for me, comes down to Octane finding those 3 kills when everybody else died. Yes, okay, he is inevitably going to die because OpTic come up the respawn, but he clears house 4 Thieves to then run through scot-free towards the point. It's map control. It's the round for Thieves. It's a series lead for Thieves as well. 2-1 to the good. And Ellie commented actually as we head into the final round, Octane was having a really, really below par game, but those 3 kills do the business for Thieves. They get the win. And that set a lead in the series alongside it.
Yeah, I also want to kind of highlight Drazah. He took matters into his own hands there in the end, and OpTic, we've been highlighting what they've been doing every single time. They get in the top bedroom, they get below, they just basically make a nuisance of themselves and wait for those opportune kills. It forces the other team to shoot not only 2 directions, but either dig them out or worry about being shot in the back all the time. It's very, very effective. LA Thieves, they sent Drazah in, they concentrated on it, and OpTic couldn't regain once they lost it. It was just a bloodbath.
And I think, you know, if you're OpTic Texas in this scenario, both your attacking rounds in regular time, you got B early, had loads of time to get a hold of it. You then get defense around number 5. All right, okay, no problem. Yeah, we were close, but no cigar. Let's just lock in this defense like we have done on our previous 2, and you lose it. That is a hard one to bet. This was it. Look, he finds the kill on the desk. Dashy's already been killed, finds a second one there as well, and then all of a sudden OpTic Texas have to all funnel through spot, or all funnel through desk. Gunfight's 1 in the middle as well, as the rest of Thieves then come off respawn. But they know they have the freedom to push forward. They don't have to then check every single corner and bedroom. They know 3 of them are dead. The info is there, and they use that information to the best of their ability to find the map and find a series lead. Oh, it's been a close one. Convincing win for OpTic in map number 1, but since then there's not much to separate them, but the one round that separates them in the search and destroy and the control has fallen the way of the LA Thieves as we head into an embassy hardpoint next. Precariously placed, honestly. Heading into this, you know, like OpTic Texas were looking like the best team on the game, but LA Thieves yesterday, yeah, okay, they lose to Florida. Coming into this series though with an absolute vengeance pricing.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, yeah, you talk about the end of that round as well. We kind of highlighted how Octane wasn't having a good game, but just went huge to win it. And also, you got to kind of realize that LA Thieves had a lot of practice trying to get OpTic out of that position last round. Essentially, they tried to do it about 15 times before then. And the one time it worked, the one time they figured it out and caught Dashy and iLLeY, they managed to break that hill. But it was brutal. It was not sold for certain either way. OpTic were finding a lot of clutch kills. They were playing their lives very, very well. It came down to genuinely a few trades going the wrong way here and there. Otherwise, I think they would have had it.
Yeah, I mean, they were on foot. They honestly could have won. You would have thought they would have at least won one of those attacking rounds. That was a potential 3-0 for OpTic. With the way that they actually played that. It's one collapse on your defensive side, and all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel. If you lose this map, you're out of the series, and not necessarily looking at the spot that you thought you would be after this series. And we head over towards Embassy. Both teams playing this map specifically yesterday. Both of them losing it. One of them's going to have to bounce back here. As we go through, we'll discuss what kills are feeling good, but this is your last chance to apply. If you want to get the watch parties underway on your stream, there is your last chance to apply, due at 11 p.m. PT, 2 a.m. ET, and start your Call of Duty League Major 1 watch party. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm going to be watching there though, so you guys can watch on Twitch. I'll just watch. Actually,
Well, watch parties or live at the event. It's going to be a good show either way, but we jump onto this hard point now. OpTic want to take this to a map number 5. LA Thieves want to put this one in the history books. At the moment, LA are in a position to get a good amount of time onto P1, and that is a big chow on fight. Looks for the player up top, but the kill feed will go green.
It's all about the rotation heading over towards P2. OpTic Texas, the ones in the driving seat now. Yesterday it didn't work out too well for either one of those two teams. Negative 65 points lost for the side of LAT over towards P2. Texas not quite as bad. 33 was the average that they managed to lose over towards that side last time. So if they can lock this down, get some decent time in, it's going to be important for them. But keep an eye. The rotation for P3 for LA Thieves is so strong. Not doing too bad here on P1 either. Expect them to concentrate on that P3 rotation. OpTic Texas in a good spot for P2.
Trying to just pick away some toes there on Envoy. Eventually the nade will do it for him. Now the fight for P2 heats up. Scump though holding it down, and he's really enjoying this. The nades will eventually take the pace of that fight, but Dashy's still alive.
Just starting to come through here. LA Thieves thinking about the rotation already. 40 seconds, and you can see OpTic Texas are thinking about that rotation already. Scump making his way all the way through Laundry towards Kitchen and gunning Envoy on the way. 1 HP and a dream for the King. And now they can start putting a little bit of pressure on. Easing the pressure off themselves over towards P2, although OpTic will have to defend over towards the middle of the map now as LA Thieves have another go.
So they're going to try and get 17 seconds of scrap time, and Scump decides that he doesn't want to give him anything. Looks for it, will eventually go down, but you are right about the rotations. OpTic may sell 15 seconds, but they will gain the spawn.
Yeah, for Thieves, I'm curious. Maybe they're quite happy to try and find a break here rather than the rotation. You can see already, Octane up orange stairs. And would probably rather an SMG be up there, as the tank is not necessarily doing the business yet. Octane now going to back on down and just keep control of that side of the map. Is now going to get pushed, though. It's a good hold so far. OpTic Texas about to break the 60-point mark, and it's a really nice start for them, all things considered.
Yeah, this is a horrible break for LA Thieves. They don't have position. They need to make some good trades in this kill feed to get it through. Drazah finds 2 as well, opens it up. They fly into this hard point. I said it was a hard break. They're making it look way easier than it should have been. LA Thieves just take it away.
Really good break, and now that's actually going to translate potentially into a rotation here for Envoy. He's going to find 2, and the backup is on the way, as are the spawns. We talk about the sticky spawns, and we talk about if you have control of the hill, it's going to spawn you out towards the next hill if you can get somebody over there. And there's a flurry of kills. LA Thieves, all 4 dead. Drazah finds 3. It's a 6 spree for him. LA Thieves chain 2 hills together. 60 points on offer here.
Now OpTic want to do the same that just happened to them on 3. Looking for it. Already found a couple of kills, but Drazah's still alive. That's a 7 streak for him now. Envoy holding off this pressure. Expect to see OpTic maybe try and break this from the top if they can't get around and in early. Drazah just playing this very calm. OpTic still haven't really found anything. Drazah's still alive on this 7 streak. Looking for every single kill that comes through. Make that 8, and he's going to go for the 9th, but it's not going to be enough. Kenny going to try and chow there against iLLeY, and that nade is close. He's going to go for it anyway. Gets taken down by the nade regardless. 22 seconds. And OpTic will try and have that. I think Octane's going to go for the scrap time anyway.
Oh, that's a big fight from Drazah to win as well. Has he got reinforcements? Can he find the first one? iLLeY locking down the back door, and there's a couple of grenades for Envoy to have to deal with. Doesn't take a lick of damage from either one of them. My goodness me. LA Thieves have got to be feeling good about things right now. They're in the ascendancy. They're in the lead in the series. Let's go to a listening for the LA Thieves.
Laundry, lane down. Good time. Go. Push out. Court. It dies. I'm coming back. I have your laundry in mid. I think he's in, baby. Could be an already. I'm holding laundry door. I have low door. P1. I got time. Pulse up, Tim. Orange. I'll play kills with laundry. Laundry weak. Nice. Last shot, Brandon. Nice. Go PD here. Go PD here. No, this time I'm just not gas. I'm getting really forget. D1 spawn behind him. D2 one shot. One's D1 spawn. Yo, slow the comms. Yo, double D1. Listen, 2 signs. Slow comms. We win again. Let's go. 2 signs. All horrible signs. Oh, yo, one shot. 2 signs. Yeah, no, hit twice. He's behind the dead. I'm sitting at old 2. He's looking for 100% we're 2 here. 2 at old. All good. I'm playing out D1 there.
LA Thieves are ahead by almost 100 points, and they're slowing down the comms. But let's find out about that team that has to fight their way back. Here as they listening with OpTic Texas.
What's up, laundry? Laundry week, guys.
Where's the top? You got top planer, Sam, dude.
Hug in the left wall.
He's down.
Yo, what's front laundry?
Yeah, I spawned front bath. Are you? I'm playing for him. Go front back. Go B. He's plat.
He's on time. On time, then red.
I think one guy went orange. I'm one shot. Yeah, I'm one shot. On time, left side. Then I'm one shot.
Deep left milk. One shot.
Guys on time, guys. Break that time. Orange at the net. I'm one shot.
Laundry right now. Going first that point. Down hill. You went hill. Literally just went hill.
On time.
I have left.
Wait, stop, cat. Yo,
One's deep left, guys.
Right that time,
What's in new?
Yo, laundry.
Yo, rotate, guys. Rotate.
Yeah, left. One guy's right side.
Shot deep left. Literally bullet. He's the side one. Literally bullet.
I'm wrapping.
I think. Close hill.
460 is right back in it, bro. We're good.
I knew that Xbox. That's not Envoy. Last guy's on new.
Yeah, he's on new. He's on new. Let's sit down time. I got you. Xbox on you. Xbox hurt.
This streaks.
Are you?
Laundry? I don't know. I don't know. He's on. Go to laundry, I think.
Front back.
One shot.
Yo, on time, Dan. On time, Dan.
Deep left.
Just 40, bro. I gotta push out. I push out.
I got time.
I don't see no back, bro. Where are they spawning, guys? Where are they spawning?
Could be spawning planners.
Planners, maybe. Yeah, I push that mill.
Ivory hallways.
I'm middle.
Well, OpTic keeping it going, considering they are still just under 100 points now. It's a long fight back, but they are in for it for the long haul.
Really well played by OpTic to find the break here, and honestly, it's something that maybe as we have a minor breather, as it's looking like the final 15 seconds are going over towards OpTic Texas, the rotations coming in, the kill feed, look at the kills to death ratio. It really has been so close, and yet OpTic still found themselves 120 points behind. It's all about the rotation and locking down some big time, and that's what LA Thieves have been doing so well. Can they do it here over towards AC? It has been their money hill on this map. Can they make it count here? And maybe look themselves in a position to close out the game. Those 3 kills will help. Dashy can do very little about that. And now LA Thieves could extend out.
Oh, here we go. Drazah making kills in the middle of the map. All these players around them. They'll be looking to just take every single point that they can. Kenny's going to find one in the back. Look,
that's massive.
Well, and OpTic don't know where to look. They don't know where to aim. They don't know what to do. But at least they're out of the 100-point club.
Well, there is that. Kenny and Co happy to lock in this final 20 seconds. If you're OpTic Texas, you have to stop that happening, but I haven't seen a gunfight be won in so long. OpTic will get the spawn out here, but this is a dire situation now. Great angle coming in from Octane. Just knows where Dashy's going to be. It just feels like LA Thieves can't do a thing wrong here, Bryce.
It doesn't look like it, but the dream is always alive.
5 seconds.
It may be 10 seconds difference. But hey, OpTic have had miracles before. They just have to find a little bit better rhythm. And they have to dig them out now. Few seconds left. Kenny's on a 5-streak himself. So is Envoy. Eventually, Envoy will go to iLLeY. iLLeY looking for it. Kenny's going to get the second one as well. They're in. Dashy needs to win a gunfight, but he can't. 7-streak for Kenny. 1 second left. Guns coming through. Scump can't make it, and LA Thieves walk away the victors. It's been close, but not that time. 3-1 to LA Thieves.
Hell of a way to cap off your online games heading into Raleigh. That is a big win for the side of LA Thieves. Yes, it might not change up their position all that much, but that's going to give them so much confidence after the knockback yesterday. 250 to 116. They beat OpTic Texas around that map. It was just the rotations. P3 was once again, we mentioned it at the top of the shot, well, the top of the map, that was the map. The whole that LA Thieves are looking for. I will spit it out eventually. But P3 was so important for them. And they got so much time over there. And the transition to P4 was wonderful on both rotations. OpTic Texas could not live with Envoy and Kenny on the rotations every single time. The transitional kills coming through at every single moment. Shotzzy had a slow game. And you can kind of tell on the scoreline. I said it's Kenny and Envoy who are finding those kills on the rotation. And once those hills are locked, OpTic really struggled to get back in. Really struggled.
Yeah, and if you're an OpTic fan, that has not been a fun series to watch. 5-3 ahead in the S&D. Went into the last round of the control in defense, which had been 4 defensive rounds as well. Lose that. And then it doesn't end with a bang. It ends with a little bit of a whimper. OpTic cannot find their feet on that final map. And that's just a bit of a sour note to end on, Ton, to be honest with you. There's lots of positives to take away from OpTic. But it's still going to feel like they could have won it.
I think, yeah, you look back at that control, and that's kind of where you sort of say, as said, 2 comfortable defenses. You win, you get a hold of B pretty much immediately on both the attacking rounds as well. You expect to be able to close out one of those. You can't, then you don't hold the defense. It is head loss central. Map 4 was just one they will not want to repeat. And if I see aBeZy from them again over the next week, I will be a little bit surprised.
Certainly so. Well, let's throw it over to our experts to break that one down and tell us what they think. Puckett, over to you.
Thank you, Bryson. Ton. LA Thieves now are coming in with a 2-2 record to Raleigh. That's going to keep them out of the bottom of their group. And, of course, the win over OpTic now puts OpTic at 2-2, which means things are going to get really crazy in the middle of that pack.
Yeah, things are about to get really weird. There's a lot of teams now sitting on 2-2, and I am personally 0-3 on the day. So go ahead and throw me in that lower seating bracket as well. But
it's a good thing we're not betting today,
yeah,
Allie.
No, definitely not good for me.
Yeah, our parlays are a little bit off, but LA Thieves game was on. Let's take a look here at the clips. Drazah with the 4K there, and I mean, the whole game, it just felt like the rotations were on point for this squad.
Yeah, that was like the big situation of this one. They get all the time on AC with a nice break, and then a rotation. Envoy finds one, Drazah with the 2-piece. And, you know, on this map specifically, it just feels like OpTic Texas can't get set up how they want to get set up. Dashy and iLLeY aren't in the power spots. We've seen a couple rotations. Dashy tried to be there, tried to prioritize it this time, but the teamwork is just not there for OpTic. But granted, in this series, OpTic had a lot of opportunities. I mean, I think back to some key moments. You look at that search and destroy where they've been so great at so far. Couple rounds they lost. They had a 4v2 situation that round number 5, and then they give up. They don't collapse onto the bomb site. A 2-piece comes in from the spawn, and then the control we talk about. Once again, OpTic had all the opportunities in the world, just giving it up. Not enough bedroom control on the side of OpTic. So just some key moments in these games that they threw away.
And of course, these will be CDL points, 10 per win. That'll be locked in for LA Thieves, but everyone's fighting for seeding going into Raleigh. We still have another match to talk about, but as we close out this LA Thieves OpTic battle, we got to take a look back at our Scump play of the game. And this one, well, it's got to be the clutch round 5 of control. Walk me through the finish here, Nameless.
Yeah, so in this situation, they captured A, like basically off the rip, and then they all hit around through their spawn. You had iLLeY and I believe it was Dashy that were sitting inside a bedroom, but neither one of them played their life long enough to assist their teammates off the respawn. And Octane finds a couple big kills, and they're able to just capture this point where OpTic has to just funnel through these back hallways, back doors. We've seen teams find so much success on this map when they're able to hold bedroom. You just got to play it a little bit more patient. Just one mistake will cost you the game.
Allie, this was crazy because it was 4 defenses and then an attack as they close it out for the Thieves.
And what's crazy as well is that the LA Thieves in the previous rounds in their offenses didn't really show a whole lot of signs of life. Like OpTic had pretty dominant defenses as well. So for them to be able to come out and finish that map with an offense is very typical.
We had some crucial plays throughout that series, and a lot of them were being made by a man using a shorter gun this week. We welcome Kenny onto the stream. How are we feeling today, Kenny?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, we got a W today, so always feeling good when you can get a W.
I saw you have 2 nasty 180 turn and burns throughout this series. Both times it was in the kitchen. What's it like playing the meta right now with the SMG? Are you feeling better this week than last week?
I mean, we're still trying to get adjusted to the new meta. I feel like the pace kind of changed a little bit, but I think it's like last year, just getting me comfortable back on the sub since I was running an AR for a good majority of this game so far. But we've been slowly just, like I said, getting accustomed to the new meta, and it's fun. I like this one a lot, for sure.
Congratulations on a huge win, Kenny. I want to ask you, it feels like a lot of the teams this year have been kind of having to break some bad habits from last year's games, like hitting old time, not early rotating with enough people. Do you find that you guys are having to break those habits as well?
Yeah, we in our matches against like FaZe and even today and yesterday, I mean, the one like we've had really bad like habits with like hitting ode and like spawning at back ode and trying like basically breaking the whole map. Like we played a hotel hardpoint versus FaZe and we broke the whole map, and that's like something we're trying to like fix and get accustomed to, is like just holding new, just rotate and hold new, because like last year in Vanguard you could just hit ode and not get penalized for it. So it's definitely something we've been working on, and like I said before, the meta change with the pacing is so much different that it all plays into the game.
Kenny, I seen you there. You were soaking up hill time in that last map, hitting some routes. You're looking nice in and around the hill. I want to ask you guys, after that Florida match last night, you know, the hardpoint wasn't looking too good. The respawn was a little bit sus. What was the conversation like? What adjustments you guys make coming into today?
We just felt like versus Florida, I mean, they played well. Got to tip my cap to them. They played really good. They had us basically uncomfortable on the map, but I think it's just us being like reactionary. Like we weren't getting enough info yesterday. Everybody's just playing off assumptions, and I think Florida kind of just penalized us for that. So today we just came into it like, yo, clear comms today. We feel like our comms were really hectic yesterday. We really didn't know our game plan. Let's just focus up on that and make sure we're just talking to each other and using our teamwork, because I mean, we obviously feel like we have some of the best teamwork in the game, and we're all shooting together. We feel like we can beat anyone. So I think yesterday our teamwork was just super sloppy, but that could also be a tip to Florida playing well.
For sure.
Florida's causing a little bit of chaos in their series. It's been fun to watch, and if you look at our leaderboard, if you had preseason predictions, well, you were wrong. No one has our current leaderboard correct, so I want to hear it from you. Who do you think are the 3 other toughest teams in the league if we're looking at a top 3 finish in Raleigh other than the LA Thieves?
Give us an answer, Kenny. Come on.
I mean, Boston's looking good. I feel like a lot of teams are good. I mean, Florida, I mean, granted, people are looking at Florida. I think Florida was a really good team yesterday. We haven't scrimmed them much, but playing them yesterday, they felt really good. Obviously, FaZe, so I'd probably have to say like Boston, FaZe, and maybe Minnesota. I mean, they lost today, but they look really good as well.
There you have it. Kenny, thank you so much for answering the tough ones, and we are looking forward to seeing you in person. Anything to say to the Raleigh fans that are coming to watch you next week?
Can't wait to see you guys. I haven't been to Raleigh myself, so it's been my first time. Super excited to play in front of fans again and play on the stage. Hoping to show out again and maybe win the first major.
Send Kenny and I those restaurant recommendations. We're ready to eat. Thank you, Kenny. LA Thieves getting the win over OpTic in our 3rd match. We still have one more to go. When we come back, we're going to be breaking down the final battle. Boston Breach, LA Guerrillas. Will we have 2 more teams finish 2-2? Stay tuned to find out after this.
rise. The kingdom is mine. The kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arrive. Take a look in my eyes. It's time for glory. The kingdom is mine.
Opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. It get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Ops, not any winner, one out of many. Five talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, everybody. It is the online matches leading up to our first major. This is the final online battle before we're all playing in person next week in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now, before we get this match started, we wanted to check in. It's Puckett, Nameless, and aLLeY breaking down the numbers, and you'll notice a little something special there. After OpTic's loss to the LA Thieves, LA jumps from 9th place to 5th place, and you are going to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams now tied at 2 and 2.
Sheesh.
It could be 8 at the end of this series. Boston Breach currently 2 and 1. LA Guerrillas in 10th place at 1 and 2. This is a big matchup for both squads. For Boston, you control your future. You could have the #1 seed in your group. If you're the LA Guerrillas, you're trying to avoid a group of death potential.
Yeah, and the big worry thing about right now with LAG is their most recent matchup and how they lost it. It didn't feel like the LAG that we had saw openingly come out in our first weekend. And to be honest, one of my notes from the first respawn was that they couldn't buy a 2-piece. Nobody was making a big play in Hill, and they lost 250 to 133.
Yeah, the story with LAG has been weird. So they come out and they hit it with the 2-3-5 special on Seattle, right? Hit them with the Nesla. Then their next series, they win 2 hard points versus London, and they come out versus New York, and they get hot 3-0'd. So you can't count on these guys to be good or consistent at anything just about now. So in my eyes, though, this team does have to be that team that's good at search and destroy, stealing 1 respawn throughout the series. I'm hoping to see some search and destroy excellence there.
Somebody was making them laugh. They are giggling. They have total different faces right now for the Guerrillas coming into this matchup. On the other side of the battle, though, Boston Breach, we know the 4 beards, they don't smile a lot, aLLeY. It has been nothing but focus. How has their season gone down? I know it's only 2 weeks in, but they started off red hot, right?
Well, they were the very, very first match of this season, and it was against the Atlanta FaZe, and they came out with a hot 3-1, which not many people expected, and they followed that up with a 3-1 versus the Seattle Surge as well. It looked like their respawn was incredibly convincing, and their search and destroy was looking clean. But then we head into week number 2, and they go up against New York Subliners. An incredible first 2 maps, but map 3, they could not close it out in that round number 5 in the control, and from then on, it was downward sailing. KiSMET just had his way in that map for HyDra, and no life out of the Boston Breach in map 5 S&D, so need a huge rebound from them here.
First victims of a reverse sweep on the season. Looking for revenge today. Here's what the Boston Breach have to get through. 5 maps. You gotta win 3. Hotel. Elisilo will go to Hotel again for map 3, and HyDra is back in the mix in a game 4. Do you think LAG can do what the Subliners did to him yesterday?
I mean, it's definitely very possible. He's got some people with, that pop pop-off ability on LAG. And, you know, looking at the Search and Destroy, the only Search and Destroy win that Boston have this season so far is on Fortress. So we'll learn a lot when we get to game 2.
All right, well, we're going to start with predictions, and I want to start with the chat. If you're feeling Boston Breach, put a 1 in the chat. If you're feeling LAG, put a 2 in the chat. Allie, you're up next.
I'm sorry if this is a jinx, because I am 0-3 on the day. So I'm going to go with the Boston Breach. After what we saw week 1, I'm seeing a bounce back.
Go 0-4, right? What about you, Ann?
I'm going Boston Breach. Just some small mistakes yesterday.
All right, well, then I'm going LAG, hoping she goes 0-4. Let's get into it, baby. We got our casters, Miles and Chance. Final game before we're in Raleigh, baby.
I'm 3-0 on the day, baby. Come at me. How you doing, Chance?
0-3, so I'm doing absolutely terrible, but we at least aligned picks for the final one, so like I'm hoping that means I'm attached to you and things are gonna go well, but I'm also not gonna say who I pick because I'm not biased.
Oh, I'm just gonna be like, let's go Boston into the hard point straight up. That's just to make sure the picks go well. That's not any sort of bias, keeping it strictly pro here in the final match of the day. Before we get to Raleigh, Neptune off to a sweet start in the kills, and Boston though in that glorious green are in the hard point.
Hey, been a bit of a scumbag today, Miles, not gonna lie, but it's worked out pretty well. Hey, I said what I said, but if it's good enough for Big T, then it's a compliment for you.
Good stuff so far at Boston Breach, getting a very solid hold to start things off. The opening hard point here in Hotel, always a blinder. Arstes and Co on the left-hand side of the screen trying to get themselves over towards the right-hand side of the map. That's where P2 is. And so far, it looks like LAG in a position to easily pull the game back.
Well, I mean, hey, we'll get a decent look at it, right? It's actually the bottom side of the minimap break rather than the top side. I know a lot of teams like to try to jump out that back hole. So I think for the moment, maybe the double approach to the doors. Awakening maybe waiting for a kill to fall in his lap, but Neptune more patient. 4-1 start from the SMG.
Yeah. The front line as far forward as you can possibly be without being outside of the hard point. Here comes the wind-up hit from Boston. 2 angles on the moment. They're waiting on number 4 to get in position. Zinni's going to get into trouble. That slows that angle down. 2 players left up. Who's got the clearance there? Nice work, LAG. Fighting from the back foot, and it's a good hold. Ook with another set of kills, 6-3 overall. Last man up on the point, Arstes. Oh, Vivid, out of nowhere. That's the break.
Yeah, all that work to try to have a decent little hold, and then Vivid with the 2-piece just to make things a little bit choppy, make it that much more difficult to actually collect the hill time. And nice little setup there from Methodz as well, and another big 2, LAG. For the most part, caught in the blender. Shooting back for the moment, but even then, I mean, 10 seconds left on the hill, and LAG have just been pinned down in the backs of Boston. You see the idea. The arrows on the minimap, just trying to keep them contained. Spawn up towards the middle of the map. Should be an easy rotation to the kitchen for Boston. Might have to be a little bit careful, though, because honestly, yeah, you see one spawn coming through over towards the plat. LAG should be here relatively quickly.
Yeah, they're not too far away from it, and it's going to be obvious enough where they're coming from. Again, the route that Boston took to get here tells you everything you need to know. Crazy shots at range there from the Vaznev. There's Neptune now on the outside. We've seen this time and time again. Here comes the hit on the kitchen. How efficient can you be in checking these corners and getting these kills? And so far, not great. Vivid stun timing perfectly. Here comes Souk, Deddy Pop right through the storage room. He's going to get Methodz at least, and it's 2 for Hook. And the nuke has yet to be disarmed. Ooh, he came close enough onto Nero as well. Final 20 seconds chance, Boston still in the lead.
Yeah, and you got to be fast to try to, you know, fight for the scrap time over towards kitchen, but you're walking through those doors, you're just meeting nades, and you're meeting Awakening, and that is never going to be a fun time. And Nero, in the meanwhile, he's going to be on a 5 spree. LAG, funnily enough, they have the bottom team KD in every single game mode. And, well, right now, they're actually slaying and still losing by 60. So I don't know what that means, but I know it's a good thing for Boston.
Yeah, so far Boston is still retaining the lead. Control of the map now. LAG on the outskirts of the hard point now. Arstes looking to pick up the pinch. Zinni, though, in the kill feed. Good work. Nero, fantastic bait and switch there. The trap was set. Hook, the last man up. The man in the kill feed from the majority of this game, and he's got himself 1 before being brought down. But Boston Breach retained this iron grip on Hotel.
Yeah, this is a worst case scenario. Like P2 was pretty solid for LAG until they got pinned in the back, trapped, and out rotated over towards kitchen, and then they lose rotation because Nero's going on a 5 and they're fighting for 15 seconds that they were never gonna get. So Boston, that beautiful green right now, gonna lock down that extra time, and I mean they will have more than 100-point lead. Look at the restaurant hill where maybe someone like Chef Tony, maybe even just Nero, hook them up.
Nero, Arstes, good work. Finding these kills, holding down that position of the map. The restaurant's not going to be an easy hard point to get into. LAG, now's the time to bounce back. A perfect 60 here would be sweet. And as you can see, all angles covered. They know where Boston are coming from. Here comes the fight.
Yeah, you also see a Vivid just sprinting through the middle of the map with the dead silence. So I think Boston going to take their time. The right side arrows, maybe wait for the chow. So Nero dancing with it, but there's the fight coming through. It does get red, but this is the moment to actually jump on the hill.
Oh, wow.
Nero with 1 HP wins the gunfight, and the break is perfect.
Wow.
So getting the job done and right back to that 100-point lead that they wanted.
I mean, you could put that down to the aggression and just the timing of Vivid's hit. Turn enough heads, cause the trace to come through. You've got an opportunity to break back now for LAG. Two through the back door. Zinni's lining them up, getting a shot. So Awakening there as well on the feed. It's a perfect hold. Boston, the next 20 seconds are all yours.
And hey, I said Chef Tony cook him up in the restaurant, or maybe just eating a little bit, right? Does go on the 5 spree and collects a little bit of that extra hill time. Now the break over towards the top left side of the mini-map. LAG, though, they have a couple different corners sort of post up in the back, so doesn't look particularly easy to break down. And Hook with a solid start. Vivid gets 2 to trade him out, but that's only the opening to start to approach this hill. Arcitys will be sitting inside.
Sitting, chilling. Nice angle. Takes care of Boston. Trades immediately. You see how lethal Boston Breach's teamwork is right now. If you're damaged, you're dead. Them's the rules. Nothing gets untraded. Clean hard point for now. Vivid with enough clearance to get into it, and that's going to be time now ticking. He's got a couple of members of LAG around to work with, but so far the gunfight's a bit 50-50. Boston's still absolutely in control here. Chance, they are looking very strong.
I mean, again, you know, bottom KD overall in every single game mode right now for LAG. I think Spart has the lowest overall KD in the league, and I think the same might be said for Hardpoint. Those struggles are going to continue, and I don't think it'll be the biggest blowout of the year, but if this game continues at this pace, might be number 2. We'll see if Boston can keep it up.
Boston's still absolutely running the show. Nero dropped now to the bottom side of the hard point, so we go back to number 1. Smack bang in the middle of the hotel. We're all meeting up before dinner. First and foremost, trophies down. Oh dear. Kills there from Nep. Already, we're looking at the win here. This could be it. Last chance now for LAG.
That little victory laugh, I think, more so than Boston rather than last chance. I mean, Nero's got a nice little 5 spree this game. Methodz has done it, and that looked like it was Vivid's turn for a brief moment. So taking turns, putting LAG in the blender, and I'd say again, I'd be 234 to 59. Not even close.
Nope, there's no sugarcoat in this one. It's a turd sandwich. And, Zinni, 6 now in a row. 20 seconds remain at the point, and so far, LAG, they've still got life in the lungs, and they're fighting for it. Rotation's not going to go too well, though. It could come to a close here. Zinni holding it down. There's number 7. Kills are there. Keep going. Stay alive. The clock is ticking. 5 seconds for the wins in. Still going. Finally dropped. Finally brought down, but rotation's there. It is Boston Breach all game long, and the scoreline may be nice, but it is only nice one-way round. Boston Breach absolutely battered LAG on hotel.
Absolutely. With their easiest win of the year that they've had, I don't even think the slang was like particularly crazy given the stat line. Like, it was plus 20. That's obviously, you know, drastic, but I think it wasn't just the slang that was a factor. It was just outplayed only from the jump. LAG, success on P2 the first time around, and other than that, they had absolutely nothing to offer Boston. And Boston, honestly, that is a pretty quick bounce back game after their most recent loss. And I mean, again, what more can you say? Roughly plus 20 in the kills column. Nice little sharing of the hill time amongst all 4 members. And again, for LAG, 3 of the bottom 5 KDs in the league overall. And this game is not going to help those stats.
Absolutely unbelievable. Wow. What a performance to start the series off. The last one of the day. Hotel, a blur after that one as Boston Breach in and out, strictly business. No questions asked, man. That was their map. There was nothing they could seemingly do wrong. Chance was trades were there, massive gunfight wins. If not for the efforts of Hook, who actually did put up a decent show, and he found some sweet kills now and then, a decent spree. But man, it was a quiet map.
It was definitely towards the start. I think partway through P2, where, like, you know, Hook was 12-8 or something like that, leading the lobby in slaying. Neptune was also playing pretty well, and I had like the momentary thought of like, okay, maybe, like, you know, I see LAG as just like needing to sort of find their identity, and I'm like, all right, new meta. Maybe now that the Vast Nev is going to be a little bit more free on the map, guys like Hook, Neptune can step up, and I mean, they did initially, and it just didn't make a single bit of difference in the scoreline. So, I don't know, just a tough one at hardpoint. I think they've only been able to get wins against London so far this year and are now 2-4 maybe in the game mode. And I think they also have one of the lowest sort of points gained, I guess. I don't even know how to say it, like actual points captured when it comes to hardpoint. So, LAG, nice score, but definitely not the one that they want. So those hardpoint struggles are going to continue. That being said, their S&D is showing quite a bit more promise, and obviously that's where we're going from map 2.
That is exactly where we're going after that crazy start of things. aBeZy, the Asylum, up next here in our series. So S&D is going to be the name of the game as far as the bans go. Mikado for LAG and Hotel for Boston Breach. Breach were not up for the back-to-back Hotel gameplay, and frankly, not too many of us are. We've seen a lot of these repeat maps, Chance. Despite the fact we've got a decent or quite broad pool of maps to choose from. I mean, we had a Triple Fortress yesterday. Triple Fortress.
It's not particularly uncommon. I mean, it's kind of always been a theme, right? I don't even know when the last game was where we didn't see that consistently. Maybe it's just like a what maps are in for control kind of situation of like if it's, you know, like, I have no idea. I have no opinions on this, Miles. Sure, map pool's decent. We'll see how it goes. Neptune, though, back in his chair. So, I don't know, man. LSU, sure.
Yeah, sure. We'll see how it goes. Oh, well, either way. Either way, Search and Destroy is on its way. Boston Breach, calm, very much in control there on Hotel, and they should be feeling very confident going into this one. For a team that turned heads on day one with a massive upset over Atlanta FaZe to a little bit of ups and downs. And I love what we're seeing out of the standings as well. Everyone, or the majority of the league currently tied at 2-2 now. We are going to see a change here. Will Boston be able to go 3-1? Or will it be a 2-2 as well? We'll find out. But everyone looking good. I saw a comment, I think it might have been on Reddit, saying that the Boston Breach team looked like they're all just variants of one another. And that made me laugh out loud. That really did make me laugh out loud. We go back to the $4. Yeah, there you are. They're all just different variants. But of who? Are they all different variants of Vivid? Of Zin? Who had the beard first? Might be Big Wake, actually.
Methodz, just because he's actually, well, yeah, I mean, if Awakening wants it, we'll just give him that title. That's not a guy I'm trying to mess with. I also think we should rearrange the player cams, though, just to have it like in order of like smallest person to largest person. So maybe just swap things around or like slide everybody to the right and bump Nero up to the top left. So you got options with the variant situation. I will say, though, when it comes to Search and Destroy, Boston, sort of an unknown quantity. They're 3-0 on Bagger Fortress S&D and then 0-1 on aBeZy, and then they just haven't played either of the other 3 maps. So it'll be a completely fresh look for these guys on LSCO for map 2. And again, LAG, where there has not been a ton of promise in the hardpoint. The S&D, definitely a lot more life and a lot more potential in the game mode. Admittedly, still bottom S&D, KD in the league overall, so not a ton more promise, but I do think they'll be a threat.
Yeah, you can't ever write out a single team here in the league. All of these squads are capable of causing upsets. They're all capable of going on runs. As open and shut as it may seem, especially based on the stats we're looking at on screen there from Vivid, it is never over until it's over. aBeZy, Search and Destroy, map number 2. Oh, how's it getting?
And also, I mean, you know, we kind of commented on this a little bit for our first series about a team like Vegas who like came into the day at 0-3, just needed a little bit of that positivity, like going into Raleigh. Obviously, LAG already do have a win under their belt and a great win at that, but still in some of these maps, again, like a 250 to 69 scoreline is not ideal. So just looking for a little bit of something extra just to get some momentum going in the new event. So a great deal of attention to Los Angeles and see how they handle LSCO.
Clayster was out here today teaching with that sniper rifle in the opening match of the day. Oh no, Zinny! Anthony. He makes up for it with a kill in a trade, 2v3. LAG with the man advantage and the bomb planted at A.
I mean, you say makes up for it for the kill. He also did kill sort of the most important person on his team in that situation. So he has to put in a little bit extra work. And Vivid, one of the most accurate players in the league, unfortunately misses there.
Ooh.
And yeah, Methodz can convert. So a team nade to start it. First blooding with a nade. I mean, I haven't seen that since AW Champs. So not a situation you want to find too often.
I know. Wouldn't it have been handy if you had Nero to work with in that round, potentially there to get the first blood. But Vivid caught out, flying towards the sort of rec room here on a CO. A solid bit of work there from LAG. Again, bomb planted, forces the hand of the other team. A wonderful start here on the Search and Destroy.
And so far, MVP of this LA squad would be Methodz again. First blood's ever important. I think actually one of the positive notes for LAG. They are actually incredibly efficient at converting first blood. So obviously, if it gets handed to them, they are absolutely going to make good use of it. And Dead Silence hasn't been popped yet. And Neptune just does not care. He will take money for free. And honestly, he's already in prime position. As soon as his teammates can dish out just a little bit of information, he's got the opportunity to pounce. But of course, if the bomb is leaning towards this direction, Hook's able to find that first blood. Neptune doesn't even need to make a play. His teammates are doing all the work.
Yeah, great work. 2v4. Oh, Nero, that timing. Oh my God, nearly. You got a lot of work to do here in this round. Nero with a bomb in hand as well. Dead Silence is almost ready. Get ready for it. Uh-oh, Hook's on the case. Here he comes. Dun, 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 dun. In from behind. Nero will not sniff this, surely. Hook knows something's up. Spots the top of his head. Nero definitely saw him there. Slight exchange Asties, though. The Hitman catches him out. Awakening now 1v4.
And Awakening actually popped Dead Silence for this, so at least sneaky enough for the first, but he's got to be worried about getting shot in the front, shot in the back, shot in the side, naded, stunned, crossed up, ready to go. Perfect round right there from LAG. No fear of being aggressive. Again, Neptune just grinding S&D in the offseason with guys like Hook and Spart. Pays off there, getting the hyper-aggressive situations. The picks come through, sniffing out Nero, trying to go over towards the tower as well. Just pays off. And I mean, effectively, 2 perfect rounds coming out from the Guerrillas.
Yeah, and you've got that advantage. The last thing you want to do is throw it away. You get Big Wake on a 1v4. You pounce as soon as you've got a clue as to where he is. And LAG were quite spread across the map there, so if you don't catch him in that small window you've got, he's out and about and he can isolate those fights. Things look a little different, but great work, LAG. 2-0.
Stun will slow him down for the first time because ordinarily, again, no fear of being lightning quick when the situation calls for it. Tough shot to hit and does not connect. Does have the information, and that's can't afford to miss that one. I'll give you the first, but the second just a little bit too far off the mark, so not ideal, and Hook gets away with the freebie.
I know. I mean, it's tough. You don't get too many opportunities like that, and eventually, if you don't hit, you must have quit. Put that sniper away. And we're at the crouch convention here. And Hook and Nero are waiting for something. Anything. Ants in both of their pants right now. Ah! No way. Hook, how did you do this? The king of the crouch. Incoming Methodz. Doors popped. The nuke rides out, finds one. 2v1 now. Vivid tagged up, soon to be bagged. Battle Harden's going to get him back into the fight ASAP. It's on Spartan Nep now to find something here. Sorted. 3-0.
Yeah, those are clean shots out of Vivid as well. So maybe just the jump shot costing there, and Spark absolutely beams him, downrange. Also for Vivid, maybe put away the sniper. It's always the interesting conversation of like when you pull it out, when you put it away. I know Clayster ended up timing things out perfectly on LSCO this morning with the sniper rifle. Of as soon as he stopped having success, pulled out the TAC 56 and started getting bloods, and then as soon as he pulls out the sniper again, I mean, he gets an ace in that round. So he certainly had it on point. I'd say if you're missing shots like that from Vivid, maybe the moment of like, all right, let's just pull out a gun, try to get in the swing of things and get a kill on board.
Yo. Clean work from the Los Angeles Guerrillas so far. Everyone from Boston on the inside now of the warehouse of aBeZy. Now, this is where things can go crazy right off the rip. It depends on who hits first. Zinni got money on his table, but kills on his mind. Luke's going to start the proceedings, and they should get things going quite fast. Here's the oh, okay, there you go. Trades out, and here are the moves towards the outside. Absolute chaos already, Chance.
And Hook in an interesting spot, and honestly, that makes it so much better. Vivi getting picked on the outside of the map by Arcides. I mean, this is just looking like it's set up to be potentially 4 rounds in a row, and LAG making plays as well, working as a unit on that bottom side of the map. And look, they've just all 3 swung together, and Awakening finds a kill, but all the crosses are covered. Boston just effectively in a pinch. Methodz is going to fall because Arcides is there. The teamwork on point, and Awakening, he does have Dead Silence pop, so he can afford to make moves. And for the first time, LAG have actually split, but I think Spart has just moved too far away. And
oh! 1v1? It's not ever happening. You'll take that gunfight. Is it happening?
This might be happening.
This might be happening. This might be happening. 1v1.
Keeps the door open as well. Spartan might have the angle to spot him out, though. Awakening.
Oh, he saw that.
And he moved the door as well. Yeah, Spartan has to have the intel.
Oh, wait, does he have the gunny? Does he have the gunny? Awakening's already tagged him up through the window. Oh. Big wake. That's a stinger. Well, it was inevitable for LAG to eventually lose a round, but for now, you'll take that from Big Wake. He had an opportunity to clutch the 1v4 a second ago, and now he comes through on it. Boston back in it.
Yeah, I think Spartan knows he dropped the ball a little bit as well. I'm pretty sure he just crunched his feet a little bit, dropping down, making too much noise, and giving that intel that Wake gonna win that 9 times out of 10.
Fair number. 3-1 though. No lead is safe, no lead is sacred here in MW2. Arstie's caught out. Enjoying himself towards the backside of the map. He's out for the round. As is Awakening, so Spart's sniper hits. 3v3.
And that doesn't completely open the B site because Methodz is wrapping back, but the bomb gets there first. The position is actually given away, though, that the bomb is on site, so Vivid is actually pretty quick to wrap back. If you go for this bomb plant, you might get jumped on instantly.
And he's expecting more movement on the inside here. Round the corner he goes, and Hook, the patience of a saint, who have not moved. There's something he's got to give. I think he spotted him. I think he spotted him.
Good reads.
2v2.
He's still patient. He just knows like Boston are going to feel forced just a little bit maybe to try and take him out. So he's really taking his time, but the position has been given away. And Hook's actually going to jump on that to potentially hunt down Methodz. And he gets back down and go for the bomb plant, but Neptune's not around. If Nero gets timing on this, this could be devastating, but no, at least the bomb gets planted by Hook.
You're never going to account for Nero's position here. It doesn't matter. Hook brought the gunny. Doesn't matter. 1v1. Can Hook secure it? He still has dead silence activated, as does Methodz now. It's a guessing game. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of magic. And now, oh my God. The fates, their threads are spinning. Zinni from up high. Oh God, who gets it? What a round out of the nuke.
I mean, he delivers for the big 3. Patient on site with the bomb plant as well. Great reads the whole way around at 7-2. Hook absolutely delivering. I mean, again, he was doing his sort of Sunday best in the hard point early on, and obviously just make a difference towards the middle, let alone towards the end. But so far in Search and Destroy, I mean, that man is locked in, ready to go. And also just funny on the timing of all the dead silence plays. I think Nero couldn't move into the site because he did not have dead silence. Hook gets the freedom towards the end because he had the dead silence popped, and that he giveth and that he taketh away in Search and Destroy, but LAG taking full advantage.
What a mad one. 4-1. LAG tying this one up. Hook continues his reign of terror. Bomb dropped. Damage from the nade. Neptune's there to pick up the trade as well. And it's a 4v2, and this is magnificent work. LAG are soaring forward here on aBeZy. Big Wake doesn't have a chance, and sadly a team kill coming through from Spark, so the only thing that could stop him here was his teammate. 3v1.
That's just the way it goes. Hook and Neptune, by the way, just making moves on the map. Incredibly aggressive almost every single round, and good reads, I think, from Spark, except for didn't hit a bullet on Methodz. Excuse me, hit a single bullet on Methodz, but Methodz will take that. I mean, 40 seconds is a decent chunk of time, and he will have dead silence if he wants to use it.
In a moment. Oh, there we go. He's going to want it. He's going to send it. Now an opportunity to maneuver. He could catch Arstie's here. Absolutely catch him if he sees the gun barrel. No, oh my God, they're both looking the other way. Does he check the corner? Can't do it. Good stuff. LAG, once again, the Search and Destroy remains spectacular.
Super clean. I mean, nice setup as well. Neptune and RCDs covering each other's backs. That door being open just gives RCDs that perfect cover. First blood's been on point. Incredibly efficient on LCO. And again, for the S&D record for Boston Breach, I mean, 3-1, but all 3 of those wins have been on Fortress. So not the most fun looking, not the most enjoyable experience for Boston thus far on the map. Obviously, game not over, but even just dealing with Hook does not seem like it's a fun time.
Pain in the ass, isn't it? Vivid, despite, you know, the opportunities with Snipe, yet to get on the board in the kills department. Love this out of net. Awkward timing. Doesn't see the player. Didn't catch him. Now the awkward gunfight does get it behind the couch. No safety there as Neptune is feeling himself. Hyper aggressive. Extremely mobile gameplay.
this should be a quick A plan as well. At least you got the bodies on side. 2 players down low. Neptune's still making moves, has the dead silence pop, gets the freedom, jumping on everything. Wise as well. If you got Daddy, you're a superhero. That man is going to fall by the hands of Hook, and Neptune does not care. Him and Hook did everything they could in map number 1. It did not make a difference. They continue that pace in map number 2, and it makes all the difference in the world. 2 maps in this series, neither remotely close.
Not even close. Not even close. We are tied up. The equalizer there on aLLeY. We'll have a little bit of a look back at some of the highlights, but rather Vivid, it could not get anything going there. But like bad luck, bit of bad timing.
Ooh.
Yeah. He joins a select few with the perfect 007. No assists, 400 damage though. But there we have it. An incredible series so far of Hook Chance. I mean, on Hotel Hardpoint, he was brilliant in the kills department, exciting stuff. But here there on aLLeY, the playmaker at the moment, 6-1. Blimey, governor. It's an absolute stomping. Hotel Control coming up next.
100%. And funnily enough, at least for Control for LAG, 1-1 on this map. So they have had success. So definitely be on the lookout if Hook is shooting like this. And Neptune, again, making confident moves as well. Obviously going to be a threat. I think for Vivid, though, maybe the player you want to see step up. If he just got delivered his license to kill, it's best to use it for the map 3.
Well, he's got time to think about that in this commercial break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, time to go to Hotel game number 3.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Boston Breach, LAG, all squared up going into map number 3. We're going to be playing Control on Hotel. Now, Chance, how are we feeling going into this one? Obviously, both maps so far in the series have been a total blowout. One-sided to the extreme.
100%. And I think for this one is actually where I expect the opposite to happen, of actually to be pretty competitive. I think when it comes specifically to Hotel, obviously an incredibly small sample size, but I think neither team has been particularly strong on offense. LAG closer to 50-50. Boston, I don't think have actually a single offensive win. They played it once, so like it is what it is. And then on the flip side, LAG haven't been particularly strong on defense. They've played it twice, 1-1. So it's not like we have enough data to truly know for sure. I think right now it's more about sort of the individual players. And again, Neptune and Hoop, if your SMG duo are frying, then you're going to have a great deal of success. You will always have that pressure on the map. And I mean, Hook, it's rare that he blinks, and I don't remember the last time I've seen him in the past few years where he hasn't been completely dialed in and ready with his competitive mindset. So be on the lookout for him. And on the flip side for Vivid, again, license to kill. We'll see if he uses it for map 3.
Oh, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. Into Hotel we descend once again. Now, for the first map was anything to go off of. Again, Hardpoint, a different map, a different mode, but same map. You have to be leaning somewhat towards the performance we saw for Boston Breach. Just the understanding of the map, the timing, everything, you name it, it was all good. However, LAG, now's the time to turn things around in this series, especially in the respawn modes. Hook looking good so far, the 1.27. He's been the absolute heavy hitter for LAG thus far in the series. A little bit more of a well-rounded effort from Boston Breach, but let's see how the teamwork flows. LAG, defense first.
And 4-0 in first blows, by the way, for Search. I think Methodz might have stolen one of those from him, so might be a little bit angry about that and maybe try to take Methodz down for the first blood of the Control, but it is actually Neptune on our screen. And I mean, hey, on defense, as long as you're over towards bedroom, you're feeling great. The coverage is perfect. And you get all the map control you want on defense. The exact situation LAG wanted to create. Getting stabbed, though, doesn't help.
Not at all. Hook's in. Two-piece. Vivid, once again, brought down. Wow. Dialed in, indeed. And he tags Zinni as well. So Hook, a lot of information gained here on defense. Going to force Boston Breach over towards B.
Ooh, and that is not a fun situation when you're spawning in kitchen and actually having to wrap back around towards your spawn, maybe to work through couches. And if you're sort of put in that box, I don't know if it's really going to be fun to try and get out of. And now Boston players are just scattered everywhere on the map, but Hook ends up getting caught. So at least that A zone going to be opened up just a little bit. And you get those close spawns, stack that point right up, and we are back to the normal section of Hotel Control.
First segment gone. 31 seconds left. And I like this moves out of Boston. It's Vivid and Nero. Oh, they've crossed the map. They're trying to go towards B to cause a bit of an issue. That's where Arstes is coming in. He's going to backpedal on defense here. Owakening cleans up mid. A should be done relatively soon. However, mid-map's been safe. So B's out all good now. You don't have to worry about that again if you're LAG. Back to the drawing board once again, though. Boston, are they trapped in? Chance. Hook's made it out all the way over towards glass.
Yeah, LAG have the at least ideal setup that they're looking for. You see Hook in the feed in glass making moves, and Nero's trying to work the full flank, but obviously not a lot of options that aren't being covered right now for LAG. Spart responsible for the flank. They'll have help of respawn. RCDs doesn't even entirely want to watch the back, so Spart has to make the reads. Does exactly that. Does get gunned, but Nero does that sometimes.
Yep, 1 minute left. Here we go. Nero still gunning. Over to B. We will see Boston make it. Stops the clock at 53 seconds now. And there's a possibility for a stack here. You still got to worry about those players. They've made it in the bar. Viv is cleaning up. But they're close enough now. Neptune from up top. Oh, he might be able to clean this out. Great timing on the Methodz. Second not good enough, though. Awakening's going to be there. Now pressure onto the point. Boston still alive and kicking.
Oh, that's just great patience. And, well, now Hook's going to be pelted by every stun and nade. Good luck trying to cross out of this. And there's the stack you're looking for. 2 players trying to work their way through mid, and Hook just gets chopped. Wonderful patience there out of Boston Breach. You even saw it from Awakening's POV. Like Neptune and Hook, I think, were like taking turns being the guys top bedroom, being behind enemy lines, and Awakening sitting inside the point, waiting for that chow to come through, and actually repositions and reflanks top bedroom from the point to clear out that man. So the only opportunity for anyone on LAG to make a play gets absolutely shut down, and Also, just the pressure. Vivid and Nero keeping those vast nevs alive in the spawn of LAG, never allowing any firm setup to come through. So it's pretty much the ideal situation to create on offense.
Yeah, good stuff out of Boston Breach. Again, you're waiting for that perfect opportunity, but not only do they wait for it, they also made it happen themselves. So brilliant stuff. Defense now for Boston. LAG surging forward. And you've already got players in on towards restaurant side. Who Arties and who kills are there. You should be able to get on the point, and here we go. The slow capture of A.
Well, this is actually, I mean, pressure on both sides. I think B's where the action's at. Yeah, Methodz effectively was the last man standing over there. That is all the trophies in the world. Only a 2-man stack over towards B, but this is the more difficult point to get. So Boston having to flood out the doors, and LAG, they're hopping out of the point to watch these crosses. That is actually going to slow down the capture progress quite a bit. Oh, but it doesn't really give Boston too much of an option because they took 2 down just to kill Hook. You got Neptune in the same corner. And if that doesn't get read by Nero, which it does, but it doesn't matter for the gunfight, LAG, they're happy to slow cap this.
The 2-man stack is just enough. There we go. B's gone. A difficult point to capture at the best of times. Now over towards the restaurant. You can see those green arrows of Boston Breach now flurrying across the map, trying to get that defensive setup. It's a 2-2 split right now for LAG. The 2-man behind enemy lines right now, Spartan Neptune. They are alone right now, but an opportunity for them to go huge is there. Hook's on the other side of the map as they battle their way in on towards the point, and this could be it.
You got trophies out as well. It's number 4, Nero.
Oh my
gets
God.
red,
They're in.
gets beamed. They're taken down. This is 3, maybe make it 4 men on the point. It's only Neptune being sort of that leading front, but even he doubles back just to stack it. This thing will fly.
It's going to fly. 3-man stack. This round is done. LAG, a masterclass on offense. Here we go. Every member of Boston's got to send their way in. Nero's the only man with a kill, and the round is done. Thank you. Good night. Be sure to tip your waitress there in the restaurant. GG's. What a round.
I think honestly Boston with the opening break made that a little bit easy for LAG, to be perfectly honest. It's sort of like an S&D opening break where they were sending 2 off the right side of the map, maybe trying to cut through mid or work the A zone if that's where the pressure was. But there's a player for LAG in the couches area to help with the mid pressure, so no flanks were ever able to come through. And I think after like 1 gunfight gets lost, Methodz was by himself on the back desks, responsible for fighting like 3 LAG players. So it's just really about the opening break. LAG took full advantage.
That was incredible. Great stuff. Now a hyper-aggressive opener here from Neptune, looking to catch these players in mid. There's a deadly crossfire there. Arties will be the man to get his name on the bill. Pressure on towards A. For Boston Breach now, the slow cap towards restaurant. They did the similar looks last time round. Here comes the counter-attack from LAG. Damn, son, Neptune, it's a 6 spree.
That's a little bouncy 2-piece as well, so that is just going to sort of strip away the lives. Obviously, those players will be very quick to spawn back kitchen and right back in position. So more so looking for kills, making sure nothing crazy happens. LAG always having a player filtered in over towards top or bottom bedroom just to make sure there's no, sort of sneaky business coming through. Make sure you force those spawns into kitchen constantly. So LAG full control of the map, and kills going their way as well.
Thieves versus Methodz, a close victory there from Zin. So now look, green arrows across the minimap, make their way over towards B. They're going to have to fight their way through the spawn of those LAG players, bottom right-hand side. Spark can't get any more out of this life. Can you keep these players on the outside of the hotel? That's what Zinni's trying to do. He's in trouble, though, fully surrounded. The rest of his teammates, they've got to get past Hook. Slow and steady walk now across hotel. Big wins from the Nuke himself. Making noise, shutting doors, throwing people around, and this is a good defensive hold so far. You're running out of lives over on this side of the map, Boston.
I will say that is a big kill for Nero to get, though. He picks up 2 and makes sure he takes down Hook, so you've at least cleared out sort of your own spawn, but Spart able to fill in the exact same spot, and he's able to cross it. Looks like he actually got hurt or spotted. Vivid's there, so hey, bedroom's cleared out. You can work your way straight to the point. You win 1 set of gunfights, and honestly, you will be in prime position to get another offensive win.
Oh, good work watching the cross there. Vivid now on the point. Slow cat, just the 1 man at the moment. You got guns up everywhere. 1 more wave of kills for Boston. Take care of those members of LAG, then stack that point. This round's going to be done. Here comes the pressure. There's another kill. There's a few more. Zinni's trying to do what he can to stay alive. LAG with the advantage. Oh my good God. Onto the point they fly. Arties wins a big one. Last man for Boston taken care of. Less than a minute to go.
Ooh, and Awakening let him cross as well, so that's sort of the ever-present problem. If anyone ever gets towards your bedroom or the bottom hall, you're not going to have a good time. So a nice little attempt, but Boston cannot convert. Vivid still maybe just a little bit on the struggle bus at 8 and 15. Funnily enough, last time when they had success on offense, it was the SMGs that got in the back and caused problems in your spawn. This time it's the main AR working with Vivid, but Boston, there's a lot of players here potentially for some spawn kills.
Yeah, 30 seconds though. You're running out of time. Boston with 10 lives left to throw at this. He's being real annoying right now, stopping those reinforcements, getting close to the point. You still have one more player to deal with. That's aBeZy's top bedroom. He is all cozy up there in his PJs. Second segment of B is nearly done. aBeZy can't get an eye on that player. He's having a commit. He gets it. Off the point for a moment. Here comes the double stack. Vivid Awakening. This should be the offensive round. Sorted, unless anyone can get there in time. Flying forward. Done. Boston breach. Win the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, RCs, if you're ever in a spot where you're having to fly out of top bedroom to actually get the kill, like, I mean, you're hoping you can get one, but you're just going to get traded unless Boston dropped the ball. So just good positioning on the block. I think they knew someone had to have been like top or bottom bedroom that entire time. So just the positioning that player was in on the hill to sort of draw aBeZy's out. As soon as that trade's come through, again, there was already enough pressure on the actual segment progression that Boston made that look kind of easy towards the end. I mean, just clean work. Methodz making plays in their spawn and taking care of business. 3 offensive rounds in a row.
Force spree for Awakening. You might be able to pick up a couple more here. Neptune somehow dodges that nade damage. I never know. Straight into Vivid he goes. Woof, good shots, but aBeZy's big man in the AR world. Trades are there, picking them up. Going to dive on towards A for now. It's not going to be that many players there on position to stack this point, but slow and steady cap nonetheless. Clock stopped, 107.
Good timing. No dead silence popped in. I don't know if that was awareness or if he got heard, but he got dropped in Nero. Well, now it's just freedom time. Pop the dead silence. He can move around the map, and funnily enough, it's like dead center spawns coming in from LAG, which honestly maybe gives them options, but it looks like Boston have everything covered. Somehow that stun didn't hit Vivid. Yeah, that'll be a nice little 2.
I couldn't tell you why that stun didn't hurt him. I could not, but it's a sweet 2. Methodz locking down B. The rest of the team's going to make their way forward here. Back over towards the A capture. We go towards the top side of the map. Zinni's trying to keep these players at bay here, and it's Spark who's going toe-to-toe now with 3 members of Boston Breach. He's bought some time, but not enough. Neptune now with the kills looking towards the back line of the Boston Breach spawn. We've nearly finished A.
There's quite a bit of pressure on Methodz to win the gunfight as well, but Neptune doesn't make it difficult for him. So the man that was behind enemy lines that could have caused confusion basically just trades himself out. And now aBeZy's is in position, but I mean, all this pressure over on the kitchen side of the map. That's a moment where if Neptune just waits for aBeZy's just a little bit, maybe they can make plays, but now aBeZy's by his lonesome. I mean, he's wrapping back through like blue to sort of help his team. So,
oh man,
LAG, I mean, they're having problems capturing A. Finally, they're going to be able to get it, but never able to clear out bedroom, and you already see 2 of those green arrows for Boston. That's who you have to clear out.
Cleanups now from aBeZy's. Whoa, can't get Nero though. He has been on an absolute tear in the 1v1 fights on this map. He's got dead silence activated as well, so can make as much movement as he wants of this. Spark, what a win. Fantastic shots at close range there with attack 56. Nero's now completely pinned down. Suppressed now. Done. Stacks on. 2 members now from LAG. Make it 3. You could see all 4 potentially. aBeZy's got the middle of the map covered. Finding the kills. This round is done. We should be going to a final round in a matter of moments. I don't think anyone's in position to stop it, and they aren't. Another stupendous offensive round.
Yeah, Spark's a little bit beamy there towards the end as well. Even Fry's Awakening over towards couches, and I mean, this is nothing but the offensive rounds, man. 4 in a row. Even aBeZy's making plays. I'm thinking he's like towards the back of the map, just sort of in a bit of a rough spot. But I mean, he wrap backs towards mid, gets an extra kill, clears out Methodz, who is peeking sort of from the stairwell there. And I mean, that's just the clean work. As soon as you get rid of those guys in bedroom, it makes it that much easier. You win the gunfights up front. So the offensive shootout in sort of a weird situation where it's kind of tough. Like if you're having success on the map, it's kind of tough to pull offense for the final round.
This is going to be an interesting one for sure. Final round. Here to take the lead in the series. 3-1 split for Boston on offense. deserves that, Hook. You win the fight. I kiss you. No kisses for you, Hook. One man down a piece, stacking over towards A, and this shouldn't be a problem. Chance back to square one.
Flank is red as well. Yeah, Vivid. I mean, he was going for the check on that pretty consistently. So no funny business here. Boston keeping things in control, at least towards that A zone. LAG, of course, you got players spread all across the map.
All right, Boston 2 segments down. Starting to find those kills across map. Perfect time to now dive in with a listen in. Boston breach.
Okay. There's your top head. Okay, and that was backstairs. Hold on, please. Who gets
back broken hole, Alec.
Our back broken hole. Still there.
Come in the hole.
Top head, I'm listening.
Stop me. Broken hole, one shot, Alec. He's on the statue. Statue weak, Alec.
Door on left. Big door on me. Okay. Yeah, so I'll try and go in again. One shot, one. Mine, weak out. He's in restaurant.
One couch is what's top bed.
Okay. I spawned back flat.
Kitchen.
Back top bed.
Top bed. I'm pretty sure.
He's up. Still bed somewhere. Yeah, you be bottom bed on me.
He's on bottom, I'll see him bottom middle.
Spawning spot, guys.
Did he be long? You be long. I'm marching on my long.
Backstep.
Yeah, you shoot
I got this. He's shooting from long, guys.
Long guys.
Big door,
Take your time, you spawn here.
Yep. They're chicken.
Drop in mid here.
They're in a bad spot. They're in a bad spot. They're in a weak.
Pitch mid.
On south spot.
Absolute spawn. We're coming.
Let's get spot. They're not out.
He's absolutely.
No. He can get out.
I need a shot. He's right there.
I got mid. You can fly. I got mid. I straw.
Up to furnace.
Much bigger on us.
Spot.
What's that called? What's that left there?
I have spot.
They go one shot.
Spot weak, Carter.
I got you. Recharge you. They're both down. There's three.
Oh my god, it was close, Chance. A couple of gunfights, a couple of sweet nades, and no trophies for Boston. Could have been a different look by now. We'd be finished.
Yeah, kind of impressive that they weren't able to get that. So LAG put themselves in a bad spot. They won 0 of the gunfights when they had players in bedrooms. Sort of got walked on, but clutch up and win the difficult one. So down but not out. 55 seconds for Boston to try to orchestrate something. Nero trying to figure out if you can actually wallbang that thing. You cannot, but he's going to get the kill anyway. That is the first 2 down. Awakening tries to make a bit of a hero play. Methodz there for the trade, and now you're right back to the point. LAG never able to get behind you. They've been getting cut off the entire way. They got to flood through the front, but they win the gunfight again. This is not easy, for LAG to pull this off, but so far they're getting it done.
They're finding a way. And Awakening, they're trying to get these kills. Oh man, the presence on the map is lost. Neptune set himself up in the corner. He's got perfect coverage. Hook's got the front. 20 seconds left. 8 lives remaining. I'm not even sure he can get across map in time. Vivid has been snuffed out on the back line. That should be it. That should be the map. One last hit now for Methodz. And it's done. That is going to be it. Nero can't make it across map in time. What a hold. Los Angeles Guerrillas. It was a valiant dive, quite literally into the point, but not enough. LAG take the lead in the series.
I get the first defensive win as well in a very difficult spot. I mean, repeatedly. I mean, there's a lot of moments where if you get stuck in the back spawn and the players stack the point, you're just forced to flood through like 2 doors. Or even if you have the time, if you like get the spawn to flank through mid, it's kind of easy gunfights for the guys in the hill to make happen. But I know initially there was a precision that came through the bot LAG, a little bit of time to work with, and a bunch of little things like that ended up piling up and going a long way that they could secure that round on defense. And RCD's main factor why 20 kills on the defensive side, 32 overall, 4K damage as well. Maybe we were giving Hook and Neptune a little bit too much love early on, because this time it was the ARs that stepped up for LAG.
Yep, about time. Control on Hotel comes to an end. 3-2, the final score there. LAG take the lead in the series. A day of first, or actually a weekend of first chance. Our first reverse sweep in the MW2 season. We give that one to the New York Subliners over Boston Breach. And now the first donut of the year. I forgot about this one, Tim, and Stats giving us the info there that the very first donut goes to Vivid. So nom nom, mate, from that last one. And what more madness lies in wait for us throughout this series. We will be going to a HyDra hardpoint, which I know you're looking forward to.
It's going to be a great time. And I think, funnily enough, for LAG, this is actually a map that, I mean, only played it once, but had a great deal of success on. So I think LAG, obviously happy to be 2-1 up, happy potentially to go into HyDra as well. And I know there is going to be a lot of swimming. We'll see if Boston are prepared for it. And maybe Vivid, honestly, might be my continued player to watch, because had a bit of a tough one. Nearly popped off towards the end. Like, he was the guy that went on like a 4 or 5 spree to actually help get those 2 initial segments, but then there's none of the gunfights getting won after the fact. Massive 2 right there from Hook, who ends up getting behind enemy lines. And I mean, again, LAG, when the going got tough, they absolutely clutched up in control.
They got going. There we go. LAG with the lead in the series. I think to many, a bit of a surprise given the looks of the first hard point we saw. 250-69, 6-1 on Search and Destroy. And Chance, your prediction, absolutely perfect. The hotel would be absolutely as close as it possibly could. A nail biter there towards the end. HyDra hard point. What happens here? Is this the immediate bounce back? And the old boo from Boston Breach to force the game 5. Who knows? That Fortress Search and Destroy, it is looking at us dead in the eyes. And I tell you what, I won't be too surprised if we have to go there, my friend.
It's kind of tough to call, to be honest. I feel like Boston's been a team where, like, even in that control, there's a lot of moments where it's just solo child after solo child, a lot of hero plays in the attempt to get made. And there's moments where they, like, when they coordinate, things go well. When they're in those sort of solo child sort of mindset, if they're not popping off, which honestly, so far this year, they have been prone to do, they're not having a great deal of success. So that might be the name of the game. Sort of those like pop-off plays, pop-off moments. I mean, all 4 of these players have delivered so far this year. Even literally in just map 1, all 4 players were taking turns, you know, letting the spotlight shine on them, so to speak. But I don't know. It is obviously a tough spot. And I mean, you see the looks on their faces, a little bit down, a little bit dejected, and maybe just waiting to get into that HyDra.
This is funny. I mean, you couldn't tell which team's up in this series right now. There is a tremendous amount of nervous tension across all 8 of our player cams. You got no idea where this series is going. And again, we are trying to set the seeds for the Raleigh Major coming up next weekend. For those of you who are going to be there, can't wait. It's going to be one hell of a show. Looking forward to putting on the biggest Call of Duty League show I think we will have done thus far since its inception in 2020. But it's going to be an absolute treat. And these players want to be going in the best possible seed as possible.
Absolutely.
Possibly.
As the more possibles you get in there, the better. And it is possible for this next HyDra that, again, LAG, as far as their like map success goes in hardpoint, again, they have like the lowest average like points scored in hardpoint across all maps. But HyDra was the one where they popped off and got like a 250 to 120 win. So if there's any indication that, again, their hardpoint hasn't been super strong, this map might be sort of the sleeper pick for the team. Again, I'm quite literally working off the stats from a single map, so who the hell knows? And on the flip side for Boston, 1-1 record to much more competitive games that they had on it. So we shall see, but I'd say for the moment, LAG, I mean, again, Arctity's popped off last game. Spart was putting in some work as well. And the SMG duo, obviously when they needed to. In map 1, and especially so in map number 2, the aggression was there. So I think across the board, the guns have been a little bit hotter for LAG. It's just the fact that it's HP that's a little bit scary.
Oh, yeah. 250 to 69 the first time we saw these 2 teams play the hard point, and already a nice kill and a great read from Nero. Over towards the hard point, though, go LAG. Who's that? Swimming down low. Neptune, living up to the name.
See if he can. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, no, he can make something happen. I was going to say, Vivid actually had a snappy little read right there on the potential for the water route. And I think Neptune still alive. You have to be aware. Someone's got to stop this man before the spawn flips out. And I think Awakening gets the kill just in time to make sure Vivid doesn't end up spawning out in that moment. So solid opening break eventually as the swimmers are making moves.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune, you had to get him on dry land to really take care of him. But if he's underwater, he's got an extra HP. I don't know. Zin's bridge run comes to a close. Big tags out of Spark to keep Vivid at bay there. And for now, you've still got Boston Breach on the hard point. You've trapped the Los Angeles Guerrillas on this side of the map. So the new hard point coming up on the right-hand side. No hope in hell of them getting across unless the water route.
Who's going to try? I got to say, nice stun coming in from Vivid, or at least that helped them out for the gunfight. And funnily enough, number 3 Awakening is technically reading this. Like, he has been turned around this entire time, potentially with the expectation that a long route is going to be taken. And the long route is actually coming through, but LAG, they've got the full swarm. So now that players spawning out, you have to know to watch your back. Vivid's going to try, but it's forcing Awakening to make the trades, and eventually he gets taken down as well. Just like that, the water routes deliver. LAG break.
Yeah, you get the break not too late, Still 20 seconds to be had here. If you get it, Arsenal. There you go, mate. Thank you. Oh, no. That stuns. Frontline still pushing forward. Boston Breach not willing to let this one go. But sneaky Neptune has once again made his way across map. So we'll see if that comes into play in a mo. He's looking to set his boys up for next. Top left-hand side of the minimap, next hard point, all Boston so far.
Yeah, Neptune gets baited out a little bit. I think he had a player weak that crossed in the building next to him, so he goes out for the chow, but gets traded. And little moment like that makes the run for Boston on the rotation that much easier. You got deep routes being taken. You got water routes potentially be taken on the top side of the map. And LAG get the first 2 entries. And look at that. That draws the attention of the Boston arrows straight ahead. So who could be here on the flank? Your teammates spawn out, so you know someone's in a back, though. And the comms right there for Boston to tell Methodz what the situation was on point. Now the question is, do they read the back spots again?
He's back.
They do not read these back spots at all.
The arrows are all over the place. They're looking the wrong direction. Is this going to be enough, though, to get somebody get into dry land? Somebody get into the fight. Not a lot of hard point time gained here from anyone. Big snaps from Hook. He's in. It's a 2. Kill number 3 on the approach here. Good stuff. And again, next hard point's up. And it's a weird one. LAG, the right plays there. The mindset is there to try to get towards these new hard points. But it just feels like every time they get there, there's always 3 members of Boston Breach. Every single time.
And it's not the most extreme we've ever seen in Call of Duty of like you actually don't want the back spawns on a given hill because then you have to hike across the map. But this is a decent example of it right here. Of it's not always ideal for the back spawns on the old hill because of how much like work you have to put in just to keep players outside of the hill over towards new. Vivid finds a big 2-piece. Hook has been pinned down and Breach right back inside the hill. And that is a tough gunfight to win. He delivers, but doesn't make too big of a difference because no one else for LAG close enough for the trades.
Hook is having a game, as is Nero. The Cliff Runner. He's keeping them at bay on this side of the map, no problem. Hard point still in the hands of Boston Breach, and they are starting to slowly build that lead up. With this one, we might be, there we go, spotting a player out from behind. Big tags once again, kills all over the shop, 100 points pass for Boston Breach.
Yeah, they are just scratching at another dominant hardpoint victory, but maybe a moment for LAG to get back in the swing of things. This hasn't been like nearly as clinical as the hotel. At least it doesn't feel that way in a situation where you know when the comms LAG are just saying, hey, here we are right back in the game, and certainly they have the pressure on. They got the ARs posted up exactly where they want them. Nice little corner for RCDs. They got all the cuts that they need.
Nasties. Wow, Awakening on the approach. Just Nero as well. You've punched a hole right through the LAG defense. It's not enough to get on the point, though. Neptune holds down the hard point for now. No probs. 20+ seconds remaining on this one. Every second essential for LAG.
And getting most of them. I mean, maybe a moment or two where there was a little bit of contest time for Boston, and they'll be trying to fight for those final 15. And it looks like Hoop does get spotted on the flank, and the final 15 at least get fought over for Boston just a little bit. So interesting fight over towards Scrap, but Nero right there is the main man, making sure no flanks come through. You keep those right side spawns, and as P1 does spawn up, Boston right there, they will be there first. And Nero making incredibly aggressive plays on the map. That is just annoying to deal with.
I know, it's hard to keep the grasp of most of these players on the map. Hoop, once again, well submerged. He's going to be able to take care of Methodz here. Ooh, good work. Straight out. They'll be sleeping with the fishes now. Hardpoint open. Should be able to dive in this one. 35 seconds remaining on it. Trophy's going to be there. That all helps. Wow, a lot of exchange all over the map.
RCD's barely getting away. 6 HP is what he got reduced to, but LAG, obviously 22 seconds they're going to be looking to get. No one's hopped in the water for a route just yet, so looks like Boston will definitely be on point for their rotation in a clean fort like that. Methodz and Vivid just gunning them down, and that honestly makes this rotation that much easier. It is going to take a very long time for the LAG players to get there, especially if Vivid's just going to be screaming, I killed the only 2 coming on the right side. They have to be left, check the water, check the deep routes. And RC able to pick up a kill. He gets traded. LAG just getting pinned on the left side of the map.
There's no hope. They are being read at nearly every opportunity so far. 150 and climbing now for Boston Breach. P2 firmly in their grasp. Here comes the hit, though. Neptune's managed to get the contest. Break. Nades are there. Big wake once again. 17-10. Maintaining control. Now the front line being pushed forward. The rotations on their mind as well with 30 seconds out. Boston, if Nero wins that fight, he's going to drive all the way through to the next hard point.
Unfortunately for him, not able to win it, but fortunately for Boston, still in firm control of this hill, and maybe Neptune trying to make a solo challenge. Mixy, Neptune delivers with 3, gets it done by himself. And you talk about a moment like that LAG so desperately need, and all of that work from Neptune just for his team to end up getting picked apart as Boston now trying to make moves over towards the new hill.
Choosing the other foot now, though. Great spawns for LAG. They're going to hold this point down as best they can. Guns up, lads. Here they come from the front. Tags at range. Hook's going to be the man on the inside. Vivid, front door. No damage done just yet. Good timing. Knows these players are upstairs. This is solid awareness out of LAG, and they're still accumulating time. Got to do your homework, though. Know where these players are coming from and act on it. Good stuff once again. Nero in through the back. Manages to catch one. LAG, clean house for now. You've spawned them at the back.
Yeah, and they were actually much quicker to read this as well, so much more on point. Gotta get above the water before you throw the Semtex, so RCD's floats his way up to the top to get that one out, and yeah, smart over top, and I mean, this is perfect. This is beautiful. You're even getting kills on the bottom side of the map. Number 7. So we talked about it the last go around about, like, if you get is a good thing, and this is truly LAG's moment to get right back in this game.
An incredible turn of events, a wonderful shift in the momentum in the game right now. LAG, you nabbed so much time there. Now back over towards the trail, and again, a very, very important turning point. Can they capitalize on this hill? Defensive Deddy from all across the board towards the top side of the map now. You've managed to pin him in, and Hook's set up for next as well. He's looking to hold on to this part of the map. 35 seconds out. He might be able to not only cause some damage here, done, but also get his boys across towards the generators. Now, you finally got Boston on the close range chance, but you're within 20 points now of pulling this back.
Yeah, Boston, though, I mean, just desperate maybe to strip away this extra bit of time. And, I mean, again, that could have been a situation. It may still be a situation where LAG, if they're able to collect it, Awakening last man standing, but even he delivers to keep it just a little bit mixier. I mean, we are getting close to a tied-up game. At least Boston have bought themselves a little bit of a cushion. And on this rotation, again, no water routes have been taken. LAG not able to get out of their spawn just yet. So, sort of a moment where they have maybe 1 or 2 good break opportunities, but if Boston are able to get that stronghold, it should be enough for the game.
About to cross over 200. Boston, plenty of time here. Here comes the approach from LAG. Through the front door we go. Neptune, crazy moves. I don't know how he just sort of hopped, skipped, and jumped over that fence wall. Hook's managed to make his way in on the outside. Nastie's there. Vivid caught in the pinch. Massive work. Kills are there. Nero's got the long line covered over the water hops, and now you're going to try to get in there. Watch out the back. LAG have managed to sneak in. They've managed to get it. Another big win from Neptune. In and out he goes here. And my God, Chance, it is literally back and forth every hill.
And LAG put in the work as well. Neptune doing a great job of playing his life just to, again, strip away this extra bit of time for Boston. It could have been a situation where Breach would have built up a big enough lead, basically to have the guarantee in the back pocket. But LAG did enough to have some fight. They're set up around new, and I think Spark's able to call out at least the player called out across, and he wins the second gunfight as well, and enough to trade Awakening. 4 down right there for LAG. That's the start they need. They got the right side spawns, and again, they still have the fight in them.
Gotta find that magic now. They've cut through mid. They're swimming across the halfway mark, though. It's a 2-man water route now for Boston. Vivid might hit the mid map. Nastie's got himself in the top side of the hard point here. Time still ticking. Who's that on the hunt? It looks like Neptune might have the awareness towards that player in the back line. Zinni's just been caught out. Good work from Spark. Neptune wins his fight as well. The defensive line for the next hard point holds. LAG, it's looking up.
That is such a tilt-worthy moment for Boston where everybody's taking different water routes and just like chalking up B one time to try to make the play for the break over towards new, but every single one of them got sniffed out, and now there's no more water routes really available, at least in the short term. Maybe Methodz wants to take the deep one, but I think LAG have been pretty point about reading these. We'll see if they can do it again. Neptune, you know that's his home. It's up to Methodz. He's the last guy to try to make the play, but no, LAG firmly aware. He's going to get caught down, and the collapse might just be in.
Oh my, it was such a costly move. The King of the Seas in 3. Hard point in the hands of LAG. The lead now in the hands of LAG. The number's starting to dwindle though. Spark's trying to hold it down. Trophies are in position. Hook's got the right-hand side covered. You don't have to worry about the pinch for too long. RC's back in it. And this is it. This is for the series. Boston gotta go big, gotta get in there. Big wait the man to get the party started. Hook's on the cross. It's done. It's over. LAG 3-1. Wow, Spark. Hold on, son. It's a family show. He's ruined my picks. GG's. What a crazy series. LAG with the bounce back they sorely needed.
And you say it's a family show, and maybe LAG just adopting 4 players of Boston Breach over to the family, because, I mean, that is a hell of a comeback. I mean, they just suffered one of the worst beatdowns of the year in map number 1.
Yes.
Instantly bounced back on map number 2 with like a dominant 6-1 victory. And I mean, they didn't really slow down. Incredibly clutch in situations that are not easy to clutch from in the control. And I mean, even then in the hard point, they were down by about 100 points again. And just made the run and just hill by hill, just chipping away, constant big plays. I mean, Neptune in the slang, and also Neptune just moments where like he's just staying alive and being annoying and buy his teammates time to come in and breaks on certain hills. And I mean, that's just efficient work. And also it's the water route. It said, if you ain't swimming, you ain't winning. But now maybe too much swimming for Boston Breach. The number of water routes they tried on the final 2 hills just to get picked apart left and right. LAG, I mean, again, silencing the haters, which includes myself, at least after that map 1 that we saw, and putting in some serious work. And it's sort of the tale of 2 different teams, man. The way this year sort of started, Boston Breach started up 2-0. We're thinking, oh man, these guys are looking good, but now a massive question mark going into Raleigh, and LAG almost the inverse of that, of like the struggles they had early on. Came into the series, bottom team KD for every single game mode. Make the not reverse sweep, but the 3 in the row after that map 1. And now I think have pretty big positive takeaways going into the major, have solidified themselves as a threat.
Got to be feeling fantastic after a performance like that. Boston were touted as one of the better teams coming into the series, coming into the week for that matter. But that is it for the last match of the day. Desk, how are your picks looking?
I'm feeling so good. Allie, what did we finish? Was that a power 04 today?
This is cyberbullying, to be honest. I think we should just stop it there.
No, it's very much in person. But that's incredible. LAG and LA Thieves. Something's going down in Los Angeles today, as we now have 8, if my math is correct, 8 teams at 2 and 2, which would mean that all of our groups have 2 2 and 2 seeds. Raleigh's going to be insane. But let's talk about this game before we dive too deep in the standings. Game number 4 was Boston Breaches. Allie, we were already talking about Search in the green room, and then all of a sudden, Neptune and friends battling back, stealing away a 3-1 finish.
I know we're trying to be live, laugh, love this early in the season, but I cannot be live, laugh, love with those final 2 hills on the side of Boston Breach. When that first push to try and make the rotation to P2, giving up P1 completely to LAG, and then losing how much you committed to the rotation, and then still not being able to get out of spawn to break through P1's old time. It was just a big blunder on the side of Boston Breach. You have to say it.
Allie, you're spot on. You have to have some pressure towards the hill. They sent, I think it was Nero under the water through the mid all the way to the side. He actually gets through. You have Vivid go under the water trying to chow through mid, and you had Methodz going under the water through the left side bridge. Like, we know that if you're not swimming, you're not winning, but that's a little bit too much there, giving up way too much time. Just a tough loss, man. And then we got to talk about the control. How many offenses did you see? 4 offenses. Nobody on this team is good in the bedroom. We got to be able to hold bedroom, man. It's unacceptable.
Bedroom performances were weak today, Allie, unfortunately, though, but we did get a strong performance out of Neptune. In game number 4, it is our Scump play of the game, and we got to hit it right now because LAG, their stats, not beautiful. After this one, you're going to see a boost to the SMG.
Yeah, no, I will say from the likes of LAG, this game can definitely fall in their favor just for the fact of, you know, you don't need to outslay the other team. This is very much a fundamentally based game when it comes to hardpoint. And it was Neptune always ready for that rotation in water. He was always ready for the player to be where they didn't expect him. And I think that's what really pushed them through this game 4.
Yeah, and he had some really big plays. I thought Chance said it really well. Like, they were down so much. It was Neptune making big play, popping kills in and around the hill, just chipping away at that lead. We saw that big break come in at Generator, and that was sort of just the downfall of it all. all throughout the rest of the game there. Boston Breach got a little bit chaotic in what was a pretty comfortable game early on. I thought, you know, they addressed some of the issues that they had on HyDra the first time around versus the New York game. We saw Nero picking up the kills in the water, some good setups, and just a full-on collapse there towards the end.
At the end, you're going to see Neptune dropping the most kills in the lobby, and he's walking away with a 3-1. Take a look at Neptune and Smart, the fist bump. Smart letting the chat know, look out for the Guerrillas. They're here to play. A fun way to end the day, but it's kind of crazy because when we started it, we had kind of a win and in scenario for all of our top seeds coming in. They were sitting at 3-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Chaos across the board. It was the underdogs through and through. And what does that tell you about the league?
The league is so competitive right now.
Yeah.
You know, certain teams are excelling in certain game modes. Today, coming into it, a lot of people would have said Minnesota was going to lock up that #1 seed. They go up against Vegas today. They lose in a 3-1 fashion, and that just sort of sets the tone for the day. Like, the league is so competitive. This event's going to be insane.
Now, we have our admins crunching all the numbers, doing all the tiebreakers, but I've asked for the standings as quick as we could get them. They might move a little bit depending on how all the tiebreakers go down, but looking at this, you got Minnesota Røkkr and Toronto Ultra, the only teams at 3-1. Boston Breach 2-2, joining FaZe, Thieves, OpTic, Royal Ravens, Subliners, Guerrillas, and Mutineers. Allie, this is insane.
This is insane. We thought last year I would go about how close the competition is. Somehow we moved into this year getting even closer.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ann.
I was going to say, as it stands right now, we got Minnesota Røkkr, New York Subliners, and LAG on a group together. I'm assuming that whole middle part, the 2-2, is going to be shaken up.
It's going to get weird. And I just heard something. Thieves and London Royal Ravens are actually in a true tie after all of the tiebreakers are going on. So what does that mean, League? We're going to have a bonus match before this whole thing kicks off. They're going to have to play for the seed before we head into the Raleigh groups. That's going down at a later date, not tonight. Don't worry. You can enjoy Sunday Night Football. But what a crazy day. Allie, were you ever thinking this was a possibility going into Raleigh, our first major?
Not to this extent. Definitely not to this extent. I thought maybe a couple teams, but to this extent, having 8 tiebreakers and now a bonus match, absolutely not.
Well, we got a very special guest joining us right now. I got to get his thoughts on the Chaos Arcties. It's great to see you with another LAG win. Congratulations on the dub. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts now, seeing that there's 8 teams tied at 2-2 going into Raleigh?
Pretty much everyone sucks. I mean, dude, like, we got 60-point club, but that's just because we felt bad for them. We wanted like to get that feel like first seed and just like rip that away.
Facts.
Yeah, I just pissed excellence in the morning, and that's what it showed. And nameless, hold on. I'm not bad in the bed, bro. Don't ever get that twisted. Okay? Don't.
Listen, I mean, I was more so talking about the Boston side of things, but it was a crazy performance. I also do have
they're terrible at the bed. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Alec. Coming from FaZe, you know, best team in the game for multiple years, and you guys, you know, second all year last year. How has the adjustment been, like, being on a team with some players who, you know, you got to learn how to, you know, get to that championship level once again? How's it been trying to guide these guys?
I mean, it's definitely a learning curve. Like, I was on that team for a couple of years, and like playing the same hardpoint game over and over and over for a couple of years is like, and going to a different teams, like, I'm trying to like tell them like I want to do this. They're trying to tell me this, and it's like obviously like in a few hard points like that hotel has showed like we're not on the same page sometimes, but we still have a long year, so hopefully we could mesh well.
Well, this is still 2-2 is still better than 1-3. So congratulations on your win.
2, right?
It's still 2-2.
I'm tied with everyone else in the league, pretty much, though, right?
So
like I said, terrible.
So everybody's terrible instead of good, our city says. But I do want to ask you about that control. It was 4 offenses back to back to back. Is that something that happens to you guys in scrims, or was that truly just something that was pulled out of you guys during this matchup?
I mean, the last couple of days we haven't even got a defense or offense. So I mean, our defense isn't the best right now, but we're working on it. And obviously, we put more pieces together. As we said, like we got to pick up this more, like in that last defense, and it came out. Thank God we won it.
Yeah, for sure.
There's still a lot of work to do in the game, but let's talk about the event itself. We're all going down to Raleigh. We've got the Code Bowl. We've got Call of Duty Mobile's World Championship in person for the first time. But for you, a guy who's been on multiple teams playing with a number of pro players that are still in the CDL, who are you most excited to see in person? Who will you be hanging out with?
I'm not hanging out with him, but like I'm excited to see Tyler. Like he knows where I'm gonna be. I'm kidding. Please don't roast me again. FaZe up. No, I'm excited to be back on LAN. It's been a while. I'm excited to be back on LAN in like purple instead of red. Like
facts. Listen,
it's all different. Like I just love competing, and I can't wait to get there.
Alec, listen, can you please give the community some context of the beef between you and Tyler, aBeZy? How bad do you want to beat this guy when you match up with him?
Yeah, so like at the end of the last season, like we got second, and he saw me and him were just walking. He just randomly pushed me over the curb and said, "You are dropped. Like you suck." And now I'm here, and I want my revenge.
He tried to physically
drop you? That's after just getting smoked by Thieves too.
After getting smoked by
Thieves,
pushed me over.
is a 4'11" kid pushed you over?
Yo, wait! Don't get it twisted. He has a lot of anger in him.
We're gonna drop it there, guys. We're gonna keep it PC here. Alec, much love. The chat loves seeing you as always. For anyone who is now turning into an LAG fan, because you're turning a lot of people over to the West Coast, what do you want to say to the new folks cheering you on?
Thank you for the people that supported me on FaZe. Every team I've been on, thank you for showing support here. Thank you for not showing support, even though, I mean, things happen. I'm just excited to keep staying in the COD League and proving that who I am.
Hey, man, don't roast us. We're just here, being who we are. We love you, Alec. Much love, buddy.
Okay, go.
Keep working on that bedroom action. We'll see you back in the hotel soon enough next week in Raleigh.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you will.
That is the great Arsenes. LAG finishes week 2, 2-2, and here's the rest of our standings. How do we still have jobs? I love it. Røkkr 3-1, Ultra 3-1, and there you can see the chaos. Atlanta FaZe, Boston Breach currently into 3 and 4 seeds. You're gonna have the Thieves, London now 5 and 6, playing for that 5th seed in that bonus match.
I gotta see the bracket because I think it's 2, 7, and 10.
Let me help you, Nameless. We got 16 teams, and here is the first one. Your number 1 seed belongs to the Minnesota Røkkr. They're gonna get the 4th seeded Challenger squad, as well as the LA Guerrillas and the Subliners. A spicy first round matchup there. In our Group B, let's keep it moving and showing you what else is happening. We've got Ultra.
Oh no,
OpTic and Florida.
Listen, there's some context here. Florida is the OpTic Devils. I'm telling you, it's their LAN rival. That match 1 is gonna get spicy.
Group B, chaos. Group C, is this okay? Are we all right with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great.
If you're Seattle Surge, are you hoping for Thieves or London?
I mean, honestly, probably Thieves, actually. London have looked pretty scary, especially in Search and Destroy, so.
Isn't this our Final Four from like one of the majors last year? This is literally one of our Final Four from one of the majors last year.
I got great news. Only 2 of you get out. Okay, and let's keep it moving on to Group D. 16 teams once again. Your final 3 from the CDL. It'll be either the LA Thieves or the London Royal Ravens. Vegas Legion, who got their first W today, and Boston Breach, who could have had that 2 seed, but unable to get the job done today, slide down to number 4 and will find themselves taking on the top challengers team in the opening round.
I just gotta say, as like, you know, the pro team that gets that group for Boston Breach, that's the trap game. You're playing a team like you're coming in cold, your first match going up against a challengers team that has been through the online gauntlet and then comes out first seed from the play-in tournament with that LAN practice. You better bring your A game.
There we go. I'm going to put an end to week 2 right here. Shout out to everyone in the chat, but make sure you're tuning into the esports awards. I know Allie's flying out there. I know you guys are going to be cheering on a lot of our CDL favorites. Chance and Miles up for some awards as well. Allie, any final thoughts before we go?
See you guys in Raleigh.
There we go. Raleigh's coming up. Join us December 15th to the 18th. Get your tickets right now. CallOfDutyLeague.com. We'll see you there.